Yes, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back, y'all. Yes, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu. I should know better by now, innit? I should really know. I hate when that happens, you get caught slipping, you prepare for everything else, and stuff like that happens. Hey, Iwan, welcome back to SS. Again, yeah, hit up the like, hit up the subscribe if it's your first time. Please follow them because I do that. Talk Your Talk Tuesday. Yeah, I already know what time it is. Let me put out the link. Let me see if the link's out there. I never put that out there. Yeah, man. Let's talk our talk. The last 7 days. What's going on? It's a little segment that we do every Tuesday, always on point. We tend to keep everything on the table. Yeah, I already know. So I don't know where to start. I'm gonna start off with the I think where we left off in the other stream. Starting off with this day, I've noticed, I don't know, I've been on social, I've been around, been looking at this, and this one story has been sticking out to me, As your boy Khalid, I'm a big football fan, I love my football, and we were out here the other day, we were heartbroken, all of us, the mountain. You get me? We're out here, some of us rooting, and the backlash, I want to speak about the backlash that's happening. And it made me, it's like making, as a person, I don't know, as a refugee, asylum seeker, that's how I identify myself, I don't know about you, motherfuckers, I don't really care if the passport, that's how I came in, and I don't know, man, and I'm still a refugee, So that's how I kind of see myself. I feel like as an immigrant, as a person that doesn't belong in what did that show us, like, recently? Because you know what, fun enough, I'm not gonna lie to you, if you go to the community wall, I posted this up about a week ago. Really, I posted this up a week ago, like, so the community wall I was talking about. I think it was Meta Ozil, Karim Benzema, and Lukaku. They were mainly talking about this. And it kind of had me thinking. And when I saw the incident, the 3 penalties, I'm looking over social everywhere. We've got a couple of videos I want to break down. But I wanted to, look into the grasp of racism, the spike of racism in the West. Should we complain? Should we get on with it? Is it something out of our control? Is it something to be wary about? Is everyone uniquely racist? So that's the type of question I want to ask. And, some of the... I kind of spoiled a beautiful tournament, some of this Neanderthal behaviour. But what do you expect? Is this England's true colours? Are people, is it a racist thing? If someone asked me, what do you think of Somalis who drink? Is it normal now? Wallahi, do you know what? I'll tell you the truth. From my perspective, I'd say it's haram as a Muslim. But I don't know, as a person that, I'm not shy to ever not speak about situations like this. Big up my brother Ahmed. Hello? Yo. Ahmed and his community, connection. I'm starting to think, Team USA, I think I have some poor connection. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, now I'm gonna get back into it. I wasn't saying from my perspective, for me it's haram, but at the end of the people, with them bad, man. They sin. I don't think we should normalize it. It's always something to speak about. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not one of them people to shy away from this. I've said this a couple of times. I think you really... Hello?
That's the bad part. Maybe it's my phone, man. I need to get a new phone. I need to throw this one out.
I don't know. I hear you. What's up? Yo.
You hear me?
I hear you, Ahmed. What's up? I can hear you, Crystal. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? I don't know. Yeah, Imam, a perfect opportunity. I think he left us. Just to answer this person's question. Yeah, man. Yeah, people... I don't know. It depends if you're a Muslim or if whoever you are. I don't even know what your name is. You non-binary person, innit? Yeah, but seeing as you want to ask this question, I'm gonna be like, yeah, people sin. People will lay up on my heart. I'm not gonna say it's not normalized. You get me? If I'll tell someone, yeah, it's haram or halal, you get where I'm coming from. Yeah, it's good if it's not really good for you. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not shying away from this. I had my past, I've lived that life. I'm not gonna lie. Drinking is not something that should be promoted. And if you do have a problem, I say, you know what? Don't drink. Why you got that problem? Because I think that's the worstest thing you could ever do as a human being. And shy away from your problems, innit? So that's my advice. Stay away from it. If you're thinking of it yourself, and yeah, that's my honest. Like, if I give an honest answer about drinking, did that satisfy you? Well, yeah, that's how I know how. I don't know. For me, and maybe you have to look at the society. Why is it normalized? The environment, like if we all, even back home, I think back home, so something that you can't escape, but it's something that I say to a lot of people. Yeah, that's well. What did you see when you saw her? What did you do? It's the question. Did you advise her? Am I lay up tight? Or did you just carry it over chin? You know them ones. Yeah. Yeah, man. I do know I'm getting some mad sort of, yeah. I don't think you should name and shame anyone that you saw, you know, you get where I'm from. You get me? Because at the end of the day, I don't know, I think everyone's fallible. And like I always say, Demby, I don't think Demby is I don't know why people think Demby is like gender free. That's the worst thing. Like, if you saw a guy or you saw a girl, or like hand, absent on the street, it shouldn't really be the focus of, yeah. This individual, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I want to get back to the racism conversation I'm trying to have. Yeah, I'm getting some mad videos get sent in by Instagram, so I'm gonna have to play them. Big up my brother Mo. It is going down. I wanted to get back into the spark of racism. Does it come back? This person is hilarious. Like, I'm just I'm laughing at it. Like some people, Somali speakers, sometimes it doesn't cease to amaze me. Some of the questions some people have. But let me get into this. I want to see your thoughts on what this is.
So England football team lose the Euro 2020 final to an Italian football team after the game goes to penalties. Now obviously that was going to happen because England get done by penalties more than people on death row, fam. But that's not what I want to talk about today. Today what I want to talk about is the reaction of England fans after the game had finished. Now I'm pretty sure that most of us know by now that England fans have got a reputation for having about as much self-control as a baguette in an Afghan poppy refinery. And when it comes to football, looking at England fans is like watching a David Attenborough documentary about some knuckle-dragging apes walking through the dense tropical jungles of Wembley, fam. I mean, I'm not being funny here, but I've seen more highly evolved life forms around the rim of a Portaloo at a music festival, bruv. I've seen more class from a toddler sitting in its cot doing finger paintings all over the wall with its own shit. Now, if you want to know specifically what I'm going on about, why don't we take a little look at a video that emerged on Twitter immediately after the match, showing how some England quote-unquote fans were behaving after the game had finished. Check it out. Now, I've paused the video here to highlight the fact that this person you're looking at right now is a child running away terrified at the sight of grown men kicking the shit out of other England fans for no apparent reason other than the fact that they're a bunch of absolute wankers. So now you know that's a child. Let's take a look at what happens next. Check it out. So you can see there that Heston Blumenthal over there has done a Jimmy Savile and taken out a kid because he's clearly as hard as an out-of-date breast implant and has a violent need to assert his masculinity by smashing more kids than Katie Price's teeth. But what he doesn't realise is that he looks about as menacing as a Furby brandishing a pillow and a Ken Dodd tickle stick, bruv. Waste, man! So what we're looking at here is Einstein over there has attempted to attack an innocent bystander and ended up tasting more ground than a rat who's bitten through an electrical cable, bruv. Nice going, genius. Now, but to be fair to him, the only reason he's planted his face is because he's trying to grow a pair of bollocks, the little coward. Now, right now, I think I should talk about the fact that these England fans are so dumb that a few men kicking around a spherical orb of synthetic leather playing a game has triggered them so much that they're behaving like a bunch of boozed up baboons in a bar fight, bruv. I mean, I'm not being funny, but most of these guys look about 40 to 50 years old, fam. How monumentally thick do you have to be old enough to be a granddad, yet you're acting like this because a bunch of 19 to 25-year-olds didn't kick the ball properly? Now I'm really, really angry. I mean, if you think you look hard, with about 5 of you beating up one guy, you look about as hard as a flaccid penis, fam. Which is ironic because after all the sniff and booze these lot are consuming, that's exactly what they've got. But anyway, embarrassing as that is for a real England fan such as myself, some even more deeply darker, sinister stuff happened involving England fans and England players. Now, for context, England lost the final due to a penalty shootout, and 3 of the players that missed were black guys: Jadon Sancho, Marcus Rashford, and Bukayo Saka. Now, Jadon Sancho is 21 years old, Marcus Rashford is 23 years old, and Bukayo Saka is 19 years old. And after the penalty shootout, England fans took to social media not to offer their support to these young guys who had just carried the weight of the nation on their shoulders in one of the most high-pressured situations a human can enter outside of something that's life-threatening. They decided it would be a good idea to racially abuse these players. Now, I'd love to be able to say that this came as a surprise to me, but the England squad were taking a knee before every game for a reason. Now, I do have to give you a little trigger warning here. The stuff we're about to look at is absolutely despicable. So if you feel like this kind of stuff might get to you, and I don't blame you if it does, I recommend clicking on another Idhan video right now. But for those of you that are still here, check it out. Now, like I said, I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm just not. In fact, I think most of us who aren't completely deluded, privileged, and blind to the way people in this country are, knew that this was going to happen. You see, the thing people need to realise about the United Kingdom is that although there are many good things about this country, the United Kingdom also does have massive issues with racism. And the problem is, whenever you bring it up, a certain demographic of people always say, yeah, but it's worse in other countries, though. But I'm sorry, but that's irrelevant. Whether it's worse or not, it's still a problem here. You don't get lung cancer and say, yeah, well, some people have got cancer of the dick. Clear. And another thing, after seeing how people have reacted as soon as England lose, it begins to become apparent why the players have been taking a knee before every match, doesn't it? Now, you've had a lot of people saying, I don't want to see politics in football. Yet you'll find that the people that say this the most are people who incessantly bang on about politics. And speaking of politics, after seeing that shocking racist abuse of the England players, certain politicians came out and condemned that abuse. But the thing about that was, the people who did come out and condemn that abuse are the people who created the environment in which this kind of racism thrives. People such as Priti Patel, who had this to say, I am disgusted that England players who have given so much for our country this summer have been subject to vile racist abuse on social media. It has no place in our country, and I back the police to hold those responsible accountable. That's a bit rich coming from someone who described the racial equality protest as dreadful, or someone whose rhetoric has been accused of enabling racial hatred, or someone who's gone out of their way to deport black people that have lived in this country for longer than I've been alive, just because they couldn't provide documents that were withheld from them by her own office, or more pertinently when it comes to this case, a woman who told racist fans that they have a right to boo England players taking the knee. What a fucking utter hypocrite! Silly cunt. Anyway, it's not only Priti Patel who got in the act of virtue signalling their support for anti-racism causes, despite spending their entire career being fucking racist. Blowjob Boris Johnson jumped in like a bull in a fucking China shop as well, didn't he?
This England team deserve to be lauded as heroes, not racially abused on social media. Those responsible for this appalling abuse should be ashamed of themselves.
Bruh, that's crazy. So you didn't also refuse to condemn fans who were booing football players taking a knee in a stance against racism. And you're not also the guy who said that colonialism should never have ended in Africa. And I quote,
"The problem is not that we were once in charge, but that we are not in charge anymore."
And you're not also the guy that referred to black people as pickaninnies and tribal warriors with watermelon smiles. You're not that guy.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
You see, the problem we have in this country is that we can never tackle racism when the people in power are the very people that are stoking the fires of racism. These people get elected due to the fact that the vast majority of this country are nationalists who enjoy a racist rhetoric. And they know that, which is why they pander to those people. But the problem is, when you pander to racists, what you're actually doing is validating their behavior and you're enabling them to do things like what they've done to Bukayo Saka, Jadon Sancho, and Marcus Rashford. Racism has always come from the top down, and that's the way it still is now. People like Boris Johnson and Priti Patel are the very reason we have this atmosphere in this country right now. So the pair of them can both fuck off. Oh, and by the way, Black Lives Matter.
Yeah. Let me know what you lot think about that. And if you're a late comer, please, welcome. Wanagi wa yagi. What did this brother, guy or girl, I don't even know who you are in it, yeah? Why do you care about racism? Doesn't racism affect you? I don't know where you live. I live in London. And seeing this, imagine like you're going home, like you don't even know about the football. Say if you didn't even watch the football, you're not even a football fan, you're on your way home, merry, and then you get attacked for your skin color. Wouldn't you want to speak up about this? Would you want to, I don't know, product of your environments? What they say, victim mentality is gonna get us. Okay. Victim mentality. I don't know. I don't think it's victim mentality. I think that victim mentality, when it's clear cut, you get me? Because hate it or love it. This is why I kind of tell a lot of the brothers and sisters why shouldn't we start thinking that like we're in a category, we're in a group, whether you like it or not, due to our skin color and our environment. You get me? Who me? I don't know. Sonic X, I don't even know. Who is I don't know. Because I think to myself, you know, when people say stuff like that, I feel like doesn't racism affect you as well? I don't know, because I think you wrote a Somali word there. You get me? I'm always surprised when people jump to this victim mentality. Yeah, so if you just come in, we're going to be talking about Stalk Your Talk Tuesday. And the hottest news of this week is the racism out backlash. Other things I wanted to get into, but, you know, I want to get into, I got one or two other things that I want to get into, but later on. You hear me? What did he say? Yeah, I know. You said the only way to be successful is to seek validation from Okay. Well, like that, Adams never accept you, so stop begging, stop trying to. No, this is what I'm saying. I'm not even trying to beg it like that. I'm thinking to myself, if you are a minority in a majority country, and if there is racism, and it's affecting a group of people that you're classified in a group with, whether you like it or not, shouldn't it affect you? Shouldn't this be a talking point and say, you know what, it is like this? And plus, I always say on some speakers, we are our worst enemies. If you really want to deep it, because, you know, self-destructs, failed state, whatnot, we could get into that one. But until we're a failed state and everything's rosy back home, we're in these positions. We're in Canada, America, Australia, UK. Yeah, I'm coming from the UK. So it does affect us. I don't know about you. I don't know if you live in a glass bubble. Maybe you live in a glass bubble. Or maybe you're back home. Yeah, what did Sonic say? Allow this being a victim shit. It is what it is. I'm from the UK, G. If you're from the UK, why don't you jump on? You've got the most to type. Come on, don't be them click fingers, nobody's. Jump on. Say it with your chest. What they see, this is what I'm saying. Ras Al Ghul coming. This, I don't even want them chats there. He coming with a fly kick already. Yeah. So this is why I don't know when some people complain about the racism. Do you get where I'm coming from? When we ourselves. So if I'm here in the mix, let me just see something, man. I want to see what the Channel 4 got to say. Now I was watching something with John Barnes here. He got a lot of stick this time last year for talking. So I was thinking to myself, let me just boom. Yeah, this guy, I don't know, in the chats, I don't know. Ras Al Ghul, he said he retracted that statement. Right, someone chat to this guy, man. I don't even know what this guy's on. Gee, what do you think about... What do you think? Let me know what you think. How about that? This Donny, I don't know, man. I do want to go higher. You hear me? You've been going on about this, man. Is this your type of thing?
It's a continuation of what we've seen and have been seeing for a very long time gone by. Unfortunately, it's something ugly. It's something that's persistent within our society. It was interesting hearing the Prime Minister saying this afternoon that that racists should crawl back under the rock from which they came under. But I don't feel that they came from under a rock. I feel they came from an egg. And I believe that the goose and the gander that actually laid the eggs that these racists have hatched from in this situation look and sound a lot like Boris Johnson and Priti Patel. And I think that's very alarming. This is racism that's coming from the very pinnacle of our society.
Darren Lewis, does that chime with your sense?
Well, absolutely. I think the racist abuse that the players suffered yesterday are a symptom of something much bigger in this country. And it is being allowed to flourish precisely because we have politicians performing mental gymnastics, really, rather than accepting and dealing with the problems. And the reason they can't accept and deal with the problems is, as Nels has suggested, they are part of the problem. We all know, John, you know, I've watched your show before, and you and Kathy have spoken before and elucidated on the rhetoric from the Prime Minister. It starts at the top, that has empowered racists in this country. And I'm not going to come on and basically sugarcoat it, because I don't think I should. I think for Black people in this country, far too often it is sugarcoated and put in a flowery way, when the truth is that we are led by people who do not have the lives of Black and brown people at heart. And so when incidents like this occur, everything is performative. They're saying the right things at the right time, but with their actions, they are making life worse every single day for black and brown people.
I wonder if I could put it to you then, Darren Lewis, is there any redemption? I mean, do you see at least the Prime Minister on a journey of some kind?
No, in a word, and I can't entertain that, because right at the start of this tournament, the England players took a knee to highlight the fight against racial injustice, and they were booed by a section of their supporters. And reporters went to the Prime Minister and they asked him to condemn that booing. And he had his Donald Trump moment, very bad people on both sides, instead of an unequivocal condemnation of the booing, which is what we wanted to see. Well, right now, if you are black or you are brown in this country, you want support from the top, but all you get are the kind of messages that leave you convinced that you are on your own.
Nils Abbey, I mean, the Prime Minister isn't here to defend himself. And therefore, in a sense, I'd like to park that for a moment and look at the wider sense of, surely there has been a much greater acceptance and joy in the performance of black players and in some degree of respect and love for them.
It's hard to, it's a mixed bag. On one degree, yes, there was much enjoyment and what appeared to be love for black players and by extension black people, because the players, whether they like it or not, they carry the burden of representation of black people in the society. And but again, that lasts as long as things are going well. That it's a love affair until the love affair stops going, until things actually go wrong, and then bingo, the racist tirade actually comes bursting out. But it was there from the beginning. We were just lucky that we had such resilient players and a brilliant leader in Gareth Southgate, who can actually lead those players into focusing. But when players are going out and taking a beautiful, beautiful, nation-dignifying stand against racism by taking a knee, and the Prime Minister, we don't want to go down the route of the Prime Minister again, but fans are actually booing their own side, their own football team, and a nation as football proud as ours, the home of football.
But surely you'd accept that there does seem to be a widening acceptance of taking the knee for a start. Isn't there a journey being undertaken by the population at large, which many of us feared might never take place?
It shouldn't be. I mean, on one hand, yes, there is a journey taking place. There has been an increase on the polls in terms of the acceptance of people taking the knee. That's a good thing. But it's the mildest of anti-racism gestures. It is literally just taking a knee in order to actually signify that there's an injustice going on over here, and we want this to be we want this to be, the awareness of this to be risen within our society, and make sure people can actually do something about it. It's not that big a deal. It's not really much. But even that felt like it was too much for some people, including people at the pinnacle of our society.
Well, I must confess that, Darren Lewis, I'm old enough to remember Notting Hill riots and the rest of it in a real sense, in which there was a clinically divided society. There is more integration, there is change, there is a journey. Surely we have to look in part at what's going well.
Well, I'm glad you say that, but on the other hand, we have anecdotal evidence, we have statistical evidence of life being more and more difficult for people within our society every day. And as I said before, I work within the football industry, so I know all about the structural inequalities that exist. And there was this feeling, wasn't there, during the football tournament that has just ended, that it was bringing the country together. But what we know is that since Brexit, we've become more and more a divided society. And what we've had is a situation where racists feel empowered because of the language that exists, that isn't condemned, because of the culture within which there are apologists for the kind of thing that make life difficult for people like me and for Nels.
Well, I want to thank you both for coming in, and I hope we can resume this conversation later on in the year and take stock and see whether we can do it regularly. Thank you very much indeed for talking with us. Thank you.
Yeah. I love. I clocked that straight away, bro. I clocked that. I was like, "Rah, that guy wrote a book like that." But then again, do you think the problem is it's the language he's using as well? I found like some of the language he's using was hilarious as well. You know, and I would love to ask. I want to ask someone one of these days. Like, why do people say "we home"? You get where I'm coming from? Yes, my family, Somali Queen in the building, Somali Queen in the building. Yeah. But Muna, this is the thing. I know. Nah, this person is just a troll, man. I don't even take this person seriously, man. But soon time them out anyway. Yeah, I don't know. But this is the question. Man said I need a what? Yeah, so yeah, so, I don't even know. Yeah, so I was thinking to myself that as I was watching that video when he said home, our home nation, I'm looking at the brother. I'm like, I don't know when a certain community is gonna realize this ain't home. You get where I'm coming from? Yeah, I kind of agree with that. That's what I'm saying. I'm on that type of stance. Do I want the same treatment? Get me? As you know, especially in our predicaments. You get me? Especially in our predicaments. Yeah. I like to ask a lot of people like, how do you see it now? Like, I don't remember. Like, it was funny when I said to everyone like 2 weeks ago, randomly, I saw that footballing course by the three of the immigrant footballers, and I put it up on the community. And it's come to and I see it. Big up Sister Hibbs as well. I went on into her Instagram story and I saw her post something. You're only part of the community when you're doing well and you're winning. But when you're not winning, what does that mean? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now big up, come on, sis, family, SS family in the building. Like I say, Somali Queen in the building. What does Somali supremacy say? Yeah, no, stop a lot, man. I think this is the problem. This is the problem. When you think you are superior, I'm sorry. When you think you're superior, is that the word? It's a very hard word to get out. Fucking hell. So let me just put this in the charger. Yeah. What's he saying? Somali supremacy saying. What do you like? At the end of the day, what I found hypocritical was, like I'm gonna look at Priti Patel right now. Like Priti Patel actually made do you think she was dog whispering? Was that or because it kind of hurts, Okay, if you look at it as the black and brown community, the migrant community, I don't want to, like put all the pale faces, Europeans, Arabs, all of these pale faces that could blend in with these guys, put them to a side, innit, yeah. When you see individuals like Priti Patel, what does that make you think? And I'm starting to see one or two Somali, one or two brothers and sisters in that mold. You get where I'm coming from? You get me? So yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking to myself, boy, like, cause I don't know, man. It kind of gave that when I saw this, and I was thinking to myself, she kind of puppets. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, man. That's what pisses me off, man. That's what pisses me off. Like, and what do you think, Imoka? Like, I'd say we've got our own one. I don't know. I don't think. I wouldn't say in American culture. I don't think she's on Priti Patel's level in it. Yeah. When I'm looking at Priti Patel, I'm like, you come from first generation. Family were migrants. They came from I think she's Punjabi as well. Patel, no, I think she's Indian. I think she's Hindu or something. In it. Not really sure. I need to find out. What you get me? What did she say? No, you know what? Yeah, I don't know. Do you think like, yeah. Well, I'm gonna ask you a question then, sister, innit? Yeah, we have to accept it. Okay, cool. I hear that. But sis, what does that show you? Because I've seen some like I've seen Delu, like who is one of my panelists. I think little Jonas, young Jonas. He's one of these guys that my parents are from, but I classify myself as English British. And you see like that author as well, that author that wrote that book. And he's like, we the home nation. And what made me laugh as well when I saw Ian Wright. Like I don't know what to think of Ian Wright. And John Barnes as well. I think like these guys are apologists. I think they're working for them, man. Because I see Ian Wright jumping up and down the other day, like, yes, it's coming home. And I'm thinking to myself, like, even when my bedrooms asked me the other day, would you ever put on an England shirt? And I was like, no, hell no. Like something innate inside me always told me, yeah. Something is always innately told me, "Williga ya lahay dadka ma yihi." You get what I'm from? Yeah. It's kind of so while it's promise you, I can't you throw a man off. Yeah. So it kind of makes me think like, should we stop this whole I don't know, fitting in culture? That's the question I have for you. I'll be like, or should we just realize your passport and I'm here just to do my thing and duck out? So that's why I'm gonna leave the questions for you guys. Cause I think to myself, rah. Mm-hmm. I was thinking like, oh, would you play for Somalia if they got to the World Cup? Hi, you saying Somali Super? You do real SS right now. That's some SS questions, by the way. You say, "Oh, briska, skakabo." Oh. So if I pass on that question, am I allowed to pass on that one? Am I allowed to pass? Am I allowed to say غير قلة? That's a dangerous one there still. Aye. You say yes, one of the first panelists. Big up, my brother. Yes. Hello.
Yes, alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Big up, Mr. Lever. Mr.
How you doing, my brother?
Bombastic, semi-contested. This is the man that you do not want to see your girl around. You get me? It's the love in
Not
the
that
building.
bad,
You
man.
want
Not that bad.
You say,
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
them
How
type
you?
of brothers, you catch him in the middle of your road, you know something fishy is going on. You want
Yeah, alhamdulillah. How you doing?
I'm alright, brother, man. Alhamdulillah, man.
I'm
Today's
glad.
Tokyo Talk
I'm glad you're not
Tuesday.
disappointed. I'm glad you're not disappointed with hasn't come home. I'm glad you're not one of those guys who are crying about it too now.
Nah, do you know what it is, yeah? I wanted them to, in a way, I wanted them to win, but then again, I don't want them to win. Shall I tell you
Same
why?
exact feeling, man. I totally understand.
Like, for me, these man that we gotta remember, bro, like, this is perfect example. That basically Dillian right now, even called like in a kid on skiing car. But then again, what does that show you? Like, why am I representing these guys? I don't think I could represent them like that. You know where I'm coming from? Bada boom. Yeah. Yeah, man. Nah, Muna, do you know what it is? Just time out this person, man. Well, like, fuck it. I gotta do it myself, man. Fuck it. Yeah. Hello.
Hello, sir, my brother. This connection is. Oh,
Nah, it's calm, broski.
what you were saying?
I was saying, what does this show us? Like, especially us migrant communities.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had a couple of brothers back in the day, they used to come up in this motherfucker and say, yeah, me. Yo, big up Stacks, yeah. Big up X in the building.
What it do, what it does, homie?
What's up,
What are you
brother?
telling me? What's up?
What's happening, man? What up?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, man.
But you know, bro, how you saying about the Priti Patel thing and that? Don't you think that's just the results of generations of assimilation in a foreign society?
Yeah.
Because I know Somalis
I love that.
ain't in that position just yet. But
Yeah,
if
not
things
just
keep
yet.
going, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But if things keep going the way they are, it's a matter of time, isn't it?
Yeah, but it depends. Look, at the end of the day, like there's
Of course,
assimilation and
you have the individual.
You have the individual, but bro, for me, Mr. Lover, the assimilation thing is yeah. It's like you know deep down in your side as a migrant, you're never gonna be one of these people. You know this.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
why try you? Why try? What are you doing?
My
It's
question
like
is,
a lapdog.
let me break that down though. How do you know that? Ain't it because you're still in touch with, whether it be family influence, going back, I guess every summer or so, or every other summer or whatever. So what that puts that's home. You see what I'm trying to say? But for
okay, cool. Go on.
You see what I mean? But what I'm saying is, on the flip side, you got people who all they know is this: born here, school system here, probably indoctrinated, said, yeah, you're one of us, you're born here, you're born in London, whatnot. Primary school, secondary school, you graduate here, you got a job here, you know what I mean? Through and through English. You know what I mean? I see where you're coming from, because obviously you're still in touch. But think of it like
okay.
No, but wait.
Yeah.
Why would you not be one of like why would you not be British like everyone else?
I mean, I'm just giving you it's subjective though. To me, I don't think you'll ever be, because you can't be one of them. It's like on the flip side. Would you accept a ginger white boy called Tom just because he lived in Hargeisa or Hammer and he grew up there as a Somali?
Yeah.
Why
That's
not?
what I'm saying.
Why not?
No, but why not?
Huh?
He's not.
No, but
I see that. Say that again.
He can be, depending on what you see a country to be.
But on what basis though?
That's what I'm saying. On
what basis? That's my point.
Give me a second.
If you got down your lineage, you got no English in you, like blood-wise.
Hear me out.
Go on, bro.
Hear me out. I'm saying I would consider someone else as a Somali, depending on if he fulfills what I consider to be a citizen, a national citizen, i.e., if that person is paying their taxes, they're upholding the law, they're prepared to defend the country from all terrorists, whether domestic or overseas. If they're willing to put in as much as any other Somali, why would I discriminate against them?
No, I'm not saying discriminate against them, but does that make them Somali? That's my question. Of course, you can have a citizen, same way you're probably a British citizen. You live here, you pay taxes. If you've got family, you've got kids that are in the school system here, so on and so forth. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to decide to join the army, by all means, you could do that. No one's stopping you. But what I mean is, again, does that make you English? British is a different point.
Why not?
Because does that make you English? That's my point. English. Like
okay, cool.
Rare Kage, is it like, I don't know, Rare John Smith or whatever? No. But that's my opinion, though.
Two different things. No, but wait. You're conflating two different things, though.
Like,
I'm not saying I'm going to be Anglo-Saxon. Like, don't confuse being Anglo-Saxon with being English.
But ain't that the same? That's the same, isn't it? You're talking about being British. British, I get that. Anyone in the Commonwealth can be classed as British.
British.
But English, I'm talking about specifically English, not British.
Okay.
British could be Welsh, Scottish, someone in the Commonwealth, like Jamaica, whatnot. All these other countries. But I'm talking about specifically English.
No problem. You can be English. Listen, the difference between British and English is just one thing. British is all of the kingdoms united, Scotland, Wales, etc. And
Okay.
English is basically the area where we live. That is called England. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Mhm.
So if you're from England, if you don't even have to be born in England. If you are naturalized English, you can claim to be England. Unless you have a different idea of what English means. Because I guarantee you this, English does not mean Anglo-Saxon.
Okay, forget that Anglo-Saxon. You're one of them, innit? You're John Smith, whatever. You could whatever break it down. You're Del Colo, innit?
Oh, me?
Yeah, T, there's two of you. Which one should I get rid of?
What?
Ahmed T, there's two of them.
Get rid of any of them.
Alright, I'll get rid of this one. No,
Okay.
what I'm talking about. Okay, cool. Ahmed, this is. I think you're getting the wires crossed right now, innit? I get where lover man. I love that name. It's a lover, innit? Yeah. Where he's saying and what I'm saying is similar. Yeah. You can never be off Adana. Simple, خلاص. Adana English. You similar. حقوق ده ليهين. وضن كود أصليان. ولا يا لمسي. I'm in legal كن.
All right, you've done two things now. One, you've conflated being English with being white. Do you see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And two, you've also made Okay, but hold on. Dalit has nothing to do with color. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Dalit. I don't think you're understanding. قف وضن كن أودا شيء Dalada. Not actually.
What? Listen, when you say
the native, I'm saying native.
Listen, even Anglo-Saxon is not native. Anglo-Saxons are not from here.
Bruv, you're going. I'm not looking for a history lesson, bro. We're talking about.
Okay, cool. But listen,
look,
the reason
it's a whole conversation. Okay, let me bring it back, Ahmed. Let me wheel it up. Let me wheel it up in it. Yeah, we are here. We are watching the football. We're watching the football, my brother, in it. Yeah, three brothers missed a penalty. The level of racism went sky high.
Okay.
Yeah, another Malasa time.
Okay.
Certain people I'm trying to get through to a certain community. I'm like, why do you keep calling this place home? We, this, that. When clearly, and they're showing you, and Europe is going this way, my bro. France has already started off. Europe is assimilating to this way. So it's a race war, my bro. Whether you like it or not. Go ahead. Ahmed, the floor's all yours.
Okay. First and foremost, you're equating too many things. Because there are racists, that means you don't have the rights of someone who is white. Like the two doesn't follow. The two have no connection to each other whatsoever. There are racists. Yes, there are racists. But that does not mean that the law discriminates against you. You cannot confuse one with the other, my bro.
I didn't say the law discriminated you. This is where you're getting it. I didn't say anything a discrimination, man, or I'm saying that's all I'm coming from.
Okay, what is حقوق if it ain't laws?
Thank you. I think Maya, come on, she said it best. English by birth, English by origin. Simple.
What does that mean?
It means what it means, man. I don't want family. Love, my family. Ahmed, see my family. Nikana family, see bro. This is what I'm saying about you sometimes. I'm saying it crystal clear. I don't know what language. I'm Somali.
Khalid, listen, you need to be a bit more sophisticated.
Okay, Nikana family, no. Okay, I do.
1 minute, okay. 1 minute. Be a bit more sophisticated. There is no such thing as English Malala, first and foremost, because they are not from this area. They're not from this island, number one. Number two, there is no such thing as English Malala because we're talking about three different Qabils, mainly Anglos, Saxons, and Frisians. So what is English?
Okay. I'm going to explain it one more time. Please, Ahmed T, I don't know Mr. Lover, just connection keys are die. And people on the chat, please, I'm going to explain it from my version. I don't need to be sophisticated. I'm not looking for root words. I'm just going to give it to you crystal clear now, what I mean. Crystal clear, Ahmed. Toss من كل فيديو. أنا وحنت هاي أروح Somali باتها قحوتي باتها أنا قحوتي باني. Nikan Ahmed قحوتي the same origin. متي citizen باتها.
So I'm not
European citizen باتها أنا قحوتي نما نقصاك أنا قورت. اللهم صل على محمد. الشكل نصيب ولا.
لكن هذا قحوتي متيد.
النية ده يقولي قحوتي بقولي يا مقنعة.
مركب بينا مركب basically.
And I don't feel kind of Boutini, please, there's a track I'm going. Please. Don't close out that. I don't know why you get that. You مرة ميسو مانتو ولا مرة ميسو كلا بحنا عبتي. I am coming
I'll be
from.
back. I'll be back. I gotta be back anyways. Right? They get sent out.
Okay, Sanogo. Yeah, because what
cool.
you're saying, I don't know, he's a scapegoat in the thing. You get me, Mr. Lover? All I'm trying to say is,
I
you
get
ain't
it,
never
but
gonna get
I
that
think
Havoc as
what
an Englishman.
Ahmed's trying to do is,
Yeah.
so me and you on the same page. That's what I firmly believe. But he's going by the letter of the law, which I get where he's coming from. He's coming with definitions, as in, you know what I mean? You're entitled to exactly what a white person is and that. But from living experience and reality, you can say it's the other way around. You see what I mean?
That's all I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. He's arguing for argument's sake. Yes,
Yeah.
Ahmed,
Okay.
come through.
No,
Did you get a grasp of what we're talking
Okay. هذا نفهم argument.
about? What's that?
Basically, you're saying that no matter what happens, no matter how hard you try, no matter how liberal they say they are, Magata, you'll never be like the native.
You never like, think
more or
about
less,
it, yeah?
like they'll
More
never
or
see you
less.
as the native.
Because
More or
okay,
less.
yes,
You're not.
More or
You're
less.
not.
And that's
I
the
agree.
position me and
I agree with that.
me and
I agree
Khaled
with that.
Have any of you
You could be
look,
like,
listen, let's be
bro.
honest, yeah?
And I've got a
Let's
good
be honest.
example, by
Have
the
any
way.
of you ever felt you're English in this World Cup? In touch
No.
with 10, in touch with, have you ever felt like you're English?
No.
No, I haven't. And the funny thing
No,
is,
but then again, see, Khaled, that's the
Okay, go
issue
ahead,
is I've never seeked to be English. I knew my place. So I knew
Yeah.
Somali,
Thank
and
you.
that's it. Like
That's
I don't want to be English. You know what I mean?
Go
Like
on.
I don't want to be English. I don't want to be European, whatever.
Yeah.
So I knew
Come
what
on.
Somali was there. That's it. Be proud of
That's
Somali.
it.
That's it.
Thank
You see
you.
what I
Go
mean?
on, Ahmed, come
I
through.
live here. That's it.
Yeah. That's it,
how I
T.
always
We're
saw
both, Mr. Lover, we're both citizens. We're citizens. That's what we are. I know I'm a
Yeah,
British
that's what I'm
citizen.
saying. Like,
I don't
that's what I
conform
mean.
as an Englishman. I'm a Somali British citizen. That's how I conform. That's it. That's how I
that's
identify and all.
I agree
Ahmed
with
T,
that.
come through.
Yeah.
Come through, Ahmed T.
yeah, basically, I've never felt British, Magarata, even though I'm not British anyway. I've come from Europe, but I've been here for a long time. But the thing is,
Yeah.
the funny
But
thing
okay,
is,
but again, do you consider yourself European?
hold on. The funny thing is, because Europe is so
Okay, go on.
multicultural, sometimes when I hang around the foreigners, around my own kind, within Europe, within England, within the UK, it's easier to feel British. But then sometimes you get a reality shock when you hang around a lot of white people, whether that be in your career, in work, whether that be in an educational institution, you might travel or go somewhere extremely white for studying. Magarata. And that's the moment where you actually realize you're not English. And it's mostly cultural, believe it or not. It's actually not even look. It comes down to things like going to the pub with people on certain occasions. It comes down to how you socialize. It's the culture and the way they banter. It's things which I and many people who are of my kind, when I talk to them, consider like they can't do. And when they do it, they don't feel like they're being real Magarata. Because it takes energy for them to behave a certain way. And I feel like quite a lot of the time the indigenous population in the UK and many other countries, not to be fair to the UK, do that to immigrants, whereby they say, if you're not going to accept our cultures and our norms by behaving like us, by not being yourself, by not being fake, then you will never be one of us. They don't say it, but they say it, if you get what I mean. Now, to get back to the point where you said European Magarata, yes, of course, I feel European on the grand scheme of things when I'm traveling around the world and I have the passport, because that's how you should behave.
From that angle, with applications and stuff, I agree.
You should be a confident person. The world runs by laws, Magarata. They're interfering with our lands, and so there's no point, Magarata, to back off from there.
Definitely.
But with regards to, do I really feel like I'm European and nobody can take it away? No. And I'll give an example of
But we're coming from. Sorry, just to interject. I just mean from an identity perspective, not as in travel the world, like with a European passport.
I'm going to give you and Khalid an honest
job
answer.
applications.
Yes, I get it. I'll give you and Khalid an honest
go
answer.
ahead.
The people on the panel. The reality is, in life, most answers are not black and white, Magarata. all three of us to some extent have a European identity, whether we want to admit it or not, because a person
Oh
is
yeah,
not
of
made up of
course,
one thing.
of course.
You're made up of different components. And when you're a Somali, for example, you have different components of Somali. You might be from different tribes. Everybody is a makeup of different things. And I feel like I'm a makeup of different cultures and whatever. And so I do have a European identity to me, which, whether it's through racism that people don't want to accept or not, that if somebody looks back at our community, maybe 2,000, 3,000 years from now, they won't be able to deny that the Somali diaspora and the diaspora of any community which lives somewhere in the world has a certain identity, Magrata, because the world's become so globalized. There are things which are not very Somali, which we take as everyday normal things, Magrata. But to come back to being British, Magrata, I'll give you guys one thing. Who remembers Begum, that little Bengali girl, when she went to Syria as ISIS, and they stripped her of her
Yes,
nationality? That was a
wasn't it
perfect
Shahima
example.
Begum?
Yes.
Shahima Begum.
Yes, and
Yeah.
that to me was a perfect example of why you will never be accepted. If that was a white person, they wouldn't have stripped their identity away. But the fact that she was Bengali, through her ethnicity, they felt the need to kind of disown her, even though she was more British than Bengali. Magrat, she was born here.
But someone
This is
like
all
that,
she'd ever
yeah.
known.
Okay, all right, cool. Vice versa, yeah. With her case, I have to be really, really real. I don't sympathize for that young girl. With me, I've never sympathized for her. Because when you
Khalid, it's
gotta
not
remember,
about sympathy.
no. For me, it's like, okay, forget she's a Muslim. In order Dambe Ultim, she went to somewhere and to comfort her and I think it was an Eritrean girl somewhere in West London. Yeah. Like, she knew what she was doing. I don't care if people tell me she was groomed, she was young. Oh my God, sit on your ankle, yeah. You sometimes people have to the actions.
Yes,
You know
but
where I'm coming
Khalid,
from.
you're
And
going the
Ahmed, I
wrong way.
agree
You
with
see,
you.
this is the
Ahmed, I
problem,
agree
right?
with you. Ahmed, I agree with
No,
you.
but
Yeah,
let me
I
just one
understand.
point
That's a
come back
perfect
in.
example. Go ahead. Go ahead, my bro.
When I talk to people, I don't know if you've noticed it. I've done it in this panel many times. I say to them, for God's sake, take the emotions out of it. Take how you feel out of it. Take everything like that. Look at it from a
I kind of
rational
stripped away.
perspective. My rational perspective. Should somebody be stripped of their nationality if they commit the most heinous of crimes?
Yes. If you ain't born to that
So
nation,
who
if
do
your
they
parents,
belong to?
if you no, but look, she at the end of the day,
Where does
she's
she
second.
belong to?
Her parents were born in Bangladesh, right? One time one accent, yeah.
All right, guys,
She's
I only
second.
came on.
Go ahead,
Can I just say one thing?
Ahmed.
I'm gonna go back out.
Yeah.
One thing clear. This thing about Shamaima Begum and her being Bangladesh, and if she was white, they would treat her different. Have you not heard of Jack Leach, the Canadian kid? He had a Canadian passport and an English passport and a British
Yeah.
passport.
What's his
The
name?
same,
Harris
the
Jack.
same, the same situation as her, and the same thing happened to him. He was not allowed back into the country. And in fact, his
Thank you,
parents are
Ahmed.
Ganahi. You understand what I'm saying to
Yes.
you, yeah? So
Thank you.
Yes, but
all of
Maverick,
this, Uqdad talk, can we base things
Maverick,
on
just one
facts,
point.
man, not Uqdad, bro.
Maverick, just one point. One point. Shamima Begum didn't have dual nationality. That's the difference. The Canadian guy did. So Britain and Canada can argue over who should take him.
No, the
But
point is
Shamima
she
Begum didn't
can.
have dual nationality.
No. The point is she can. That's the argument they made. The point is she can. And either or, the fact that they treated both of them the same, you cannot say one is because of race. That clearly eliminates that.
Yes, but the guy had dual nationality. The fact that you say that she can, that's racism in itself.
No, how's that racism?
Because she's got nothing to do with Bangladesh.
What do you mean she's got nothing? She can.
She's got nothing to do with it. She was born
her
here.
parents. Both her parents.
Who cares about her parents?
What do you mean? Who cares? She's a
They didn't
bro.
commit the.
Fact of the matter is, listen. Fact of the matter is, she did something terrible, and she can't get another citizenship. Any country would do the same, bro. Any country has nothing to do
racist.
with
As
race.
far as I'm concerned, that's racist.
That's just dumb. That's literally dumb.
That's
What
not
you're
just dumb.
saying.
The fact that you say she should go to where.
Why? I can't be asked with stupid arguments,
So
bro.
the fact that you're saying she claim nationality of where her ancestors are from,
Ahmed,
but
again, I think that's a bad example, to be honest.
Ahmed, Wallah, you pulled up a bad example. Take your L, bro. You're taking an L on this one.
Yeah, because
Maya, I'm not
I see where you're coming from, Ahmed T. No,
Ahmed T,
no,
take
but
your
what
L,
I'm trying
bro.
to say is when it comes to
Right now.
national security,
Take your L.
Yeah, because that's national
Okay.
security. I mean, then yeah. I mean, a lot of people
Yes,
will
but
probably
what are
say
you
yeah.
saying? Are you
But then
saying
again, you
that,
can
hold on,
argue, I guess,
are you saying that just because somebody is a terrorist, Magarata, a country should disown them? So which citizen are they then?
but then again, they just own. I'm just saying it's a bad. I don't know. There's a lot of people that are in limbo. How many people? How many Somalis got deported
Maya, I think
no,
there's
do you
a
know the
difference
thing
committing a
is,
crime?
yeah?
Yeah,
I know,
crime.
Mr. Lover, if he would have said the Windrush, you know the Windrush lot, they've got a leg to
Yeah.
stand on. You get where I'm coming from?
No,
But
the
she
Windrush
hasn't.
is crystal clear. That's not even an argument.
No, yeah, I know that's not. But Tanya, wallah, she went to cause carnage and mayhem. Imagine this here in non-Somali, El Shabab Usota. Just picture it that way. That's what we have to picture, bro. You know, fucking going to go do a thing, yeah.
Okay,
You
Khalid, my
can't-
question is,
yeah.
Magarat, how many
Well, come
generations does it take until you become British, Mark? How many
Huh?
generations does it take? How many generations does it take?
For me, I'd say maybe 3.
I don't know.
I don't believe 3
I
is
don't
enough.
know.
I don't believe 3 is enough.
In my eyes, I guess
I
until
don't
you're
know.
totally white, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, man, come on, man. Ahmed took a fat
Yeah.
L today, fam. You hear me? You don't like to
Yeah.
take L's, but you took an L.
Maya, Khalid, you've misunderstood my point. It's not about an L or whatever. The point I was trying to make is it's easy for white people, Magarata, to disown people of different ethnicities. That's my point. The point isn't about this girl, Magarata. The fact that this country disowns her, in a sense, I agree with it, Magarata, because it's whether of her race, Magarata, because she chose to disown this country. But my point is, I don't think they would have done that the way they did if she was white. I really don't.
No, but then again, Ahmed pointed at the same guy. No, but Ahmed said the same guy. I remember him, Jihadi Jack in it, yeah, Jack something, yeah. His name's right there. Big up X. I was watching this. Canada. His mom's, I think, England Bukudashe, raised in Canada. Do you get where I'm coming from? He's both, innit? He's got both citizenships, dual national. His parents were French, English Kukudashe, Kosa Kore, a damn person. The same thing. Because no one in ad. Ahmed, because no one in ad. You're talking about Inan. Okay, Ahmed, let me flip it for you, innit, yeah? Let me flip it for you in a way, yeah? Let me flip it for you in a way, yeah? Where I kind of understand this, innit, yeah? Imagine, like, some Wadden kind of was all fixed up. We were in the same position, yeah? We had an Ajnabi person, Wadden Katogo, with a Somali passport. That's some heinous things. Should ummadda Soomaalida cadmiga ay magaalada bulshada, we know what this person is up to, waxay samaysay, waxay ku jireen, waddanka ma ku soo celin lahayd. It feels the other way around from a Somali perspective. And you were in Priti Patel's position. You're Home Secretary right now. Ahmed, you had to call that shot. Hypothetically, this is a hypothetical situation.
Listen to me. Shall I be honest with you? I would most likely do the same thing the British have done. But then that would be me being biased and racist to some extent, Magarata.
How are you being racist if you're protecting the nation of your...
If that person is born in Somalia, Magarata, and the laws of the country state that they're a Somali and they don't have dual nationality, Magarata, because the example of this Canadian kid, he had dual nationality. He was born in the UK and he lived in Canada, so he acquired both nationalities, Magarata, regardless of his parents. Now, with the other example, it just so happens that she happened to have a relation to Bangladesh only through her parents, Magarata, not through birth. But then my question is, that's different to the Canadian guy. That's different, Magarata. But it's my opinion, Magarata. It's my opinion that there was some racial motivation to it.
I don't think so. I think to that one, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I do not think that was a racist motive. I think that was one for the nation, security of the nation. Like Ahmed, we speak about Ahmed. Ahmed, we've been on this panel. Ahmed, we've been on this panel, yeah. This panel, we spoke 45 times. Thank you.
If you chose Windrush, your point is 100% valid.
Fair enough.
For example,
you know what? I'll take the L if people feel that way, Magarata. I've been outnumbered, but
no, you haven't been outnumbered, Ahmed. No. You have to take the L.
My outnumbered No, you haven't understood me, Khalid. I mean outnumbered in the sense that the majority opinion has gone against me. That's what I mean. That's what.
No, we get where you're coming from, Ahmed. We get where you're coming from. I just believe you chose the wrong example.
I personally would have done it, but what I'm saying is I believe a lot of the motivation to it had to do with the fact that she was from a different ethnic group, Maghreb. A lot of it.
But do you, Ahmed, the angle I'm coming from, Do you blame the ethnic group? I can't blame him because Somali done here right now, yeah. Same vice versa, you know, qof ajnabiya inan Hindiyad or whatever, yeah. But what they can ku dhashtay ku soo kortay oo tagtay waxaan isku soo dartay we caught her one qabanay. And she's trying to say, oh, but Somalia on ku dhashay, but dadkay Bangladesh bay ka imaadeen. And I'm about that life. Ma ummadda lagu sii dayn karay qofkani. No. You like sometimes indecisions. This is the thing, sometimes we have to treat people, you make a decision in life, you stay by your thing. You went to join a thing and then it didn't work out for you.
Khalid, I agree.
You got a
I
culture
agree
shock
with
and she wanted to come back.
I would have
That's
done the
your
same
problem.
thing. But I'm saying, had I done it as well, there would have been some racial motivation towards it too. Magarata. But anyway,
I think
it's
race
not
flies
that
out the window. I think race flies out the window with this one. Look, at the end of the
Of course, the main thing is
I think white race should be essential in that debate. You know that, uncle? White race should be essential in that one, is yeah. Still, we allowed you to come to Wadden Kenya to be educated, to be in schools, and you want to fly off to Al Shabaab?
Yeah, but she
and you want
didn't
to join
come
these
there. She
people?
was born there, Magarata. But anyway,
Okay, but her
let's not
parents.
ruin the debate about racism, Magarata. I think I've took it the wrong way, Magarata. I'll take my L on it. But I'll say this, Magarata. My wider point was about this, Magarata. Forget about that girl. I agree she should be punished, Magarata, in the harshest way. She's
Yes.
Magarata.
She's a
the
threat
worst.
to the society.
She's the
And
worst.
plus, she's a
Magarata.
foreigner.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but she is the worst.
So if you're born an immigrant, this is the problem I think a lot of people have here. And IC3, thank you, the race connoisseur. Mwah! We love him, the race connoisseur. I love this guy. The race connoisseur. I call him the race connoisseur. My man, we've been speaking.
Big up Somali. The Somali people must be united.
Yeah, come on.
Completely.
But you're a black nationalist. You're a black nationalist, you know. Like,
That's right.
We're
that's
arguing
right.
about, I think the whole consultation was what happened to the recent footballers. Then me and Ahmed, my brother T, Mr. Lover, we got into the Sharia Begum, the Bengali girl. I think you follow the trail where we're going.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, as a Caribbean, I want to ask you a question. As a Caribbean, I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah.
And I think I've seen these tours, man, the Caribbean side a lot with, especially with the footballers and Ian Wright, I'm seeing certain footballers jumping up and down. After this, shouldn't people start realizing you do not belong?
Right. That's right.
That's the thing. And it's,
yes.
I hate to say this, it's not really coming from the African side. It's mainly the Caribbeans that have been indoctrinated with home, this land. And it's like, well, look what happened to the three footballers this year, just this week. That's why Talk Your Talk Tuesday. That's why we kicked off with the race conversation. What do you think as a Caribbean? I want to throw this as Caribbean descent.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is correct. Is that the African diaspora coming from the Caribbean and the Americas, their experience dealing with Western white supremacy has been different, but they've been we've been conditioned to kind of think that we are part. For so long, Black people have been fighting in the West to be accepted as human, because we were all us descendants of slaves. We were seen as animals, so they were fighting just to be accepted as human and as part of society, so that they can then get justice in the courts. Yes. And then somehow, even the Americans having a big debate with the ADOS team, they're still fighting hoping to get justice. So they fought so hard to be accepted as human. Whilst the Africans now, you have your identity, you have yourself, you have your history, your people. Yeah, you weren't enslaved, but you had the colonialism, the power imposed upon yourselves. So your mindset is different. Your ancestry is strong. Your identity is still strong, even though you're suffering under the bullets and the bombs.
It's starting to cool down. We're starting to see trends that's disturbing, uncle. You see, I've been fighting. We're trying to gatekeep what it means to be Somali now. and it's very tough. So
Oh
hence
yes,
why.
I've noticed. I've been listening to some of that. That's right, because what happens is, they seem to have a new tactic. What they do is, but by damaging the value, let's talk about Somali. By damaging the value of the Somali currency, by keeping it down, then it drives the people to want to come to the West, where to earn and make some money to send back to Somalia. Yeah, so they've got to keep the Somali currency down, keep it low, keep the Somali people low, keep the resources low, keep the value of the people low, so that the people will run to the West for education, for whatever, and get a job. And then once they start earning a little bit of money in the West, that's been accepted to earn some money, then they send money back home to Somalia. And even if they come back home to Somalia, their currency, this currency is strong. So it's a way of devaluing the it's a different. They got a different tactic for how to deal with the Africans, because they're tough with their identity. They're strong. So how can they crush Somalia? How can they keep Somalia down? How can they keep the other?
So you're saying
African nations down?
As a black nationalist, you've kind of said financial. This is where they have attacked the Somali people. Financial disability,
Definitely.
destabilizing, making them fly to these countries and
Yes, right. That's
my fellow
the
Somalis
tactic.
on the panel, Ahmed T and Lover. What do you guys think about that? What Uncle say? IC3.
Possibly. I mean, even if you, in terms of the IMF, the World Bank as well,
That's
from the
right.
angle
That's
of the
right.
loans and stuff, that's
Yes.
another angle of it. But again, I don't see that as an African per se issue. I see that as every so-called third world country issue, because it's probably the same like in other Southeast Asian countries and stuff. Even though they might be economically a bit more vibrant than us, like in a better position in terms of exports and stuff, per se. But Mr. IC3, I'm just going to add in terms of, because obviously you're comparing the African diaspora to the Caribbean, but again, it's an issue as well. The Caribbean have the people from the Caribbean have been here much, much, much longer. So you could kind of say they're assimilated far earlier than any other group.
Assimilated?
Would you agree?
No, they think they're assimilated. It's a delusion, but
Okay,
that delusion
yes,
doesn't
okay.
work on the Africans. It
No,
doesn't
but what I'm
work.
trying to say is, don't you reckon in due time it may work, or they may think they're assimilated? You see what I'm trying to say? Like perhaps the Caribbean have, because obviously, like let's say
that delusion is working.
Because obviously, let's say from times of Windrush, I mean, there weren't a lot of Africans here at that time, but slowly and slowly, you have more Africans now in the UK. So obviously, you're far like years and years far ahead than any other African population in the UK.
To be fair, if I can just jump in, I don't think the West Indies or the Caribbean immigrants have been here that long compared to other immigrants, perhaps a little bit longer than some African immigrants, but you had people come from East Africa, British Somaliland, for example, as long ago as a couple of centuries, and then you had when the West Indies were coming in, post World War II to kind of raise the economy. You had people coming from the subcontinent, Pakistan, India, and so on, and you also had people coming from Yemen, for example. And so it's true what IC3 is saying, and to the extent that the West Indian community, because they were so weak in terms of their identity, because of they came out of slavery for several hundred years, it kind of led them to kind of try and, I don't know, it kind of made them more weak in terms of holding on to, because they had nothing to really hold on to. So it meant that they kind of mixed with the, or at least made more of an effort to mix with the indigenous white population. And so that's why you see more mixed heritage people of West Indies and maybe Irish or English and so on, as opposed to a Yemeni or a Pakistani or an Indian, or for example, if that makes sense, Magarata.
Yes, it makes sense.
And
That's
so,
right. Yeah.
And so you
Yeah.
still have that situation ongoing until now, to the extent that in 2021, when Jadon Sancho, which I believe is mixed race, by the way,
Yes.
he's as much white as he is black. But of course, this is racism in itself that we consider him black because of for example, the one drop rule, which existed in America. That
Okay.
he's considered a black player who missed a penalty. 3 black players missed a penalty. Well, hold on. If
Right.
he's mixed race, then it's 2 black players and 1 mixed race.
Exactly.
But no
That's
one
right.
says it
That's the type.
because
That's
we're
the
all
type
programmed to
system.
think. Yes, we're all programmed
Yes.
to think that anybody who's not completely white doesn't qualify.
Guys, we got a new panelist. Hello. Yes,
Hello.
new panelist. Hello.
Yeah, how are you doing, bro?
You alright, brother? Okay, come through. Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, sir. Say that.
Okay, yeah, come through. Okay, wait, carry on, guys.
Yes, I think the last point he made was very good, because that's how the system sees it. It's 2 blacks and 1 mixed race, if that's how it works. But in general, there's a lot of confusion over black identity. Yes, but the system sees it 2 blacks, 1 mixed race. But in general, people just say, "Oh, look, they all look black." Anything that's not white is a shade of black. Yeah, you're all the same. You're all dark.
Yes, because you have to qualify to be white. You don't have to qualify to be black.
Yes, that's right.
You smashed it. You smashed it.
It's like getting
into best way.
It's like setting an exam for something, and if you don't reach that certain mark, everybody else who fails to hit that level,
yes,
just goes and
very
be black.
good.
It's okay.
Yes.
You're not gonna, it's not all over. You can still, be in the black group.
Yeah,
And
that's
so
right.
you might be 75% black, white. Sorry, you might be
Yes.
quarter black, but you're still considered black.
That's right. See,
And
so
we
it's
all
a
do it
system
by default.
Yes, it's a system.
Without even realizing it.
Yes, that's right. It's conditioning. How they condition the children. It's a lot tougher when they're dealing with the adults of Africa, from Africa. But when it's when the next generation and generation after that, the younger ones, they start to get into that mind-blowing conditioning. I mean, and to make this point, look, the Somali
It's happening to us,
shilling.
though. It's happening to us.
Yeah.
Go
But
ahead
look,
with
the
the
Somali
Somali.
shilling is 801 Somali shillings to £1. Yeah. So yeah, it says here 808 Somali shillings to £1. So that means everything that Somalia has is 800 times less in value. Everything, the people, the language, the food, the resource, everything. See, so a Somali person working over here in England, when it's 800. Just so think about that. How do you move this? This is high magic now. How do you move the value of a currency? How do they do it? See, how do they move the value? They won't teach that in business school. They're not going to teach people how to do that. They'll say, "Oh, it's GDP and all this." No. The value.
Yeah.
The
If I can
exchange
just
rate.
jump in.
Yeah, go on.
The simple reason why the value of one currency is worth more than the other is because, and I'm not an economist, but I think I know this much, is because one country has more resources than the other to back up their currency.
More resources than the other. So do you think Britain has more resources than Nigeria, for example? Is there more oil?
They've definitely acquired
No,
more
that's not,
resources.
it's not based on resources.
Oh, there
but
you
it
go.
is
Let's look
because
at what
your
it's based on. What is it
backed
based
up-
on? Let's think about this.
Your currency is backed up by gold reserves, right? And gold is...
No, that's what they tell you.
Well, it's not what they
That's
tell
what
you.
they tell you, because
Let's
where
slow
do you
this
find
down.
gold?
Let's slow this down. Wait a minute.
Where do you find gold on the world?
Yes, but brother,
Right. That's
this
right.
is
So
the
how
point I
much
was going
gold
to
is
get
there
to.
in Britain
Yeah, they
compared to
don't
gold
mine
in
gold in the
Nigeria or
USA.
Africa?
There you go. They don't mine gold in the USA. They mine gold in Africa. But then again,
Right.
the
Where's the
country they're mining the
diamonds?
gold from is probably in civil war or has I don't know, a billion or how many million in debt to the World Bank, and that's how they
Yeah,
make
Right.
but this is the point I was going to get to, right? I don't agree with you guys. I'm just trying to say something, and what I'm trying to say is, um, Britain doesn't have to have more resources in its ground, or it's in its ocean, or in its air, or whatever. It just has to have acquired it over a period of time, and that's what it's been doing over the last couple of centuries, right? During the British Empire, and many of the Europeans have been doing, and they've acquired resources, and it's not gold in particular.
Well,
Gold is one of
but
the
what?
things,
Sorry to
but
interject. What you have to add is free resources, because whether it be through slavery, colonialism, it was
yeah,
all
but that
free.
nobody
It
cares
wasn't a
about
fair
how
trade.
they did it, right? This isn't morality we're talking about. This is money.
No, it's not. I'm talking about money. I'm not even talking about morality. If now I go
Well,
to
then,
your
if it's
country and
money, it
if
doesn't
I,
matter how
no,
you
but
acquire it. If you acquire
no,
it through an illegal trade, and I go and work, and I get minimum wage, right? Nobody
yeah,
asks, um,
no, but
you
then
know, Ahmed
if
has
I'm mon-
more because you got it through an illegal man.
no,
You
but what I'm
get what
saying
I'm
is
saying?
if I had it for generations and I monopolized that, and now I'm still benefiting on stuff I did 100 years ago, 200 years ago, on compound interest, etc., then it's not a level playing field,
Yeah, but
even
that's
post
normal. That's
slavery.
what's been happening in society from the beginning of time. That's not just the British and white people. The Romans have done it, the Persians have done it, the Middle Easterners have done it, Africans have done it to themselves, the Far East and China has done it. Basically, if I acquire something, for example, let's say I'm a tribal man in Africa, if I
Okay,
acquire something from the next tribe now, I'm going to pass it on to my children, right? And so that's how wealth works anyway. It's never
yeah,
been
but
about
then,
being fair.
but my question is, do you pass the debt to your children as well, from the tribe that had its resource taken? Do you pass the debt? No,
Yeah, but it's not a debt if I'm more powerful than you.
historically. Sorry.
It's not a debt if I take it from you out, Magrat, because I'm more powerful than you. All of these people that I told you about, these nations and these
Mhm.
empires, have acquired their wealth through pillaging and raping and stealing and Magrat and hurting. And
Yeah, that's
sometimes,
correct.
right now, not only by that, they also do it, Magrat, through how can I say it? Through brainwashing, Magrat, and propaganda, like ICT was
Ah,
saying.
that's where
But
you're
then,
moving. You're moving there to it, towards it
yeah,
now. See,
now it's
I like
becoming more
the language you're
propaganda and
using.
more. Yes.
I like the language you're using.
I'll give you another example of acquiring the, wealth, right? The brain drain which is going on right now, people from poorer countries going to richer countries, and they're making these rich countries loads of money through innovation, through technology, through creating apps, through creating all sorts of things. And so you have to understand, when I'm saying they're acquiring things, it doesn't matter how they've acquired it. The fact of the matter is they've acquired it, and now they have more resources than you do, or more than you probably ever will have if nothing drastic happens.
You see, this topic, you see, is steeped with confusion because nobody really knows, because nobody's teaching it. Everybody's guessing, you see. But it's a gangster business. They don't teach. They don't teach how it's done. There's no way they're gonna let you know. But I like the way you was talking. The power, really, the word power, yeah, propaganda and culture. These are the elements of the manipulation of value. You see, people don't understand that, so they're watching the figures. They're not watching the magic. See, those who have control. So it's, like sometimes, even on the small scale, when you see people arguing and throwing insults, right? Why do three people throw insults at each other? When people throw an insult at another person, right? That devalues that person's reputation. Yeah, it's the value. So that's why people will sometimes get physical and fight you, because you're damaging their name. See, this is all in the air. You haven't touched them. There's no physical contact. Yeah, but the atmosphere, the reputation, the reputation is directly linked to value. You see, And so if you destroy the reputation of a person, you destroy their value. You destroy the reputation of a nation. Oh, they're disabled. They're corrupt. They're unstable. You see, it's the same thing. As for an individual, as for a nation, as for a community, it's the same thing. That's why you're playing in the world of the invisible. It's in the world of the invisible. That's where, because value is invisible. Gold, you can see it. Diamond, you can see it. Oil, you can see it, right? But currency, which holds the value, you can't see it. But yet, that's where the power is. That's what matters. Because just imagine if, for some reason, the Somalis knew how to switch the value of the Somali currency, so it was £808 for one Somali shilling. Just imagine what that would do. You see, and so this is the world of value. It's the world of currency. It's the world of magic. It's the world of propaganda. That's why you raised that point. That's why I like the way you was going. The world of reputation, propaganda. So yeah. So people don't understand. They can't see that. They think, oh, this is nonsense. I want to see the case full of cash. I can see that. I want to see the crates of gold. So you can have your crates of gold, but they can manipulate it so that there's something wrong with your gold. so this other person's gold is worth more than your gold. You see, and that's all in the air. And so how can you prove it?
It's not even that. It's not only that. There's actually more to it. It's the simple fact that I think a lot of us Africans, when we speak, we're never honest with each other. The greatest resource that any country, the greatest resources that any country can ever have, is human resource. It's not oil. It's not gas. It's not water. It's human, right?
Okay.
And then everything else comes after that. Africa's got population, it's got youth, it's got a decent amount of health, right?
Right.
And for some reason, it has the most worthless of human resource in the world. And that's why it's got the worst economy in the world.
Okay, beautiful. Hold that point there. Go on then. Go on.
Now come through, IC3. Come through.
That's it. Now we're starting to dig now. It's going to start get deep. This is going to get deep.
Let's go deep, man. Let's go down the rabbit hole. You know we love going down the rabbit. Let's go.
Let's take our time going down this rabbit hole.
Let's go deep, man. Let's go.
It's going to get heavy.
All right.
That's good. All right,
man.
It's beautiful what Ahmed said. The most important thing is human resource. Right. Then he mentioned Africa has the people, it has the youth, it has the health, so it has the human resource. So you think, well, since it has the resource in people, and it has a resource in minerals and so on. So everything is there. So what is going on? You see, so you have to move into that realm, that invisible realm. You have to, because it's blatantly everything you can see is there. So what is it? How is that value manipulated? How is the currency manipulated? And that's the secret. It's the secret. So it's going back to what you're saying, the propaganda. So it must be. I mean, you said it there when you said you said something like the Africans don't trust one another or something like that. So when you said that, what I heard is like, oh, the same propaganda. Africa is too corrupt. So Africa is more corrupt and more dishonest than the rest of the world. That is propaganda. That's nonsense.
I don't think it's propaganda.
People believe it. They believe it.
I wouldn't say it's propaganda though.
Why?
Because I don't know. Me being from the Horn of Africa, Somalia, I see rife corruption. Maybe not to the scale that the Europeans do. I don't know how, but it is so rife. It's one of the biggest issues. You got I think Vladimir Putin said it the best. He said Africa is just a graveyard for politicians. It's just a graveyard. Their children are being educated. Their money's in Swiss banks. What's it called? Their doctors are from Germany. They just go to Africa to be buried. And I think IC3 is the leadership. This is the main issue. My personal gripe that I have is the leadership.
Okay. Let's
Leadership
slow
is
this down.
disastrous.
Oh, right. Okay, watch this. See, I know
Brother,
this.
there's a new panelist. Let the new panelist come through.
Oh, God.
He's been
Can
awfully
I
quiet.
can
Go
I say
ahead, my brother.
something?
Come through. Go ahead, my brother. Come through, Lolo.
Yeah. The other guy, he said that Africa has a lot of resources about people. Yeah, that's right. We have a lot of people, but they know that one of us will think one day and will make a progress, but they don't allow you. They make propaganda. They make main. Can I say Somali? Can I
Yeah,
talk
go ahead,
Somali?
Walala. Yeah, I do call it
Yeah.
Somali. I need to translate it for you. Don't worry, Walala. We'll translate for you.
Yeah,
Don't be shy,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
Call it, Walala.
yeah.
Go on.
I live in France, so
Bonsoir.
I understand English.
Bonsoir,
And
bonsoir.
say bonsoir, Saïd.
Mon ami, mon frère. Salut, mon frère.
Salut. wax badan aan dhihi raba saaxiib ma fahantay
Go ahead.
programmadan iyo maaragtay ii sheeg doodaha noocan mar walba waa xiisiin jiro maaragtay ii sheeg in Africa iyo Soomaalida inaan wax isu sheegno wax isu faa'iideyno oo maaragtay waxyaabaha naga qaldan aan maaragtay aan isu faa'iideyno hadda mawduucan hadda Africa ka hadlaya arrimo Soomaaliya ka hadlama qurux badan fahantay ceebeen waxa ayaa meesha ku soo baxayaan yar hadda iiga horeeya wuxuu dhahay Africa waxay haystaa resources of bilaadan dad badan ku nool ma fahantay gaaladu way og yihiin wax dhibaatada ugu imaanayso ma fahantay markuu Russia samaysto diyaaradda ugu casrisaneed Mareykanka wuxuu sameysanayaa hubka lagu soo ridi lahaa ma fahantay iyagu way og yihiin Afrikadan saan u tirada badan nimcooyinkan ku nool inay biri waqtiyada kamid inay soo istaagi doonaan marka waxay isku dayayaan inaysan soo istaagin waxaan isugu dayayaan inay dadkooda ugu fiican ka soo wataan ay maaragtay shaqooyin u ogolaadaan waxay kale isugu dayayaan inay maaragtay sheeg social media iyo TV-yada inay maaragtay sheeg ka caayaan ay maaragtay ka afligaadiyaan iyo waxay isugu dayayaan qof maaragtay iyaga maamulaan ee meesha soo istaajiyaan ma fahantay soo dadka macno ma sameynaysa marka dadku inay bataan macno ma sameynayso haddii maskaxdooda lala maamulo caqligooda lala maamulo siday u fikri lahaayeen loo sheego dhaqankoodii laga dooriyo maaragtay ii sheeg sida European war qof baayayso sida European ka camal libisan intuu ka aragtay
runta maan arag
de Africa waa ka wuxuu wataa surwaal oo gaaban oo wataa maaragtay tinta soo jaranay ma maleysan kartid ma fahantay soorona soo cunay ma fahantay mid kaloo baayayso oo kobo la'aan Cristiano Ronaldo akshikiisa inuu sameeyo raba ma fahantay kubaddu intuu qabsado wuxuu leeyahay Cristiano Ronaldo igu yar ma fahantay maxaa keena marka inuu maaragtay ii sheeg u fikiro inuu Cristiano Ronaldo yahay amba maaragtay kuwa raabka qaadiya heesaa maaragtay Afrika si u libisanayaan ha banaanku ka soo istaaga silsilada badan iyo waxbuu isku soo xirxira ma fahantay markaasuu laba heeso maaragtay laba dilbi isku soo sawiraa oo maaragtay video iskaga soo qaada meeshuu kula soo istaaga sida wuxuu u libisanayaa Mareykanka iyo kale ma fahantay maxaa keenay wuxuu fikirayaa marka inuusan waxba ahayn dadka inay wax yihiin uu fikirayaa ma fahantay gudahana laga gumeysano dadku way badan yihiin laakiin ma ahan dad maaragtay ii sheeg fikiraayo qaabkii u fikiri lahaayna loo diido marka Africa hadday fikirto waxba maaragtay la imaanaysaa lama ogola marka adduunku wuxuu ka wareegsan yahay Europe iyo Asia xoogaa dagaalamaysa iyo maaragtay America oo dhan xataa maahan waa Mareykanka iyo Canada iyo maaragtay ii sheeg Australia xataa iskaga darba xataa Westiga waa ma fahantay ya Asia la wada ogolaan inay maaragtay maslaxa imaado ay ka hadasho danaheeda ma fahantay Africa hadday imaado ka hor dhibaatada way sii badanaysaa soo marka dadka maskaxda laga dilaa maskaxda laga dagaalamayo anaga
definitely
waa idinkaga baxa marka intaas aan Soomaalida ku sheegi lahaa
we'll translate for you inta naanu waan ka hadli doonaa imanka ma dhow waan ka hadli doonaa but ninka martiba nucho waan u tijmaami doonaa Ahmed T do you want to go for the tijmam he's going to go for the tijmam
basically the brother was saying that
break it down for IC3
that he said that Africa doesn't lack population, it doesn't lack youth, and so on and so forth. He agrees.
Correct.
He said, but there's a lot of propaganda which goes on against the Africans, and there's a brain drain which is going on whereby the most useful people there are taken away to come and they're actually given opportunities to come and work here and have a decent lifestyle in the West.
Right.
And so
Right.
he said the Africans back home also, because of the propaganda, maybe because of Hollywood, social media, and everything else, all these powerful
Yes.
tools, they
Yes.
kind of aspire to the Western lifestyle. So the
Yes.
rappers
He's
behave
right.
like Western rappers.
Right.
The musicians behave like Western musicians.
Yes.
These athletes try to imitate athletes from the West, and so on and so forth.
Correct.
And I think basically, he, in a nutshell, he's saying that Africa has the youth, it has the population, but until they realize how to make use of that resource, they won't be able to benefit. And last but not least, he mentioned that it's not in the West's interest to have more players. He said Asia, for example, is coming into the onto the world stage right now, and it's kind of trying to if limit or curb, if I should say, the Western influence, and even they're being given a hard time in terms of getting a fair level of influence on the world stage. And
Right.
so he said, could you imagine if Africa was also another player? That would just be extremely detrimental to Western influence around the world. I think that's what the brother was saying in a nutshell. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys.
Yeah, I agree with him, and
that's
I think,
right.
so. Would we agree? Would we agree then that this is why I was trying to take the conversation to going slowly, that the end result is that propaganda is what controls the exchange rate in currencies, not resources. It's the mind, purely the mind. It's not the numbers. It's all in the social. It's the control of the social, the music and the culture. And the biggest thing is that the world is convinced that Africa is more corrupt than the Western world, and that black people fundamentally are criminals. And the darker your skin, the more unreliable, the more dishonest. And that propaganda is being pushed heavily. And then that filters down. So it's like the cloud, you see? That all of that, what I've just said, is all like in the cloud. It's all like in the air, you see? But what happens is when that cloud gets heavy enough, it starts to rain. And then then you feel, he's not in the air, then it starts to feel, you start to feel it. The bombs start to rain, or the bullets start to rain. It gets physical. But propaganda is all in the cloud, it's all in the air, it's all conspiracy theory, it's all this, it's just theory. But that's where the power is. Weather, it's like weather control. And those that are just looking at the ground, keeping your eye on the ground, you're not observing the weather. That's the spiritual aspects. That's why you have in Britain, they have the House of Commons. Yeah, this is supposed to be the power centers of the country. You have the House of Lords, and then you have the Lord Spiritual. The Lord Spiritual, they have special benches. but when people think, oh, what are the Lord Spiritual? What do they do actually? You just think that they just keep them there because it's some age-old tradition, but they mean nothing. You're making a big mistake. The real power is manipulated by those that are dealing with the invisible, with the spirit. It's the fundamentals, all value. See, it's the world of magic, and that's why you sound like if you start talking like that, people start saying, "No, he's losing it now." He's starting to talk nonsense now. He's starting to talk conspiracy
He's
theories.
been on YouTube too long. He's been on YouTube too long.
Exactly. And they start laughing at you, but that's part of the conditioning. Nobody wants to. There's no way they're going to teach you the magic. No way. No way they're going to teach you the source of power. But you think about it. They're not going to teach you that. But ask yourself.
But then again, all right, cool. Would you want to learn that? Why don't we just break away and do? This is what I tell my people in it. Yeah, it's time to do us self. Once everyone, the tribe, and everyone is focused.
Yeah,
the tribe is focused, and everyone's singing off the same page in it. Yeah. Do you think outside sources come infiltrate and break in?
Okay, so here's a solution. You see, because I like to talk, and I'm going to present to you a solution, and I'd like to hear your criticism.
G, Salam alaikum, come through.
So, does somebody else want to?
I've been listening to what the panel has been saying. You know the funny thing is, like, I believe it's more layered, the problem that Africans have right now. You get it? And the thing is, I didn't have much to touch on because between AbDT and IC3, you basically touched on everything I wanted to touch on. I do believe there is a conspiracy to demonize the black and the African people. You get it? To keep them down.
Yeah.
I also believe I also believe exactly what AbDT was saying. You get it? With and what's backed by what and how things are being worked out. You get it? But I believe the answer to all of this is that we need to stop finding acceptance and reassurance from people that have their foot on our neck. You get it? We need to ignore what they want. Right. We need to ignore what they want and go about our business. All this foreign aid and stuff hasn't been helping Africa. I've been reading. I've read a book a couple of years ago called "Aid and Other Dirty Business," and there was a whole chapter about how they're bringing out of date resources and food with mites in it, and then we're getting charged for it. We have to pay that money back. You get it? And this is the foreign aid we're getting. Nothing that the West has done has helped Africa. We need to forget it. And the first people we need to approach, I'm not gonna lie, is these francophone leaders. These Macron's youngers, basically. You get it? They're making sure that France has a big foothold in Africa and a big say in Africa. You get it? We need to work towards that. And all this like victim mentality of thinking why and what should we do and maybe it's this and maybe it's that. It's all of them. Everyone literally on this panel has touched on every black issue, and all of them are correct. It's not one, it's every single one of them. We need to attack one of them, every one of them head on, I think, anyway.
Yes, definitely. And look, you have something called the World Corruption Index. Think about that. Have you heard about that? The World Corruption Index?
Yeah, I've heard about it. I saw the majority of African countries.
Right. So look at this. Watch this. This is some high magic here. Watch this. Corruption Perceptions Index. The corruption. I'm reading from Wikipedia. I put the link in there. But I want you to listen to this and watch this. Just let me put the link in there so you know people can follow. Look at this. Corruption Perceptions Index. The Corruption Perceptions Index, the CPI, is an index which ranks countries by their perceived levels of public sector corruption, as determined by expert assessments and opinion surveys. The CPI, that's the Corruption Perceptions Index, generally defines corruption as an abuse of entrusted power for private gain. The index is published annually by the non-governmental organization Transparency International since 1995. Look, that is, look, watch this. The corruption perceptions. Hear that? Corruption, it's perceptions, right? That's in the air, right? The corruption perceptions index is an index which ranks countries So the whole country is perceived as corrupt, right? In their perceived levels of public sector corruption, right? So so your country, we perceive that your government
It's corrupt.
is corrupt, and we're going to rank it.
I remember this.
Right?
I remember. Farrell Khan had a interview with Donahue, and Donahue tried
Yeah.
saying Nigeria is one of the most corrupt countries, and he basically said, "How can America, one of the most corrupt systems in the universe, say another nation is corrupt? How? Yeah, but it's true. But the thing is, this is what I'm trying to get at. We should be at our point right now. After all the abuse we've taken, we should not give a fuck about what they're saying. Sorry for swearing, but we shouldn't care.
But I understand.
No, we
Yeah,
shouldn't
but
care.
slow
We
this
shouldn't
down.
care.
This is very serious. You see that now. Whilst I'm talking as a black man, people say, "Oh, I'm a conspiracy theorist. And I'm a bit mad," but yet there's people that believe in the corruption perceptions. Who are these people?
African leaders that believe in that. That believe what the West says to them, what the colonizer says.
Yes. So this index now, they arrive and say, listen, your country is more corrupt. Your government, the government of your country.
Okay, I ask you a question.
This is very serious.
I can ask you a question though. You know China. How many times do you think China's been on that list?
Let's see. Let's see where China is. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure.
Let's see where China is.
There's only something because China's been called like one of the corrupt states, corrupt nations, or authoritarian states and whatnot. The West
Yeah, I'm looking at the list now. Yeah.
Can you not see
where's
it?
China?
I've got it on the screen. I've got the screen.
You got it on the screen. Okay, where's China on that corruption index? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Scroll down.
Oh wait. Scroll down.
Where's China?
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Can you not see? Should I blow it up for you, man?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Good.
Okay.
Yeah. Where is
one.
China now? Yeah, where is China? Watch this.
Let me go. Let me go back. Let me start. The least corrupt country is Denmark. All right, let's go down.
Wait, slow down. And think about race. Yeah, hold it. Think about race as you're going down. Yeah.
So is it after? No. Is it? Yeah. No, that's Switzerland, Chile. No, it's not there. It's not there.
There you go.
Wait. I'm trying to find where China is. Bro, I'm on 90 something and I ain't still seen China, 100 or something.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
I couldn't find it. I'm on 117.
How is Chile less corrupt than France, it says? Who was this done by?
Exactly. You got to start asking because this stuff is being pumped into people's head, right? And so when people start saying, "Oh, Africa's got a problem with corruption,"
no one should be listening to this.
Yeah, but they do.
They can listen to it, but us as Africans need to understand. We don't.
This is why your currency is messed up. See, perception is the world of magic and conspiracy. That your government is perceived.
Do we need? Yeah, but that's the thing. The West acting like we need them to value our.
No. You're right.
Oh, there's China.
I'm 78. No, I'm 78.
There you go.
Well, like big up 707. My brother. Big up my brother. He
but
clocked
China
it.
go about the business though. China don't care what anyone says about them. China don't care. They literally don't care. They don't business. And they go about their life. They do what the fuck they want. They have concentration camps. No one can tell them anything.
Yeah, but watch this. Watch this. Let me do a bit more reading. And I want you to be thinking now about the magic, about the conspiracy theory, and apply that. As people accuse me of being mad or conspiracy theory, let's think about that as I'm reading this. I need to start again from the beginning because this is very serious. You've got to get this. The corruption perceptions, yeah, that goes into the air. So it's not on the land, it's in the air. Magic, spirit. The corruption perceptions index is an index which ranks countries by their perceived level of public sector corruption.
You know what falls under
as
this? Like the
determined
lack
by
of,
expert
you know what kind of things fall under this?
assessments.
You know what
Pardon?
kind of things fall under this? You know what kind of things fall under this? Countries that don't accept the LGBT community and stuff. Do you get it?
Right. Now you good. You see how heavy
Yeah.
this, you see how deep this goes. You see, if you're not accepting the culture that they're pushing on you, then yes, then you're more corrupt. You're more
Yeah, but we need
yes.
to stop accepting it ourselves, though. This is what I'm trying to get at. We need
What's
to
it?
centralize
Yeah.
Africa, fuck off
We'll get
everyone
there.
else, make
Yeah,
our own
good.
money, educate our
Right,
own
right.
people. You get it?
Right.
Don't feed them the
Yeah.
food that is coming from the West. You get it?
Yeah. So look, what we're doing now, we're digging into what the problem is, and then I'm going to present what the solution is, because we're going to start talking solutions now.
What's the population? What's the population of Africa right now?
But let me Google it.
I compare that to the population of China. That's a country to a continent. Yeah.
It's around a billion. China
It's
has
a
bigger
billion.
population than
No,
Africa.
China's a billion. I compare it to Africa.
2016, last census said it was a 1.216 billion.
Yes,
And
of
what's
course, China
China?
has a bigger population than Africa. Plus, you have to
And
remember,
India.
right?
Go ahead.
Plus, you have to remember that's not only sub-Saharan Africa. That also includes the North Africans. So
Yeah,
I would say maybe sub-Saharan Africa is maybe just below a billion, but it's still a significant number of people on the world stage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. But the reason
Right.
I put that comparison, is look, if China could do with a billion people in a country, and we have a billion people in a continent with a lot of resources, a lot more land, a lot more things. That we
Exactly.
we could do
Right.
it, bro. We need to get rid of this.
Okay, watch this.
Alaikum
You've
assalam.
You've got
Alaikum
it.
assalam, brother Muhammad.
got it.
No way.
You've got it.
Yeah, I was just listening like, in the
SS
background.
Legend. I'll tell you, let me do the intro, man. Come on, man. I didn't even do the intro. You know, SS Legends, they have the intro. In a wheel can, y'all already know SS Legend. If y'all don't know about this, brother Muhammad Sadiq, my family, long time. Come on. Hey, Imka, come on.
Mashallah. I was just listening here on the background. You know, IC3. I have to disagree with you because you were saying the perception and okay, by the name is the perception, but they do a random check, and let's say if you do a random check in a country and you find out 9 out of 10 are corrupted, so you have to assume that also the government are corrupted. So it's just common sense. From my perspective, I agree with that one, even though I don't agree exactly who did the check. But if the majority are corrupted, then the government will also be corrupted.
Okay, so let's continue. Okay, we hold your point. That's good. Just let me read a bit more. And then it says, in 2020, the Corruption Perception Index, published in January of 2021, currently ranks 180 countries on a scale from 100, that means very clean, to 0, highly corrupt.
Who's 100?
Based on the situation between May 2019 and May 2020. In the list, Denmark, Finland, New Zealand, Sweden, Singapore, and Switzerland are perceived as the top 6 least corrupt nations in the world. Corrupt nation. See the word come in there. See the word nation, country, right? Least corrupt nations in the world, ranking consistently high among international financial transparency. While the most perceived corrupt country in the world is Somalia. Look at that. See? Scoring 8
Did you
to
say
10 out
the
of...
least? Say that again.
It says, while the most perceived corrupt country in the world is Somalia. Somalia is perceived to be the most corrupt country in the world. Is that correct?
Let that sink in, my people.
Yes, but this is nothing. If I can just come in, guys. IC3 has been speaking for a little while.
Sorry, no, IC3, let's go ahead.
If I can just come in, guys. Somalis are used to this, right? This is nothing new to them. They've been hearing that they're the most corrupt country in the world from the media outlets for the last 30 years. But when the Westerners say this, it's just a lazy way of saying that it's a failed state. And if you're a failed state, then you're corrupt, because there is no system to manage the money. But if it comes down to real corruption, in countries which have proper systems and institutions, then I promise you there will be a lot of countries which are in the middle and at the top that will rank at the bottom. And you'll have a lot of African countries which will rank somewhere to the top. Because I believe African countries, if you compare their level of institutions and the power of their systems with the level of corruption, I believe many of the European countries and South American countries in the middle and the top are more corrupt, if that makes sense. Now, does that make sense to people?
Yeah, can I just jump in? IC3. Okay, the true hurts that Somalia is the most corrupted, and I can honestly say we are the most corrupted. To be honest with you, and working in the bank industry for almost 8 years, what I've seen is so many people, and as the brother mentioned, when it comes to money, because of the bank systems not working in Somalia, people are finding ways to transfer the money, and something called hawala, where people are using as a money transfer. And if you know to transfer money from Europe or America or wherever you are into Somalia, you can't use any legal banking system. So the only way to send money to relatives and family back in Somalia is to use the hawala system. And when you're using the hawala system and the bank doesn't allow you to send the money, you have to find ways to send money. And also the corruption, the reason why also it's corrupt, the corruption is extremely high is we Somalis, we know that that still exists. And we've seen the past years that non-profitable the NGOs that are going back to Somalia, and they pretending to do something for the people, but they're actually not doing for the charity. I'm not saying all of them, but most of them. They're going back to get funding from other countries, from the UK or Norway or Scandinavia or wherever they are, and they misuse that fund. And that's one of the reasons why Somalia is the most ranked as the most corrupted.
If I can just come back in, brother. Nobody here is saying, I'm definitely not saying that Somalia is not a corrupt country. But what I'm saying is, when you come and say it's the most corrupt country in the world, it's total bullshit. They don't have the government systems, the proper constitutions, the laws in place, and the systems of government, the officers, the administrators, to manage corruption. They haven't got the rules. So when somebody sends money through a hawala, they're not breaking a rule. Corruption is when people break a rule. They go past the rules. There's many countries around the world which are much more corrupt than Somalia. There is no proper system in Somalia for the last 30 years. Most of the regions are run based on a tribal system. Corruption to me means not people in a country far away with no government abiding by Western rules. Corruption means when the people within a land make rules for themselves and then the people break that. I don't think that too much of that goes around in Somalia, right? Yes, there was tribal war. Yes, there were injustices, but the corruption, to the extent they talk about, is nonsense. I frequently visit Kenya, for example, and I can say with my hand on my heart that Kenya is way more corrupt than Somalia. And where is it on the list?
Yeah, Ahmed, I agree with you. Kenya is also corrupted, but you know the corruption in Somalia. As soon as you land in Somalia, I don't know where you are from, but as soon as you land, the first thing you do, you give money to the people just to let you in. And as well as Kenya, the first thing you do when you land in Nairobi, you have to give corruption. You are part of the corruption system. You have to give money to enter the country and to get extended visa and so on. So there's a lot of corruption. There's different level of corruption. But Somalia, since we haven't had a country, the government has collapsed. There's no regulation, and I believe that's one of the reasons why we are perceived as the most corrupted, even though there are some other countries that are more corrupted than Somalia. So that's my opinion. But yeah,
brother. But by the way, I have visited Somalia many times, Magalat. In the last year and a half, I've also visited. I've never been in a situation where I had to pay money other than the visa to get into the country. Maybe you're talking about giving money to people, so
أريد تولك هذا أكو شعلته.
maybe
تول بدنطة إني أريد ملا ضد هذا أكو شعل. دمي ملا.
It's not that. Maybe it's about carrying bags or maybe going somewhere quicker. I get that. But with regards to really getting into the country, that's a totally different situation. But I'm not saying it's not corrupt. What I'm saying is there's barely a system which of governance where there is there to be corrupt.
This is what I wanted to add. Does that system, whatever it's called, taking funding to fix up something, isn't that corruption?
Yes, but that's corruption from the Westerners as much as the puppet government. That doesn't make it the most corrupt country in the world.
But you know, Ahmed, if I give you 2 million to fix something in wherever in Somalia, 1 million, I will guarantee you 700 will go directly to your pocket and 300 to the cost that you.
Okay, Mohammed, but what about when 90% of these NGOs are based in Nairobi and they give their fundings to 90% of their workforce, which are not even Somalis, and to the few that are Somali, half of them are diaspora, so they have dual nationality. And so when you say that reflects the corruption within the country, I'm sorry, the people within the country, the majority of the poor people are not moving money around. They're not passing money around to each other under the table. If it's the most corrupt country in the world because a few Somali diaspora and NGOs in Nairobi, based in Nairobi and so on, are passing money to each other under the table, then that's another story.
You know the reason why the majority of the NGOs are in Somalia, it's because of the clan system. And let's say if you are from so and so clan and Khalid is from this clan, I'm assuming that if I give Khalid more power, then he will help his people. And if I give you more access to the funding, then you will help your people. When I say people, it's your clan or your Qabil. That's a Somali problem, and that's why they give to Kenyan people and basing in Kenya to avoid the clan clash. That's one of the reasons why they
That's rubbish, brother. This is nothing to do with that's another topic which Somalis have debated about many times, why NGOs are based in Kenya. That's to funnel money in Somalia's behalf, and that's corruption of NGOs. That's got nothing to do with clans. Why do they have the biggest refugee camps in Kenya? That's to do with money too. Don't put that on Somali clans. That's got nothing to do with it.
That's right.
That's
It's poison. Poison Somalia. They're poisoning the people.
They're poisoning the people. Was based there for the last 30 years. Nairobi made a lot of money from that. The things which are not based in Nairobi, it's a simple, lazy excuse to say that it's because of the clan system in Somalia. There's areas in Somalia, for example, where a lot of money could be taken, which are reasonably safe. Magarta. I know Somaliland consider itself an independent country. It's pretty safe to base money for Somalia there. Puntland is a largely safe area, Magarta, and so on and so forth. And even some areas in the south are not as dangerous as Hamar. But to make it seem that everything that's all the corruption that's going on in the world, that these poor people, which have majority of them haven't had a proper government in place for the last 30 years, are involved in corruption is ludicrous. I go there regularly, Magrata, and I know what corruption is because I'm a rather.
But the thing is that you conflating the government and the people. This is the thing. We're talking about corruption. I'm talking about government too. This is, I think, Ahmed, where you're getting twisted.
Involve the people, though, doesn't it?
Huh?
The UK government, for example, involves people, right? It involves school teachers, it involves head teachers, it involves VPs.
Yeah, but you know the system back home. At the end of the day, the system back home, Ahmed, there's the political elite, like Balus and then it's everyone else. It's either your independent entrepreneur, or that's the three incomes.
قاعد وحير نيهو وحير
Come on.
Somali كتورة دينا عن فيري نيهو از دفاع إنه ملحون ينقل دعين ما فهمت وضع إنه corruption يهاي أما مسق إلى لوشن لقاتوا أسوقنا نقولن ما فهمت
Yeah, thank you.
وحول
مايا
لعب
لكن إذا ترى مرة مايا فير
وحنا
محمد
أدال مغلوق قشاو
محمد I will be the first one to admit Magarata, but what I'm saying is, if you blatantly listen to, like IC3 was saying, Magarata, to everything they say according to their rankings, it's pathetic, Magarata. They might come to you and say Somalia is one of the most AIDS-infested countries in Africa, even though we know that's not the case, Magarata. It's silly statistics. For example, the last 30 years also, they've been deliberately trying to minimize the Somali population, Magarata. They've never done a proper audit or Magarata or a proper check on the population. They just rank it, Magarata. There's many things which I could say. Now, I have no problem with you saying it's the corrupt, but it's lazy to always put it at the bottom of the list. And my simple justification for that was not that it's not corrupt, to say that many of these places, this corrupt government which these Westerners are talking about doesn't even reach it. And many of the times when we argue about politics on this panel, we say that the Somali government cannot even leave Hamar Magarata. And so it's ridiculous to say, Magarata, that the whole country goes on the corruption list, at the bottom of the corruption list, Magarata, around the world. That's my simple opinion anyway.
Yes,
Ahmed is right.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, IC3.
Yeah, you see, now, it's interesting, listen to you talking, you see, but what it is, it's the same thing. The whole country, the whole nation, the whole of Somalia is being insulted to drive the value of the place and the people down. It's a strategy. And they're fooling you to look inside and blame yourselves. So you're arguing amongst yourselves, and they're watching and laughing.
No, it's not even that. I think with our unique issue, yeah, I think there is a lot of self-accountability. Because we I always believe in accountability, yeah, and I believe that some of the demises are problems. To blame others, I think like it's a bit ridiculous as well.
No, it's you see, you're not understanding the magic. What it is that they're publishing to the world that it doesn't matter what you're doing amongst yourselves. They're just saying that Somalia, the country, the nation, the people, they're associated with corruption. That's part of the propaganda that drives the value of the currency down. You see, and then and then so you end up fighting amongst yourselves and blaming each other, and the country, the nation sinks.
My brother Gigi said something here. Yeah, he says, "Forget the victim mentality." This is something. Sometimes I feel like I don't know.
Right,
I think like you're looking at. I think you're looking at it from the outside.
Okay, watch this.
I'm looking at it from the inside out. I think this is the problem having IC3.
But okay, so now we're going to take it to another level. We're going to move it up another level now. And this is going to start exposing things. What do you see as a solution? So all that conversation we had from this point on, I would like to encourage us now to talk about the solutions. And then I think that's going to start showing certain things. Let's stop the whinging now.
Okay, let me quickly come back in IC3.
Let's see what happens now when we start talking about solutions.
Let me quickly come back in IC3 because I think some people didn't get my point. I know that it's one of the most corrupt places in the world, but my simple point was, and I did mention a solution at the beginning, my simple point was that the way that they calculate it, the way that they rank it, the way that they perceive it is not adequate for the situation at hand, Magarata. It's easy to say because there's a failed state that that's the most corrupt place in the world. But technically it's not because you can't rank it. There's no way of measuring it. Okay?
Right. Good.
Okay,
that's right.
I'm just going to come back and I just have to deal with something.
Yeah, your hard-earned money, would you willingly give to a Somali person in Somalia and not adoo ka welwel qabin in lacagtaada lagu baashaalayo?
It depends who I'm giving it to.
Yeah, because you know that's the reason I push it here. And you know the corruption is different level. ما فهمت. And the corruption in East Africa, bro, it's extremely high. Last time I visited Maderen, but the corruption is widely open. It's like either it's like going to the shop and then you see corruption in front of you. License ka laga qaadana, the police officer can
Yeah.
high speeding message. You just give money and then he will give you your license back. And from the airport to the government, if I want to meet a high official in East Africa, the only thing I have to do is meet up there, give some lager lalush di dibo, and then I meet him the next day. Simple.
Right.
That's corruption.
One second.
Isn't that corruption?
Thank you.
Yeah, 1 second. I see what happens is that people can keep talking about a problem for hours and hours and hours, and at the end of the conversation, it's just been whinging, like crying like babies. So the only reason I talked like this is for us to try and come to a kind of assessment of what we understand the problem to be. But then I'd like to try and, this is the hard bit now. This is where it gets really hard. Start talking about solutions. You're going to start seeing the mental programming of the head, of the mind.
Sorry,
Try
guys,
and see if you can switch into solution mode. Try see if you can turn your brain into solution mode rather than talking about the corruption. We talked about it enough. Let's see if you can switch the gear now and think about what would be the best way to solve the problem without talking about the problems.
Sorry, ICT. If I can come back in, I got a little bit disrupted. I'm babysitting at the moment. The simple thing is, Magrata, my solution was this. After I said my point about how to measure it,
yeah. I think the brother got held up.
He's babysitting.
I might as well talk. My solution.
Yeah.
For me, it's crystal clear, man. We gotta just be honest. As a Somali people, for me, you just gotta look at things honestly. You get what there has to be. Now, not just this. I'm just talking in general. My people need to be honestly look at themselves and said, we've been through 30 years of disaster. We're scattered all over the place. And we have men that are prostitute nations. Do you get where I'm coming from? We become prostitute nations that we're up for the highest bidders, where we've been at war. I'm talking about, I've sat here and I spoke about 44 bombings. Do you know where I'm coming from? So it's time to act.
And do what exactly? What is the solution? Do what?
Yeah,
what
bro.
the Somali people to do what exactly?
If I can jump in, transparency is the key word here. The most important thing is transparency and access to information. If I give you money and you give me the receipt and how you use that money, that's transparency enough. And as long as we have that will end the corruption. But corruption is something that have existed as long as human existed. So I don't think we will have zero corruption. Corruption will still be there, but the amount of corruption should be, in order to.
I think, Mohammed, can I say something as a fellow Somali? I think we've got more on our plate than just corruption. We've got a malicious militant group that's just causing havoc, left, right, center, called Al-Shabaab.
I knew this would happen. This always happens.
No, it's not just. It's crystal. Like I say, it's like I said earlier. You're looking from the glass out in. I'm looking in.
Yeah, but you've gone into problem mode. You've gone back into problem mode.
It's not problem mode. I'm trying to get into solution mode. It's just to be honest and speak about our problems and be honestly hardworking people need to actually come together.
Thank you.
Good people, good decent people.
Okay,
that roll up their
if I can just
sleeves.
come back in.
Come through, my bro.
Basically, my solution was simple. I mentioned it before. This simple solution is, for example, in Somalia situation, or even let's say at the smaller scale, an area within Somalia. For example, if they measure the corruption within Somalia, if one area was more corrupt than the other city, it's to make strong systems. Magarata. It's actually to have rules, because corruption means people bending the rules and breaking the rules, magarata. And that's what I believe hasn't really been there the last 30 years. That's why I really dismiss this corruption index. Yes, I know it's one of the most corrupt places in the world, and it makes sense, magarata. But I feel sometimes it's lazy analysis because the research hasn't been done properly and the system isn't there to be broken, magarata. If there
I
isn't,
don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying.
okay,
How
corruption
that?
is people bending the rules, right? That's what makes one area more corrupt than the other. If you bend the rules somewhere more than one place more than the other, right?
Yeah, but what's the solution? I don't understand that
The
as a
solution is
solution.
to have governance actually in place, and that's what I believe Somalia is lacking. I know in
Infrastructure. Are you talking about
okay, to
institutions?
simplify it,
Strong institutions.
yes, before
All right. Okay. So
1991,
how to
for
get
example,
governance in?
hold on. Before 1991, for example, Somalia was central and everything was in Hamar. That creates more corruption for people like Somalis because everybody has to come to Hamar to do something in a very big country with a small population. And then, for example, that might create corruption because people can't be bothered to go there. So I might go for Khalid, who's from Hargeisa, because I live in Hamar, to collect a passport from him from Hamar and pretend to be him, for example. That's just a minor example. And little things like that. But my point is, if the system is spread out, even within the centralism, within autonomy, if people are given more authority, which I notice they do in the West and they do it in the Scandinavians a lot, they give every single person authority, and like Khalid likes to say, and I agree with him, there's accountability. And that's, have you noticed that a lot of people in the Western world, especially in the most liberal countries, feel very accountable. People are very professional. Nobody likes to mess around because their job can be on the line. Magarata. So they always feel like they have a decision to make. So there's a head teacher, there's school teachers. Everybody has a certain position, and people feel like they're actually responsible for something, all the way down to the extent of the cleaner, the gardener, and so
And
on and
so
so
what?
forth.
Are you trying to say that Africans can't do that then?
No, it's not that
Africans
they
can't
can't
be
do
like
it.
that.
It's that it's not happening at the moment.
It's not
The way that
happening.
governance has been taught to Africans by the colonials is that you all have to be managed from one place. And so even when they have so-called federalism within Somalia, for example, let's say in Puntland, people will have to do everything in Garowe. And even in Garowe, it won't be spread out. In Somaliland, for example, everything will be in Hargeisa, for example. And it won't be spread out even within Hargeisa, the different areas. One area of the city might be the main place for certain things. There's not the responsibility and accountability and the things are not spread out amongst people, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's the
And
problem. You're talking about the problem again, but your solution, it just doesn't
no,
make
I was
sense.
giving you the example because I wasn't mentioning the problems. I just mentioned it to you because you said you think Africans can't do it. I said the reason I think that the situation is like that in Africa is because of the colonial, the way that they left the system there, and the way that.
So what?
Well, the solution is to spread it out so that everybody feels accountability. If you are hired to be a gardener,
in what way should the Somali people spread it out?
for
What are they
example,
supposed to do?
let's say there's a little school in a little village, right, in a little county in Somalia, far away from the capital. If you are hired as a gardener for the school to water the plants and to cut them and so on, then you don't feel the need to report back to the head teacher. You report back to your supervisor. So your supervisor takes responsibility for what you do. Your supervisor then reports back to the general cleaning or so on and so forth. And so there's ladders, and that reduces the corruption. But in Africa, I've noticed this, and I think the panelists will agree with me, it always goes back to the top guy, and the top guy gets money under the table. You just pass him money underneath the table, and he takes the most of it. If that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to us here, but I think the problem is here. But listen,
go on.
No, but bro, listen. I think sometimes Uncle IC3. I think maybe it might be a culture clash. Maybe you're not understanding how
No, I
governance
fully
works.
understand, but this is like kid stuff. It's obvious that stuff. But how do you actually change that situation? It's simple to understand.
I told you how to change it. I said you have to create those institutions. They don't bloody exist in Somalia.
So okay, so how do you create those institutions? How do you create the institutions? How do the Somali people create the institutions that they need to get themselves moved up the corruption index?
Of course, you just answered your own question. You just answered your own question.
How do they do it? How do they do that?
Ahmed, did you think he just answered his own question?
He has answered his own question. He said, now, how do we create a proper government? Because he said, how do Somali people do that?
Yeah.
And that's a difficult question, by the way. If that was as simple as it sounds, then most countries in the world would be very, very advanced.
Okay, very good. All right. So I have a solution to the Somali problem. I'd like to present it to you. So, fundamentally, I believe that the Somali people and the Somali diaspora, I think the solution to the Somali problem is going to come from the diaspora. And the diaspora...
Sorry, this pump is for this, right? This pump.
Pardon?
Yeah. Because I checked, there's no pump inside this one.
No, this is separate.
Yeah.
He's not on mute. Oh, yeah. yeah. Yes. So, this is a solution. This is a solution. A black nation has to be formed to counter the white supremacist Western world. That's a separate entity. That has to be formed. So the concept of the IC3 forms a black identity belt, giving birth to the IC3 black nation to get reparations for the enslavement of black people, African colonialism, and the Arab slave trade. So the concept of the black nation is where you'll have, I think, mainly Somalis from the diaspora linking up with taking on black identity as a system of organization to counter white supremacy. See, I see three forms: an identity belt uniting the Negro world to get reparations for the enslavement of black people, African colonialism, and the Arab slave trade. And so you see that.
If I can just interject, IC3.
So you got.
Do you mind if let Ahmed come through? Do you mind if we?
I think that's why some people on the panel are saying that we should stop the victim mentality because, for example, within the Somali discussion, that the topic of reparations and so on, enslavement, doesn't really, and I'm not talking about diaspora only. I'm talking about people back home. Doesn't really mean much, you see. So
colonialism.
I don't know.
Yeah, colonialism, but we've gone. We don't really give a shit. Like, we've been fighting them. Fuck it. Do you get? This is the problem. IC3. I know
it's a problem. I know, but we're talking solutions now.
Let me interject, man, because I think you want to hear what you want to hear. This is the problem.
Okay, go on.
I rate all of that, but we rather do our own thing right now.
Yeah,
no hope from anyone else. We've been like that, like for 150 years. We've been doing our own thing. Just now, being grouped into labels and all this. This is another label that we don't really need right now, as the Somali people.
That's what the Americans say. Yeah,
we're not American. This is the thing. We're not American.
I know, but the black people in America say the same thing.
Let them do their thing.
As you're saying.
Listen, I'm just saying. instead of this kumbaya, we're all in it together, hold hands. Let every individual group do their own thing. Because
But
I
the
don't subscribe
Europeans
to some
got
of your
together.
thing. I don't care about the
That's
Europeans.
how about the
That's
African
them.
Union? How about the
Forget
African
them.
Union?
I'm not really interested in that. I need to make the Somali Union first. First and fundamentally.
Right. Well, this model will build the Somali Union because Somalia
I
has
don't
got to be
think so.
unified
We've got
over
our own
an
shit to do with.
identity.
We
Huh?
do have an identity. We had an identity. We've got an
Yeah, but you have
identity.
to be
This is the
okay.
thing.
So, yeah, Europe carved up Africa. So France, England, all
Forget
these
that. But this
Britain.
again, we don't care about that shit. We were fighting them. They did the same thing to us. Get over that. Fuck that
Yeah, but the
bullshit.
point
We've
I'm
got our
making.
own problems.
Yeah,
This is
the
the
point.
thing. This is the thing. This is the thing. Sometimes I feel like you guys don't listen to other people.
Go on
I think
then.
that you listen, but I don't think you're hearing. This is the thing.
I'm hearing whinging. What's the
You're not hearing
solution?
whinging. You're not hearing whinging.
Yes,
Okay,
but
just hearing
with
something.
all due respect, I see three people on the panel would say you're whinging because you're talking about reparations and enslavement by Europeans and Arabs when, colonialism happened to China, for example, which is the second largest economy in the world, superpower in the world.
India.
Colonialism happened to the subcontinent, which,
Yeah.
And so with us, when we were simply talking about the simple topic about corruption and getting rid of it, and I mentioned institutions, building stronger institutions, and then you take it all the way to getting reparations.
Yeah.
It's far
But Ahmed, what good is it gonna do? Like,
as victim mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you come in,
Ahmed,
Red?
نبغى ناكس نكيا نبغى Ahmed, man. Ahmed, I want to say taxi, man. I want to say taxi to Somali that sahur kala kasoo delay about 3 hours su'ala delay today. Allah harisato.
Allah Haristo. That's another issue. We were getting Allah Haristo. Allah. That's another issue. We'll speak about that when we're Somalian here. But carry on.
Also reparations, right? Yeah, what good will it do for us? Like I just don't get it. Like we're
I'm on this mentality. This is the problem. This is why having a culture clash. We are not on that mentality of begging or asking for anyone for bullshit. We've got our own internal shit to sort out.
This is business.
I know business. It's not business. It's begging. It's begging for something, some type of. You're still begging. No. I feel like this is the problem. You're not understanding, and this is what it is. Sometimes you gotta respect other cultures and understand.
Okay.
What you're doing right now, you're just doing what the white counterpart does. You're pressing your point of view on us and saying, no, this must be this way. Okay. Or we say, well, hang on a minute, my brother. We don't fuck with all of this. This ain't really us. We need to do our own thing. And I think a lot of people in other black nations are scared to do their own thing, to branch out, have their own identity. We are not. And this is the thing. Maybe this is something we could teach you. Maybe this is a thing that you can go back and install in your culture to say, you know what, I don't need to group up an identity and numbers. No, like I said, Somalia got isolated for 22 years. Did you know that we weren't allowed to trade in and out of any other country? We thrived by ourselves. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Right. Yeah, so this is where the Somali people are strong. They're strong in the state of mind, appearance in terms of identity, lineage, birthplace. So yes, they're strong on all those factors, but they don't know. Just like the West, the blacks in the West, you don't have a counter Western strategy.
We have. We just don't give a shit. This is the thing. This is where you're coming from. This is the problem. No. This is the problem. No, it's not about that.
Go on then.
With you guys, I feel like, and per se, I always, for some strange reason, I don't hear this from any other community. Yeah. I hear it from the Caribbeans. And maybe it's something they need to go back and look at themselves and say, you know what, maybe for our fellow African brothers, they don't need to, like, this ain't us. And we're trying to tell you in due respect here, we need to sort out our shit. And I think we'll be great by ourselves. And then tell people, okay, what have you got for us? What can you benefit us? Forget your skin. I don't like this whole, we are shade one skin, we're supposed to be in a group. I don't really think that's feasible.
Yes, but you're fighting a gang. You're fighting the gang of the Western world. So
can I say something?
Strong,
can I say something, my Caribbean brother?
On your own, you cannot beat them. You can't beat
can
them on your
can
own.
Can I give you
Go
a
on.
little history lesson?
Go on
I've
then.
been fighting them by myself. I'm actually really good at that, and I don't need no help. Maybe you guys need to start doing lessons from us.
But you're at the bottom of the pile. They've been beating the Somali people down to the bottom. So
No, but we're
we're discussing the
resilient. This doesn't
solution.
affect us. For me, the one beautiful thing about my people is, I think we're one of the most resilient people on the planet Earth. This doesn't
Yes, you're
phase
good
us.
fighters. You're good
No, not
fighters.
resilience. It's not even that. Like this, half this shit you're saying, it doesn't affect us. We
But the
got our own
Somali
problem.
people are coming to the West. The young people are coming over here, working and sending money back, and the currency. You see, so that.
Oh yeah,
You're
look,
good
I
fighters,
agree with you.
but
I agree with you.
you need to beat the system, and that's what I'm talking
No,
about.
this is the
Solution to
thing.
beat the system.
I think this is what I think we're clashing. I think I'm a type of person. Forget beating the system. I want to create my own system.
Yes. Okay. So how do you do that? How?
By grouping my people. Simple.
Oh, exactly. So
Linking
how are you
all
going
my
to group
brothers
the
and
people?
sisters.
Good.
Huh?
Okay. So how are you going to group? Because you got the young Somali people coming over to the West. The currency's strong, and they're working and sending money back to Somalia, and they're being changed culturally. So you have to reverse the situation, and how
to be fair,
solution is.
IC3,
Go ahead.
you've got people from all over the world coming over to the West and to the first world countries to make money and send it back.
Yes.
But I think the simple thing is that the Somali approach is definitely not to go down the Pan-African route in order to fix issues like governance, deal with corruption, deal with poverty, and so on. The approach is more insular. I think that's what Khalid is trying to say. He's not kicking anybody out. He's just saying, I've always been doing it by myself. I don't mind having alliances with benefits where I deem that they benefit me and they deem that I benefit them. But he feels the need that he'll deal with it by himself. And that's why he says that.
And I'm not going to be funny.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead, my brothers.
The brother Ahmed T said about alliances, like how we, the Somalis or Africans, will form alliances. Let's say in the UK, I'm speaking of UK, like the Caribbean community, like both our communities don't even like each other. Like it's better to do it our own way.
Come on, don't say shit like that, man.
I'm not saying
hate when people hate.
You sound like a school kid in a playground. I mean, I'm talking to Rad. What a childish thing to say. Why would you say
a
that?
stupid guy from sometimes you just love shut up, Rad, man. Don't say stuff like that. Come on. Don't talk like that, man. Please. Fix up your talk, man. You ain't but
No, it is a very silly thing for you to say, as a Somali in particular. I mean, and if other Caribbean brother would have been on here, and he would have said that, I think IC3 would have corrected them too, and so would I, and so would Khalid. It's a silly thing to say.
Shut up, what I'm trying to say to you is, right, forming alliances with different communities, but how can we form alliances with this other community if we are not like misunderstanding each other? Like IC3 doesn't understand our struggle, we don't understand his struggle, like in terms of both our worlds. That's what I wanted to highlight.
Yeah.
Why didn't you just say that in the beginning?
Right. So here's the solution to that. Right. The concept of IC3 uniting under IC3 is not that all you will change Somali culture. All it is a strategic alliance, a strategic alliance to raise the value of the Somali people. It's like a gang. You're up against a globalist gang. So we've got to organize. Even if we don't like each other, it's like a military organization. It's an alliance to get things done.
Yes, but IC3, I think you're missing the point whereby when we tell you that we'd rather gather and unite amongst ourselves first and fix ourselves up, and then we'll consider who to unite with. When
Good point.
When that's said to you by a Somali person on the panel, for example, Khalid or anybody else, or the people on the comments,
Yeah.
then what you have to understand is then it's not as simple as you paint it out to be as somebody of Caribbean descent in the West, in the UK, for example. I mean, Africa and the world isn't that simple. I mean, let's say Somalis in the Horn, from Djibouti all the way to northeast Kenya, got their act together, and they had things going well for them. It's not as simple as singing Kumbaya and trying to hold hands with the next African next to us, because the Africans within themselves have their own issue. For example, Ethiopia, right next door to us, which I think is the second most populous country in Africa after Nigeria, has got its own issues going on. And it's been stable for the last 30 years while we have been unstable. And for them to go into ethnic warfare, which is going on right now between the Tigray and the Amhara and the Oromos and so on and so forth, it just symbolizes how far-fetched your IC3 or your African Pan-African idea is. It's not based on reality, you know. You're
okay. I understand. I've got your point. Yeah, I've got your point. I've got your point. So, what this is? It's the creation of. It's like a government in exile. So we create a new order. Okay, and then that order grows and becomes strong in itself, and then as the old order.
I think this is where you're getting ahead. My brother says it here best, yeah, and I think you need to really take this on board, IC3, because it's like speaking to a broken record, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
All due respect, big man.
Somali first. Yeah. Okay.
That's what we're on. Before anything else,
I understand that.
That's
but the way to fix Somali,
all due respect.
Yeah, the way to fix Somalia, because I know you're trying hard to fix Somalia, but you haven't fixed it. The way to fix it is
not
that
beyond me. I'm not one. Look, we're beyond this.
Yeah, I
takes
understand.
A group collective. It takes people on the same movement.
Yeah.
I believe in something called OQP, only quality people. That's what we need right now.
Okay. Yes, that's what you need. So now you got to find out how to get them and then how to organize them. So the Somali diaspora, they have a kind of experience and a view of the world that perhaps those people back home in Somalia don't have. So the Somali diaspora can form coalitions, strategic coalitions with other diaspora of Africa and also of the Caribbean and Americas.
We can't even get along with Africans on the continent, and you want us to get along? I mean,
but the diaspora.
I'm not talking about saying hi and having a cup of tea and being workmates. I'm talking about politically.
Exactly.
This is what I'm saying.
I don't understand what.
This is what I'm saying. A lot of people that have got a far-fetched idea or something.
Ethiopians can't get
Have you
along.
been to Africa, IC3? Have you been to IC3?
No, I haven't been to
the Tigray.
This is the problem. This is the
Canada.
problem. You haven't been to Africa. You don't know the dynamics on the ground.
But there's loads of people. Yeah, but you've been to Africa. You're from there, so I don't need to go. You're there live. You're telling me.
I'm here with you.
But you know,
I see you every other Sunday. Every other Sunday we see each other.
Exactly. Yeah. So I don't need to go because I can speak to you. Africa's right here.
No, it's
you're
not.
representative.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
You are representative.
No, but I represent in a different way. Like my brother Ahmed saying, I have a diaspora sort of connection as well. And to isolate, to say my brothers, instead of linking up with other diasporas in the country, I'd rather link up with my people back home, the diaspora, and intertwine them two together. Fusion, the ones back home and the ones here, before I go anywhere else.
So you want the ones... So are the ones, the Somali people back home, listening to the diaspora Somalians? Do you have...
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
No, shall I tell you why? If I speak a panel full of our language, like we were doing earlier, like we had one guest, obviously you saw his English wasn't up to par.
Yeah.
And if all of us on the panel started speaking our own language, but right now we're being accommodated. Obviously, we've got a guest. We're being very. This is how Africa is. They will reach because that brother doesn't speak English, so all of us automatically will start speaking Somali. So the message can spread. There's ways. The internet. This is why you gotta use your platforms for tools.
Good.
Platforms are tools. This is a tool for me.
That's right.
I've had brothers and
therefore,
sisters from Africa, Australia, the other day, like Canada, Australia,
brilliant,
Somalia, back home. So we are doing it, inshallah, in a small, minute way, but we were knocking on doors.
Right. So therefore, it's the message. So we've got to get the right message, and when the right message spreads, things start to happen and move. So what is the right message? I know people say, well, you got to be more honest with each other. We've got to try and all these things that we hear continually, but something is not. The message is not strong enough for the Somali people, for the Nigerian people, for the Caribbean people, for the American people. There's not a strong enough message.
Everyone has to work on their individual message instead of a collective. This is the problem. This is what I'm saying. Free thinking instead of the collective and saying, "Oh, we got a merry skin color," and hasn't worked. Instead of thinking narratives, so why don't Jamaicans link up? Only Jamaicans and do a Jamaican movement. Why don't?
But it's the same message.
African Americans.
It's the same message.
Instead of you want to do this? Yes, I like again. This is what I lean towards more. If every group micro does its own shit, part of my Somali, yeah. But right now, bro, a man's at a 30-year war. Man just had 44 bombings in the last 2 years. We've got droughts and Shabab. But that's you're going down another rabbit hole, Uncle. We know. Maybe you don't know. This is the thing. So again, we have that diverse different problems.
And this bombing this bombing causes disruption in the nation, and then that then becomes classified as unstable. That Somalis are unstable because there's too much fighting going on.
It's true.
And then that goes back onto the corruption index, which is what we were talking about earlier on.
Like I said, corruption is laced on when I see my people.
You know what? I honestly believe this symbolizes the issue with trying to get Africans to unite amongst based on Pan-Africanism and so on and so forth.
Okay.
IC3, with all due respect, you're dragging us all over the place, left, right, and center, and
we're being so Somali polite about it, Uncle. It's just like you keep.
No, he's not being rude. It's just that we're not understanding each other to in the sense that, okay, corruption. I said that's governance, so that's the solution. Then the question is, amongst Somalis, for example, if we were here by ourselves, how do we get stable governance? Some people might say federalism, more autonomy, and so on and so forth. You see. Move the capital city, train more soldiers, and so on and so forth. Simple little answers to get to the final big answer to do the jigsaw puzzle. But then you're taking us all over the world to unite with Nigerians, which aren't even united amongst themselves.
With Caribbeans.
Which is on the verge of...
and I'm not being rude. It's just a skin tone. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
It's a bit just like if we really deep it and we just be honest about it. Yeah. Do you think there needs to be new ways of looking at? Okay, cool. Maybe this ain't working for me. I see free. If you go to a room full of Jamaicans that are very rare, that share your sort of thing, and you can be like, let's do that. They will resonate more with you.
No, it's the same. Same thing. I'm having the same difficulty when I'm speaking to the Americans, speaking to the Caribbeans. It's the same thing. Everybody's saying we can do it ourselves, but they don't realize.
They
don't realize that the size of the beast.
No,
they don't realize that the beast that you're fighting. You're not going to do it by yourselves. There's no way.
Maybe this is the problem.
The globalist beast, you cannot. That the monster.
Maybe this is the problem you're having.
I think you're too busy with the monster to focus on solving the issues. I mean, everything goes back to the monster for you. And some of your points aren't conspiracy, but quite a lot of the things you say are, because you're just trying to
spooky, man. It's the monster.
It's that man. when
Okay.
when rather you should just deal with the simple things that I was mentioning before, like human resource in Africa, rather than focusing on how to counter white supremacy. You know,
Teach your children,
yeah,
feed your children,
I'm not
nurture your
sure.
children. This is
Yeah,
what we're
that's what
on.
people are
That's
doing,
what
and it's not good enough to counter the system. It's not good enough. That's why you're Somali people are doing that already, but they're still at the bottom of the corruption index.
They're not doing enough. You're right about that, but there's a lot of other people who aren't doing enough, and for us to do more, we just think it's not black supremacy, it's not Pan-Africanism, and it's not
You can't
trying
do
to
more.
unite.
The Somali people are doing as much as they can.
That's very negative.
It's a
And
new order. It's a new
and
order.
unfounded. You've got, to say that they can't do more, they can do way more.
No, they're working hard enough as
Why
it
can
is.
they not do more?
They're
You're just
working
being
hard.
negative to shut down other people's
Why
ideas.
can they not
The
do more,
Somali
IC3?
people are working hard already.
Mr. Lover, come through.
Now I'm just going to ask him why can they not do more based on his last response?
Right, because sometimes you need a system to enable the efforts that you're making to be more effective.
Okay.
So sometimes it's not about working hard; it's about
what if they have
working
a system in place?
smart. Yeah, but the system is not good enough because they're working hard and it's not solving the problem. So
they need to
therefore,
work harder.
no, it's a system. It's not the efforts.
They need to work harder and
They're
smarter.
working
It's as
hard
simple as
enough
that.
as it is. It's a new
Thank you,
idea, a
Ahmed.
new
Thank you,
approach is
Ahmed.
required.
It really is as simple as that. On an individual level and on a community level in life, if you're not getting
You're
the
saying
things
the
you
Somali
want,
people are lazy. You're
and you
saying that
think
the
you've got,
Somali people are lazy.
yes, they're
That's what
very
you're
lazy.
saying.
In fact, I live
Yes.
in the West
No,
and I
they're
go
not.
back very regularly, and there is nowhere
Sorry,
one
Mr. Lover,
who
Lover.
works 9 to
I
5
have to mute you.
regularly.
Sorry, Mr. Lover, you got bare
People
background
don't put
noise.
the same level of emphasis into education. They don't work as hard. Everybody in the country doesn't have a job, and by job I don't mean employed where you have a manager where you get payment every month. I mean everybody doesn't have something they wake up to do every morning. People sit around cafes and drink tea and talk nonsense. So they are lazy, and so is the African continent, and so are a lot of people in the Middle East. And the people who are doing the
propaganda
around the world are
It's
the ones
not
who work
Africans are
propaganda.
lazy.
East Asians,
You're telling me
Europeans, and so on and so
lazy.
forth.
No, we're not
There's
grubs.
no work
Listen, bro.
ethic.
Bro,
How
you're
can you tell
IC3,
like that about your
yeah?
own
IC3.
people? Go on.
Because
It's
I'm
not.
a real person. I'm not gonna lie
We're
to
being
myself.
honest. My people would rather sit there,
You've
chew
got to tell the
chard,
truth.
and keep. Come on.
I say it all the
This is.
time to my people. I say, why is there no work ethic there? Why is there no work
Thank
ethic?
you. Thank you, Ahmed.
Why can't you work
IC3,
harder?
the thing is, yeah, we are stop being deluded. We know our problems. We know what to do, and we are trying to fix it ourselves.
Yes,
Regardless,
but
we
it's
don't
not
fucking
working.
know, live. It's gonna work, inshallah. And in different ways, we keep trying. We don't give up.
But
This
you're
is the thing.
saying
There's the
you're calling
difference.
your
The
own
thing. No,
people
no, no.
lazy. You're
But
calling the Somali
this is
people lazy. And I'm
this
saying
is
that
where
they're not lazy. It's that they just need a new system with a new idea.
we're
Look
gonna.
for the idea, design a new system, and that energy will
We're
be
doing that. We could do that
directed.
between. No, we do that ourselves. This is the
I
thing. We
see
don't
three. You
need.
you need to stop this obsession with this big bad boogeyman,
And
which is
IC3
stopping
to really,
you
it's starting to
because
get
it's
dull as well,
debilitating
Uncle.
you, and it's kind of paralyzing you from doing anything, because it seems like you're so focused, and all your energy is being taken up by figuring out the big bad boogeyman's next step, that you don't even do anything in the present. What we're trying to say is we'll do something in the present. You see, we don't have control as 30 million people, right, in the Horn of Africa, and a few of us in the diaspora, over world superpowers and what's going to happen in the next century. That's just a simple fact of life, and that's not something we can change whether we work harder or smarter. China's
Say that again,
1.4
please. I
billion.
missed that point.
The Western
Make that point
world is
again,
around.
please.
No, what I'm saying is we don't have control over world influence, right? 30 million ethnic Somalis around the diaspora. So no matter how hard or smart we work, we don't have the level of influence you want us to have to deal with, even if there is a big bad boogeyman. We just have to play our cards right and see how the big bad boogeyman from the east and the west and so on deal with each other and align ourselves correctly. That's how politics works. But this idea that you're so fixated on it that you can't do anything for yourself unless we're united, that just seems like a lazy argument to me. It's not us who are lazy, it's you. Because how many people are enough for you, IC3? 100 million? 200 million? Are you not going to leave until the coach is full? Why can't you do what you want to do with 3 people? Why do you have to wait until you get 30?
Excellent. That's right, because you know the story of Gideon. He only had 300 men. You know the old Bible story of Gideon. I don't know what
we're Muslim.
the
We
Arabic.
don't really look at the Bible.
I don't know
don't?
the
Oh,
story,
right.
but
Okay.
what I'm saying is
Yeah, we
that
get the
I think
gift.
if you focus on
Yeah.
your own community, right, as the Caribbeans, and you try to fix it yourself, and the Nigerian fixes on his own community, and the South African and the Zimbabwean and the Somali and so on, then I think things will get better, and then maybe from there we can work together as allies, as the West are doing. But this idea to jump from zero to hero, it doesn't make any sense, and it's not feasible. And me calling Somali people lazy is a constructive criticism.
Thank you. It's a kick up the ass.
Yes.
Because we know.
Oh, you're beating up
what.
the Somali people.
No, it's not even that. We know what this is. Again, this is Ahmed, and I kept saying this from earlier. I kept alluding to this. I think what he's doing, he's looking at from the outside in, and we're looking at the inside out. And sometimes you can't. This is the problem. It's like the far left liberal. I'm offended. I know what you need. I know what's best for you. No, you don't know what's best for me, my broski. And I feel like you're just doing what a white man does, but you're just black. The black supremacy, like, no, we have to. And it's like, no, we don't have to do nothing. My brother, I want you to shine. I want my to shine. Then we could maybe shine together. That's if there's any interest in with me. Because right now, apart from skin color, there's no trade interest with me in Jamaica or the Caribbean. So I'm not gonna lie to you. I live on the other side of the world.
Yeah,
and that's
I know.
me being
Yeah.
just me being brutally honest. I do not share no culture. I do. The only thing is skin tone, and skin tone is like it's like our fifth identity. It's not really the main front. Where black is your main identity. This is it. With me, it's not. You get where I'm coming from.
So
and I think this is where we're clashing.
Right, so there's no boogeyman then. I think so.
They're not in our head
your
because I'm not
position
gonna lie
is-
to you. We've been fighting the boogeyman for 100 years. Like to me, white.
Okay, so
we
who is
laugh
this
at white
boogeyman?
supremacy.
How
The
do you
boogeyman's
understand
myself.
this?
There's a saying I always say on this, and it's in my language, in it. Yeah.
Go on then.
Me and my Somali family, we become adults. That means we are enemies that are born with each other. We need to sort that out first.
Oh, so you're blaming yourselves.
I'm taking
You're blaming
self-accountability. I want self-accountability. I think this is something that a lot of people lack. Self-accountability.
Okay.
I hold myself up. I want to hold my brothers and sisters so we could be accountable for our mistakes, so we can make solutions. And this is the problem. I'm not being funny, but I don't really give a fuck about no one in African American their struggle. I don't really give a fuck about no one else's struggles.
You're going from a bottom-up approach, and
Yeah.
ICT is trying to force you to deal with this from a top-down, and it just it's not
happening.
It's not happening. And by the way, Africans all need to fix themselves. Maybe the top-down approach would have worked if the black people around the world had their shit together and we were the only ones who were in chaos. Because you keep saying we're at the bottom of the pile. But I'm afraid to say all black people are at the bottom of the pile. What on earth have they got going for them?
Correct.
The countries are shitholes. You know?
Why are they?
No, but Ahmed, why is that?
Poverty,
Even in UK, even the UK,
there's
can I
no
say something?
There, they've got nothing going for them. And so when if the other Africans have got nothing going for them, I suppose they should all go for this bottom-down approach where they work harder and smarter. And then from there, if they could unite with each other later down the line, which they should be able to, if they've done whatever they should have done rightly, then that's fine. But this whole top-down approach is ridiculous because we're not the only ones who need to get up from the bottom. It's all of you. It's all of us.
That's right.
But how do we?
But who's the us?
But Ahmed,
Come through,
I just want to add something. I gotta agree with you, Ahmed, on that. We are all at the bottom. I'm gonna definitely agree upon that. Like, if you go to Africa, you got foreigners that are controlling the wealth and the economy and everything, and they become rich. You could be
Right.
an Indian who call from India, and you'll be a billionaire in Tanzania,
Right.
or even Ethiopia. And if you
That's
go
right.
to, and this applies to the diaspora Africans, those who are living in the Western Hemisphere in the Americas. If you go
Yeah.
to Brazil or Panama, those of African ancestry, they're at the bottom in poverty in every country. So how do we defeat that problem, Ahmed? This applies to continental Africans.
Helping Africans in Latin America or South America is the last piece of the puzzle. I'm sorry to say, if they're listening, the only way for them is either they miraculously, because they've got a small population, they're a minority in their country. The people within their country
I'll be back.
kind
I'm
of
listening.
create more
I'm listening.
justice, whereby their lifestyle just raises and they become acceptable members of the community, or that Africa becomes more influential around the world, and so those people's level of respect and lifestyle naturally raises, because when you have Africa doing well, Black people around the world will do well. Now, that's one point I agree with in terms of IC3's perception. But with regards to Africa raising itself up, I'm afraid they're going to have to take the bottom-up approach, Magarata. It really is as simple as that for me. I don't know how else to put it.
Facts. I agree with you with that. Still,
Yes.
that's the only way.
But Ridley, but the problem is with Africa, right? Yeah, is how do we become independent and self-reliant and shake ourselves from these puppet masters? Who should we start with? Should we start with the corrupt leaders? Because Ahmed, in your country, there's madness going on in South Africa because of jailing of Jacob Zuma. The only thing I know about Jacob Zuma that he was a corrupt leader. Like,
Didn't he leave though? It's another man. It's another man.
In my
no, he was the
country,
former president.
I think you might be confusing me with someone else, brother.
Yeah, Ahmed T lives in the UK like you.
Well, Ahmed T, aren't you the one from South Africa?
No, the guy from South Africa, I think his name is Mohammed something.
Oh, where are you from?
I'm from the UK.
Oh, you sound like
Don't
you're
let
from South Africa.
the Dutch in my accent throw you off. That's from Holland. It's nothing to do with South Africa.
No, but the one from South Africa, he has a similar accent to you.
Okay, maybe. But forget about South Africa for now. The point is this, Magarata. We need to have this bottom-up approach where everybody works harder and smarter, Magarata. And so that's the only that was the only kind of disagreement between ourselves and IC3, nothing else. I do agree with a lot of other things he said. He said a lot of valuable things at the start about currency and self-value and so on and so forth. But we just had that little bit of a disagreement with regards to how to resolve the issue and what approach we should take.
Facts, man. Just focus, especially as a country, you have to focus on yourself and make sure your economy starts within and then it goes outwards. You know what I mean? You gotta one of the things too, you gotta end imports, unnecessary imports. You know what I mean? You gotta have a lot of educated people in powerful positions. You gotta take the country very seriously. I feel for Africans, I don't know why they take I don't know how to explain this. It's like living in the West, especially when it comes to like, it's like they take like certain people that don't take their education seriously. It's like that with African content. Every leader is just it's my turn to benefit off the being the one that controls the money and everything, and then after that I leave the mess for the next person. It's like that. I feel like someone that's very serious and that's really up to the task, like what I mean, it takes a certain level of nationalistic and patriot behavior to do this, like you have to have people around you that can help you and that lead and help you lead to greatness. Like I don't know, like Africa just doesn't have it. If I was looking at it in the lens of a European, I'll be honest, I would say Africa's hopeless. But me personally, being a Somali, I can't think like that. I refuse to think like that, and it just you really have to go back home at an abundant, and you really have to take hands-on initiative. Like you gotta force change to happen. This is a physical, mental, you know what I mean, psychological, revolution that's gonna have to happen like all at once. Like you need this to happen for the people.
Ridley,
Yeah, right. Go. What's up?
yes, Ridley, yes, yes.
Yes.
But the people, but
Brother
the people are
Mohammed
weak.
Noor just sent me something in it, man. Yeah, I beg you watch this. Can you not see this? This is happening in South Africa right now as we speak. Yeah, watch this. Even the police are looting, and that's a Somali shop, by the way. That's a Somali shop. Yo, big up, my brother. Mohammed Noor just threw that to me right now.
But Khalid, you have to look at South Africa's history and the reason it acts like that. I am completely against the stuff that's happening against Somalis, but at the same time, part of me is like, what do you expect? You're in a foreign land. What do you want us to do? We're not even a strong country, let alone we can't do anything. We can't bet. After 30 men got killed in less than what 6-7 months. It's 7 months now. It's
I
August.
know.
So what do we
I
do?
know.
The message, the proof is in the pudding. Pack your bags.
Mm-hmm.
Simple.
Yeah, it's true.
But
But we'll
Somali,
have to. But listen to this. This is the thing. We're setting up businesses all over these countries. Yeah. Sorry about that. Like I said, 35 recently. I think the other brother recently got dragged out of his house to Kankisa Wala Diliwala Karai. This is why the African Union, let's all yo. Some people, like some Somalis, are screaming this out right now. And I don't wish apartheid on no one. But boy, I'm not gonna lie to you. 36 Somalis have been dragged out of their shops, killed, murdered, butchered. But Ridley, you're saying something powerful. This is proof in the pudding.
But Ridley, why are they killing other Africans that help liberate South Africa?
I know. The worst thing is, one of the guys that got my man out of jail, Nelson Mandela, in the UN, Abdurrahman something, in Somali guy, he was from my home city, Hargeisa.
but Khalid, what does that mean,
What
though?
Siad did for these
Khalid,
guys, this is what I'm saying.
it means nothing, Khalid. This is Africa. Like Kana said in the song, TIA.
TIA, this is Africa.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you did, there's no organization. Africa has one of the worst chaotic bureaucracy in the world, worst administration. There's no law. You can pay a policeman, a lawyer, a judge like it's nothing. In Canada and the UK, you can't do that because they pay them enough that they have at least integrity and practice. They take their job seriously, even though the governments that control them are still benefiting off their stupidity. At least they have pride, a false sense of pride. Africans have no pride. What are you talking about? You go driving the road, they know that you have no light, they're gonna stay. What do you mean? What are you doing? Well, hold up. What? You're gonna go to jail. It's all about their patience in the mood. You know what I mean? Same thing with the situation in South Africa. This is what happened. South Africa is the same situation was going on. The difference between South Africa and Canada and the US is that the indigenous outnumber the colonizers, or whatever the case you want to call it, imperialists. But even then, if they're both intersecting in history, you will see that the migrants that came to South Africa from the Bantu migration came not long ago before the European imperialists that came from Netherlands. You know what I mean? The Afrikaners. That's what they call themselves, Afrikaners. They speak French.
The Boers, the Boer.
Those ones are the worst than the whites. Those ones have a sense of nationalism, and they do this. They control their land. it's a complete different history. You know, Somalis are
They
just
still
easy
do.
targets. They're very distinctive. That's why they're not. Somalis today had a phenotype that was resemblance to majority of other Africans. It would be hard to tell unless the success would tell them. You know what I mean? They're
I
very
disagree,
distinctive.
Ridley. I disagree. They're killing Nigerians and they're killing
They are, but
Zimbabweans in their
Nigerians have
numbers.
a specific. You see, Nigerians stand out a specific way. They don't stand out phenotypically. They stand out. You
Yeah.
know, they
Yes, they
move
do. Are you
different.
trying to say that? Are you trying to
You
say that
know,
someone from, let's say, from like,
Nah, I think
I've
it's
seen.
what
Zimbabwe.
he's
See,
trying to
Zimbabwe.
say. What he's trying to
Zimbabwe.
say is yes, they are rad, but not as much as Somalida. Somalida literally get lynched because you could tell a Somali from any other African level or East African. Maybe you get us
True.
confused together, but wala garnaya like ninkan tukanka Somali hagun Maria a Nigerian maybe 9 out of 10, but you could blend in. Dabu e kankari ane. At the end of the day, we don't like of Somali arcus or tukankis are like 36 today. Now what the Muhammad Sadiq say? Big up my brother anyway for that free ball. He said for Africa or Somali one month delay. Whole legacy. It's ain't no joke, bro. Glad you know you dropped it early on the beginning of the stream.
Yes. Yes. But
But
you
Ridley's
know,
dropping it
Khaled,
hard. What do you expect?
Khaled, I think you know what I'm gonna do, and I don't know if you're interested in joining me or Ridley. I think you should write a letter to the South African Commission.
Can you
I think
your mic.
Oh yeah, I said that we as Somali speakers, or I could do it. We should write a letter to the South African Commission or organize a protest because about altogether in 15 years, about 333 or more Somalis have been murdered in
In
South
15
Africa.
years.
In 15 years, have been murdered.
But does this allude to the point that Ridley was saying? What the fuck do you expect? Pack up and get the fuck out.
No, but I want to know why do they
not
hate?
too, but Rad,
Why have we
Rad
done
is
to deserve
delusional.
this? Like, I just want to know from the
How
mind.
old is
No, but really, can I finish? I just want to know if the South Africans listening to this. I want to know why do you hate Nigerians extremely bad, and why do you hate Somalis and Zimbabweans? People that are bringing money to your country that are contributing.
Bro, hold on,
You're
chill.
killing your fellow
What South
African,
African
and
are
it
you
breaks my
talking
heart.
about?
It
Are you
breaks.
talking about?
I'm talking about South Africa. Like, why are they killing
They're
other
talking about the indigenous
Africans?
people there. They're not even on this live, bro. What do you mean? Why they don't want people in their country? They're poor. They feel that their economic, the economic issues
I understand the
on
economics,
immigrants
Ridley.
that come.
Ridley. Listen to me. IC3 can come to Somalia or Mogadishu. He can open a Caribbean shop. He could open a chain of 15, 20. He can become a millionaire. Would I have anything against him if he's employing Somalis,
How do
training
you
them,
know? You can't
bringing
speak
his
like that. You
cooking and
don't know.
quality?
You don't
Would I
know.
be jealous of him? Would I burn his shop down?
Okay, can I say
Anyway,
something? Can I just throw something in there?
carry on.
Let me just throw a little curveball in there. Will you guys forget like South Africa only got independence in 1994? We got ours in 60s. Do you get where I'm coming from? Like in 1994 by Lugumesika. And for them, okay, I'm not trying to make excuses because what's happened to Dotken is fucking foul and disgusting, yeah, but I'm trying to think of it this way, yeah. Dotkani, well, Dotlugume is only 75%, roughly, or 70% of the economy that Adam Baskele. Actually, maybe 70%. A person, imagine your country. Okay, that's number two. Number two, do you think they think, who is this foreign? I can't go to this Adan guy. I might as well come to this guy and and I might as well attack him. And part and parcel, Somalis are to blame. If our shit was not fixed up, I don't think our brothers and sisters will go there because they only started coming in 2000.
It's not even that. It's not even that. The worst part about the situation in our country is that you have a lot of people that can open up businesses, look for economic opportunities. I can understand Hamad in all these places, but it's weird when you can't go to Hargeisa, Bosaso, Garaway, Jigjiga, Dirido, like all the places to become what you want to become, and nothing's gonna happen to you. You can live good. But even though you might be more successful, it's much more profitable if you go to Dar es Salaam, you know what I mean, down in Tanzania, Zanzibar, all these other places, in Southeast Africa, Southern Africa, which is true. But at the same time, I don't know, like it's just how the people think. And even then, with South Africa, I think it's just more than that, right? Like if you're from a land, you do not, if you're broke, I don't care who you are, who you think you are. You don't want to see someone that does not look like you where you're from doing better than you. You're naturally gonna get jealous. It doesn't work like that. You know, it's a very psychological. You know what I mean? A Somali
Mhm.
man. Most of them have their shops in their hoods, in their shack towns, in their shanty towns. You know,
Mhm.
they that's what they do.
Mhm.
And then what happens next? A couple guys like, hey, they start speaking something. The Somali man is very Somali. He's a fob. He knows his English, and he stands the fuck out. And guess what happens? One day they get drunk. Something happens. They feel some type of way. The whole neighborhood is slicing his ass up. It is what it is. He took the risk. He wants to feed his family. You know, it is what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It happens.
Yeah,
He
it
took
is.
the risk.
Yeah,
Fuck
yeah.
that, you know.
Mhm.
It's like someone owning a business, you know what I mean? Like let's say in a bad neighborhood. The Koreans that own a neighborhood where the LA riots happened, they took a risk.
Mm.
That's why they start owning guns. That's why in America a lot of convenience store owners have bulletproof glass. They only can only
Mm.
protect them. Like it's crazy. In some American schools they have metal detectors. Do they have metal detectors in the UK? Some schools, right?
Nah, we ain't at that stage.
Even with the knife crime and none of that.
Yeah,
No.
we're knife crime. No, not really. Not really. I think no, not we haven't got like per se like that. But no, but then again, Ridley it all boils and stems back to and us what's name. If we weren't in this situation, Dr. Ken wouldn't be in this situation.
I mean, it's like Khalid. We take accountability for our own actions. You know, you take Khalid takes accountability for himself, Radwan takes accountability for himself. But what can we do for the people that did 20, 30 years ago? You know, like
Mm.
even if I wanted to, I can't. That's how we have to progress. We have to take accountability for what we do in the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Even then, it's best to think of the present and then to help
Mm.
yourself for the future. That's what I think is much more proper. Finding solutions to communicating with yourself. Because at the end of the day, the only solution is number one, it starts individually. You have to better yourself, make sure that you're okay. You're this because it's easy for someone to talk and his life is in shambles. He has all of this, but then he has no
Mm-hmm.
job. He lives with his mom. He does this. He does that. Like,
Mm.
what can you really? What are the words that come out of your mouth? You can have some gems, but are you really speaking facts? It's the same. We have to start within amongst ourselves, our community. It's fragmented. Only the lack of unity. It's Somalians. Like I said, it's easy to fix us if we take away the shell of like the shell of sheltering ourselves, like, focusing on the truth, and sitting down, everyone talking and saying, okay, what's good, what's on my mind, and then coming together. It won't take more than 5-10 years, and once that comes
I
together,
know.
put the puzzles, like, see, you did a big thing right now with this platform. You did a lot, low key. But
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people, you just want to talk about their own opinions, this and that, nah, nah, nah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of BS comes into it.
It is what it is, man. We get, you know what it is to find, like I say, remember I said to you earlier, this is the new model, man. Only
QQP.
quality people.
Yeah, QQP.
QOP, man. We gotta start doing that. Only quality people, and I've only found about 6, 7. This is one of the brothers, a quality brother. One Heli, Muhammad Sadiq, another brother.
Legend,
Afternoon tea,
legend.
Hibbs.
Muhammad
What's the name?
Norway.
Sophia X. Yeah, Muhammad Norway, legend. Come on, one
Legend,
Heli.
yeah.
This is the people that we need to But like I said, I totally believe what you're saying. If we be honest and talk about these issues and say, you know what, hang on a minute, so can we really, like I said to mother, can we really do another 30 years? Can we?
No, because Khalid, you have to look at it like this. See, this is one of our issues, but look at it regionally.
Mm-hmm.
Is Somali people globally suffering or certain Somalis suffering? Look at it, look at it, look at it. Somali Wayne wise, look at it. Who's suffering?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm
But then
asking.
again,
I'm not gonna
this is the
point none out.
problem.
I'm just
I
saying.
know, I know where you're coming from. I know you're gonna head to this, but that's a whole honest conversation. Are we allowed to have this kind of conversation honestly?
It's your
And we know
platform,
what time it is.
Khalid.
No,
Yeah.
no, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm not gonna say nothing because every time I say something, it becomes
No,
I'm
no.
pointing out a group. I'm not pointing out nothing. I want everyone to be good in my community, but I'm pointing out somewhere else. Even if I was from this community, I'll point this out too. But just by chance, I didn't choose who I was. I come from a specific community. I come from a specific indoctrination. Not even that. I'm a unionist. I want all my people. I don't give a fuck about subsex and none of that. But I know I could take a, even sad as it sounds, I could take an Ethiopian Airlines flight back to where my parents and my people come from and do whatever I want to do. But can I go to Hamad? Can I go to Smile? Can I go? It's been proven. Holding a lie was that proof. She did everything. She was in Berbera, Las Anod, Hargeisa, Boroma. She went everywhere. But guess where she got bombed and killed? I'm not saying nothing. You can find out yourself. That's all that is. I'm not gonna take that risk. I don't care. You know, Hoden Lalai showed me what could be done, and she lost her life. I'm still
لا رئيسته. But really, you have
Her
to
sister
understand.
started the channel up again. Did you see her sister? Started the channel up
bro.
again,
That was the
mashallah. Her
saddest.
biggest.
2019 was the saddest year of my
Really, the only thing
And
you
they
can
did it
do
to, and
is.
they did it to what's her name, Ilmi as well.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
What was Samad? Sada was Samad. Who remembers her?
Yeah, Sada Ahmed, isn't it?
Sada Ali was Samad, the one who sang
Yeah,
and she
Sada
got
Ali.
killed by.
Sada Ali there.
Yeah, she was a
unionist.
She was a unionist and she was an MP, but she was killed by Kuwa Takfir ka Dilka in Hamar.
What should we do about them guys there, man? I think that's the honest question. What should we really do about them motherfuckers?
Khaled, the question is.
I feel like that's the new guys that's holding, but I think we need to clamp. Like, I hate to say this.
Sorry, go ahead, Khaled. My bad.
And I think to myself, this is another anomaly that faces us. Just as we moved away from Qabialada Yohan, like, dadkan wax qarxinaya, and I'm really seriously getting sick of tired of these guys. I'm on 40, like I said, I think 45, 44 in 2 years. I think that's one of the main issues. Like, I think to myself, okay, dadkan, like I say, عادوا قلنا لا دشي ترواقن dadkan لا دشي. Sidaan qaban karna. I think that's the new. I think it's all on focus. We need to focus on that.
What's that? Focus on who?
Kids that are getting indoctrinated to al Shabab, because that's the dilemma we face right now.
Right, and who runs Al Shabab? Who's that group?
I don't know. This is. I don't know who they are. This is. If I knew, I would have took them out myself, and a bunch of us. I don't know who they are. We don't know who it is. I don't know if they exist. I don't know if they've been created as a boogeyman. We don't know. All I know is I spoke about these guys 44 times while on Somali speakers, and I'm fucking getting fed up with them. And this is the thing. So my question to my people is: do our lives matter? Do Somali lives matter? 2021.
Yeah, matters to Somalis. Somali lives matter to Somalis, and if we can build a system where the black diaspora can organize something where they can unite all these different entities to counter, because I believe that this Al Shabaab that you're talking about, I know you don't like to talk about this, but they are just an arm of the monster. The monster is
the
one.
Monster, yes.
One.
I know.
Yeah, it's a dragon.
The monster again.
Yeah, but it's got lots of heads or lots of arms, but it's the same network. Because globally the results are the same.
What are we fighting Hydra now?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all these things are ancient.
I don't know.
They're ancient. These ancient stories. They know about these things.
The Hydra monster. You cut off one head and then one grows back in it.
Exactly. You see, so these ancient texts, they talk about these things. So nothing's really changed. And the solution is also in these ancient texts, but we've got to just update it and upgrade it to our present situation. You know, so yeah, so because I understand people have kind of pride and identity is part of the self. So you don't want to try and get people to throw away their own identity. when you're organizing an alliance to fight, right? All these different armies all get together. So you've got the army, the Somali soldiers, the Nigerian soldiers, the Jamaican soldiers, the American soldiers,
For fuck's sake,
and sometimes.
not this old chestnut again. Uncle IC3. Sometimes do you have a bit of like?
But you fight amongst each other. Sometimes.
So
They have a few punch
this
ups.
is the thing. No, look, this is not a punch up. See, Uncle, this is we're not. Again, I'm not speaking from a deluded world of some guy's room in somewhere in London, bro. This is seriously consequences. Do you get where I'm coming from? Serious people, and it's real life. And I keep reporting on this. I don't consider this a joke.
But who are these people that you just talked about? Al Shabaab. You just said you don't know who they are, who's behind them.
Yeah,
there could be a brotherhood.
Pardon?
Well, as you said, there's the boogeyman. There's the big bad
But exactly, and he's calling Al Shabaab a boogeyman. That's what you just did.
No, I'm not calling them a boogeyman. I'm just saying they're the
behind them,
new
I'm saying,
anomaly.
Khalid, I'm saying it's
they're
Khalid.
anomaly.
Hey Khalid, this is my theory. I don't want to go into conspiracy theories, but in African countries, you've got Freemason lodges, and in Somalia, I've heard. No, but in Somalia, Khalid might not believe me, but there was a group called, Sheikh Hassan Sharif. He was part of a group called Damul Jadid, a secret society group, Damul Jadid.
Right.
Well, you say Sheikh Sharif, the
ex-president. Sheikh Hassan Mahmoud. Sheikh Hassan Mahmoud, the most corrupt president.
Oh yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, all right. What about him? He's
So,
part of
who was backing him? Who was backing him? Like, it's on the internet. You could Google up Damul Jadid. That was in beds with certain members of that group. Damul Jadid. I even heard their secret society.
Exactly.
That's allowing that chaos to happen, and they're behind closed doors. They're drinking tea with each other.
Again, is this conspiracies? Is this something?
Exactly.
Is this a bedtime story? Is it another bedtime story? Like
but see, these conspiracy theories, the power is somewhere amongst those conspiracy theories. They hide in that zone. So when you try and say, look, let's just deal with the practical, right? It's not working. You have to fight in that spiritual conspiracy zone, because that's where the power is. You've got to find a way. You know from the scriptures that they say that the ancients talk about the spirit, the bad spirits, or you might say the shaitan and stuff like that. You see, because that is where the real action's going on, and you have to find a way to fight in the heavens, as it were, because that's where it is. Because all these you keep saying, "Oh, this is going on over here," but we don't know who. We're confused. We can't see. We're blind. We're blind. We don't know who's behind this.
Yeah,
Pardon?
I see you. All right, just got the link.
Put the
now.
link, did you?
Sorry, this website. I'm sorry.
I'm not giving up tonight.
No, it's not giving up. This thing is telling me. Warning. Oh, here it is. What does this mean? So you're trying to say Hassan Sheikh was in a secret Illuminati meeting because of this article?
Yeah. So we have to create a counter society.
So where's your evidence? What are we looking at? What's his name?
Oh shit, that's the wrong link. I apologize.
What the fuck? Man's got Trump African tea. I don't know what's going on there.
Let me just send it.
Look, guys, I'm not really into the whole conspiracy theory thing, man. I'm just on this practical thing. Like, people need to regroup.
Yeah, but you keep talking about practical, but you're talking about this Al Shabaab, and you're saying, oh, if I could only get rid of them if I knew who they were, but you have to find out how you're going to find out who they are.
We already know who they are technically and who they're funded by. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? There's certain groups that are from certain mosque and religious groups that are funded by the UAE and other Gulf Arab political groups that put them in certain positions that they are. 'Cause at the end of the day, the politicians know who they are. Al Shabaab are not mysterious group. You know, people know them in
I
southern
can just
Somalia.
come in because I'm from the south of
Go
Somalia. I
ahead,
think
Ahmed. You know
I
this
might
better
have
than
a
me.
little. Yes.
Come on.
If you're talking about the fighters on the ground, every single Somali person knows who they are because they're somebody's family member, right? If you're talking about the spokesman, we know who he is, we know his tribe, and we know where he's from. If you're talking about their funding, that's pretty simple. You don't need to have the biggest IQ level, the highest IQ level in the world. Anybody who has an interest in Somalia, who doesn't see their interest being met, whether it's Qatar, whether it's UAE, whether it's Israel, America, China, will fund them on different occasions. So they have different funders, right? So if Qatar sees that the Emirates are doing better than them and maybe things are swaying their way, maybe they'll cause a disruption. I mean, I know what I'm saying sounds like a conspiracy, but the simple thing is if you've got an interest in an organization and you deem that organization not to be following your interests, if all morals are put aside, you'll fund anybody who's going to cause them problems, right? But then there's no way of verifying this because all the countries in the world have one agreement. They don't want this kind of shit to get out. And that's why when Julian, whatever his name was, when he leaked the American stuff, you saw um, how uh, how how unfavorable countries were towards him, and even the big media platforms. So we know who funds Al Shabaab. Anybody who's got an interest, and that's not he. I'm not here to play a victim. I could even say some Somali business people or certain politicians who may not get their way or who may be opposition in order to prove that the government isn't efficient may fund them. So it's not. Al Shabaab gets different income, right? And they get some of their income from taxing people, what they call sadaqah and different things like that. They get, believe it or not, they get money from vehicle tax. They tax cars which pass through rural areas because they don't control the towns and cities. They tax people on the amount of livestock they have because that's what the wealth in the rural area is. Depending on how much animals and livestock you have, there's a certain level of tax you have to pay.
What about companies that are paying? You've got Somali companies that allegedly, from what I've heard, there was a brother that talked about it. Even banks that are paying tax to them, even big businesses in the cities.
Yeah, but that's okay. Let me be honest with you. If you take the morality out of it, it makes sense. It makes absolute sense that if I'm a businessman and I have my company all over the country or all over certain regions, and there isn't the government to protect my workers and employees from those people coming to tax them, visiting them in their homes, that I'm going to pay the certain amount of tax because that's extortion. That doesn't mean that I support them. That's just extortion. So when you say that big companies pay, I don't like to demonize companies, Magarata. Maybe there is certain company owners who use them to take other businesses out of the market because quite frankly, we don't live in a nice world as much as people would like to believe it.
No,
But
but they're
the idea of
gangsters. But they're gangsters, Ahmed.
of
I'm
course
trying to
they're
tell you.
gangsters, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. We know who funds Al Shabaab, but I think the main thing about Al Shabaab is cutting them out is less to do with the funding and more to do with um, um, attacking them and rehabilitating the kids and educating the wider society. That's what it's more about. Because once you cut the foot soldiers, then you can attack their roots of income and so on and so forth. But you can't go and try eliminate their sources of income while they have numerous amount of people on the ground. And to come back to the point about Hassan Sheikh, to say that Hassan Sheikh is part of the Illuminati is ridiculous. It's a far-fetched conspiracy theory. I mean,
Thank you.
he's part of them Jadid, and that's no secret. Everybody knows he's part of it. And there's different, political alliances that people have, but that doesn't mean that the guy's Illuminati.
You might not know. There could be secret. There might be secret society.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but we
where's
don't
the
know
article?
anything. You might be Illuminati. We don't know
Where's the
anything.
article? Where's the article? Where is it?
I sent it.
Now, where is it? It's right here. I'm looking for it. It's just like Horsed Media. Where am I going? What am I looking?
Don't tell me it's deleted the article. Just type up Damul Jadid and you'll find articles. Type up Damul Jadid. I'll type it.
I can't believe. Yeah, all right. So let's get to the theory. Who are Damul Jadid? Ahmed, bring me down. You know anything about this organization?
When
This is the first time.
when Hassan Sheikh was in power, right? There were okay. Let's go back a little bit for all these people who.
So like
who
me,
recently-
I don't know what's
Let's
going
go
on.
back a little bit for all these people who came into Somali politics recently. I'll do a quick recap.
Okay.
Post 1991, when Ziad Barre was there and he refused to go, he was kicked out by movements such as SNM, USC, SSDF, SBM, right? After that, Salafiyya and Ittihad and so on came into the country promoting certain Islamic values. Once that happened, there was different Islamic organizations that were formed in the early 90s. Hassan Sheikh might have been one of them. A lot of the Somali politicians in Italian Somalia, not the north, were in different organizations. They're not newbies that have come to the scene all of a sudden. They're former warlords, they're former member of Islamic organizations. To name you a few, Hassan Sheikh might have been one of them. Hassan Dahir Awais might have been one of them. Hassan Turki might have been one of them. Sharif might have been one of them. Ahmed Madobe might have been one of them. And they had different organizations. Some of them were anti-Ethiopia, some of them. And then later on, some of these guys, as far-fetched as they sound, ended up being Ethiopian workers, in a sense. They were hired, right? And then if you fast forward, in 2006, Sharif Sheikh Ahmed comes along. He creates the Islamic courts, and he recruits, because he's so successful, quite a lot of the former warlords. He accepts them as members of his Islamic courts as long as they obey to spread Islam and take part of this revolution, right? And Inda Adda joins him, and Ahmed Madobe joins him, and Hassan Turki joins him, and so on. And so a lot of people join him, right? And then what happens is Abdullah Yusuf and his prime minister and so on, I think it was Gedi and so on, they come along with the Ethiopians from Baydabo, and they move to Hamar. After 1991, they finally move to Hamar, and this is the first time where the Somali government actually comes and resides in Villa Somalia. And what happens is Sharif goes to Eritrea, and he opposes the Ethiopian invasion from there, because Eritrea supports anybody who's anti-Ethiopian, right? And you have different members, different people within Somali politics, or warlords or regions, coming along with different organizations, whichever happens to suit their interest at that moment in time. And it is my belief that Hassan Sheikh and some of those people who were in his group had their early alliances from that time, 2008, 9, whatever. Hassan Sheikh finally gets into power in 2012, very surprisingly for all the analysts, because he wasn't involved in Somali politics prior to 2012. And he wasn't, somebody who people knew from the Islamic courts, and he wasn't somebody who people thought would win, take the seat away from Sharif Sheikh Ahmed. Sorry, I might be a bit noisy. I'm walking outside.
No, don't want to not carry.
Now, when Hassan Sheikh takes it away, people say he was funded by Qatar to take the role, because we all know that there's a lot of corruption involved in the politics, and different candidates get their funding from different people, and a candidate who doesn't get funding doesn't usually get voted, because the parliamentarians usually vote according to whoever gives them the largest amount of money, or whoever they deem to be the most corrupt. But anyway, Hassan Sheikh then becomes in charge from 2012, and he rules the country from 12 to 16. And within that 4-year period, what happens is people notice that there's a certain number of MPs and ministers and so on, which he has a coalition with, which people refer to as Dam Jadid. Magarata, which in Arabic means new blood.
Yes.
Basically, there is nowhere where he says he's Dem Jadid, but it's nothing that people debate about. He doesn't come out and say he's not, because it's not something worth addressing. Magarata. It's just something which the opposition and people in the coffee shops refer to them as. And just before Hassan Sheikh lost to Farmajo, it was quite common to hear people say Hassan Sheikh and Dem Jadid have got 200 and so MPs in their pockets. He's got a large amount of funding, and he's most likely to come back. And so these sort of names of Dem Jadid and so on, they're not new names to Somali politics. For example, the ruling leadership in Puntland, for example, is referred to as Aranjan by many of the Somalis, which involves big characters like a guy named Farol, the former president of Puntland, and so on. And so they do have these coalitions which are behind the scenes, Magarata, which are not actually based on tribalism, funnily enough, although Somalis believe everything is based on tribalism, but more based on financial gain and meeting their own interests, Magarata. And so people say that Deni and Hassan Sheikh, for example, right now, Deni, the president of Puntland, and Hassan Sheikh, the former president of the federal Somali government, they are Dem Jadid together. And so people say, well, there's a little dispute going on between them right now, because some of you might have heard people are saying Deni might announce himself as a candidate, but people are saying Hassan Sheikh is telling him to sit back down because he is more like a figurehead of the so-called organization. And so to sum it up, that's what it is. There's different organizations which formed, and these guys in Somali politics are like alliances, are like chameleons. Some of them were anti-Ethiopia to begin with. Then they get captured by the Ethiopians. For example, they get taken to Addis. I'm talking about the mid-90s maybe, or the early 2000s. They go to Addis, they have a cup of tea with Meles and the Tigray intelligence, and then they come back working for them, Magarata, with dual nationality. So there's a lot of shit going on behind the scenes, but there's no way for normal, everyday people like us to verify it. But we do have quite a lot of information to suggest that these Somali leaders are chameleons, Magarata. They change their colors and stripes wherever it suits them.
On. I think Hazard.
That's
do you know
why
who's
you
the best
refer to them as
example?
prostitutes.
Yeah, do you know? Yeah, I always call them, every single one of them. I'm not excluding none of them.
Because they sleep with whoever, Magarata, has
Thank
power
you, that's
at
what
that moment in
hence.
time.
And like I was just gonna say something. I had a brilliant point. I said, you're talking about chameleons, and no fucking I help when that happens, man. Just
Okay, so do you think just like all of us here on this panel, we should start organization and then get some funding will start coming in, people, because you were saying this organization, that organization, it's all about organization and power. So if you set up an organization with a mission, then that will attract, once they see you have an order, then that will attract support. So it depends on how serious you want to be about these things. Do you want to set up an organization and then attract support, or just talk about what other organizations are doing?
No, of course, you always have to set up an organization in order to become an influential member of society. But these organizations, which I'm talking about, are usually not very positive ones. They're not the ones to replicate, because they're based on hypocrisy and changing colors and changing teams in the last minutes. They're not based on morality and principles. These guys don't seem to have principles. And I'm talking about Somali politics.
Oh yeah. I just remembered what I said. Ahmed, I just remembered, didn't it? Yeah. Perfect example is what Hassan Khairi did. If anyone wants to look at Somali politics, innit, yeah, just look at what Hassan Khairi did. He was Farmajo's right hand man. He was going against all these guys. Next minute, when he's alliance telling me switch sides, he's protesting. Now all of a sudden he's
because the election.
Wasn't this the guy that's stepping on these people's necks? So if anyone wants to look, but then again, Ahmed, shouldn't these people be held accountable? Because I reckon all these people should be arrested.
This is
These guys,
TIA.
when they come and have a cup of tea together,
TIA.
when these guys, by the way, these guys are the most powerful people within the society. Each member within their team is the most powerful within his community. They don't hire any Tom, Dick, and Harry to be part of their organization, because then you won't have influence. You've got to come to the table with, you know, with some sort of magarata, background magarata. But to say this, when these guys come and have a cup of tea together, and they're behind the scenes, I feel like they talk about how they could use and manipulate the ignorant public in order to meet their needs. And one of the ways they manipulate people, Somali people, is to use tribalism. But they don't really believe in it. What they really believe in is money, like most powerful or power-hungry people in the world do. They don't really believe in family and loyalty and principles. They believe in money. And so, but the thing they do to rile or to magarata, to lobby or to get people to believe them is they use tribalism, but they don't believe in it, because you've got
interesting
because
point,
they're from
Ahmed.
all across the country.
Ahmed, so okay, I think this really raised a very interesting point. So we're really fighting against, as I said from before, fighting against the banks, the globalist bankers, who push, try to destroy families, try to destroy nations, try to destroy borders. So you never hear people talking about how to fight a bank. How do you fight a banking system? If you see a group of guys coming over the hill, you either fight them by throwing stones, or fight them with your fists, or fight them with AK-47s, or fight them with tanks, or fight them with grenades. But how do you fight a bank? How do you fight that? Because everything boils down to that in the end. How do you fight the financial institutions? Financial warfare, strange warfare. If you beat a bank, then you beat all those organizations that bank is financing. Yeah, that bank might be financing about 5 different terrorist organizations. The bank is financing those organizations. So if you beat the bank, you solve all those problems in one move. One move. Yeah. So nobody thinks about fighting,
I wish it was as
fighting
simple as
banks.
that. But
Pardon?
yes, come in, the rest of the panelists. I want to hear your opinions.
Silence.
What's going on, Khalid? No one wants to chip in.
No, sorry, my thing was on mute. I didn't even realize. I was just saying, IC3, he can't help himself, innit? He just can't help it, Ahmed.
He always wants to tackle the beast, doesn't he? He doesn't want
the
to
beast.
Of course.
Ahmed, have you ever watched IC3's videos on Speaker's Corner? You would be hilarious.
I might watch them after this.
The Nazi suit. He's the only guy that I see wearing a black Nazi suit.
Yeah, I've seen that. But Kay, I think we need to take our brother IC3 to Africa, to Somalia, to see how things are, explore the food, the culture, and get a rough understanding. I think he needs
That's
to
the
visit
problem.
Africa.
I think a lot of my Caribbean brothers and sisters really need that, to see a different way of thinking.
But I'm seeing it here. I'm getting the best of Somalia here. I'm listening to you here. This is the Somali panel who understand the problems
the reality
back home,
on the ground is different to this
and you also hear it in the diaspora. So you've got one foot back home in Somalia and one foot in the diaspora. So your minds are the minds I need to talk to and listen to and watch. I'm watching you. So I understand Somalia from you.
The thing is, we have one perception. Because right now we speak, a majority, everyone on this panel is a diaspora. Majority of us all live in the UK, by the way. So we have one perception And again, I always say I don't speak for all Somalis, nor does my brother Ahmed, nor does Mr. Lover, or nor does Mr. Rad. None of us, we just speak individually as Somalis. And there's, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think with you sometimes it's just a very culture clash. It's a very big culture clash.
Yeah, but it's healthy. It's healthy. It should be. It should
It should
be.
be.
I'm
I'm
coming
not
from
talking about that.
outside. You're the Somali people. I'm talking to the Somali panel and listening to the Somalis' point of view and world view. That's what I'm here for. I don't want. I like the clash. So because in the clash, in the friction, sometimes sparks of light come out. So that's what I'm here for. I want to hear the alternative opinion.
Yeah.
I want to hear a different perspective on
But you
the
see
world.
my language, there's something I say, ilamereso. Ilamereso. It's something I don't do. That means we go around in circles. You go and come from IC3. Sometimes it's like, okay, we know our problem. The Somali people, we have the identity, we've identified it, we know what it is. It's, are we able enough to sort out our problems? That's the key question for us. As a group, as an ethnic group, as a community, as people scattered around the world. We clearly have an idea. We know what our problem is.
Yeah, but it's a solution now. See the solution, and I'm here
The
to say
solution is
that
us coming together, the Somali people coming together and sorting out their problems individually, without no help, without no handouts, without begging anyone, without playing the victim label.
But you
To be
need
fair, I would even
allies
say,
outside.
the Somalis, the majority of Somalis right now do know the solution. I think it's just the last piece of the puzzle whereby we actually need execution, whereby we have politicians who are old, who are of that old mindset,
The old ilk.
Yes, who either don't have the balls to do something drastically different, or are too stuck in their old ways.
Well,
But we
my
do
advice
have the
is
solutions.
Haiti style solution. Get rid of the ones that were in their 50s or 60s or 70s. Get rid of them. The corrupt, greedy ones. I think that's
To
what
have the
Africa
new.
needs to do.
The problem is, to get rid of them, their nephew or uncle's the one to stop you. Because their nephew and
Right,
uncle, for
that's right.
some miracle
They have
reason,
their young. That's
It's
right.
not
They
even
have
that.
their
Let
it's
me
brothers
not
give you
even their
something.
nephew. I don't
and
even
sons.
think it's their nephew. I don't think it's their nephew. It's Ahmed. What's worse, Ahmed T? What hurts me is it's a bloody man that's from a different tribe that doesn't even know him. That's not even
It's the
benefiting.
tribal elders. It's the tribal elders. The Somali community reveres them and gives them way too much respect, more than they
Too much
deserve.
power. Yes.
But they conserve the Somali culture. Those
They
elders.
don't.
Yes,
I
but
don't think
if they do conserve the Somali culture, then nobody's
They
stopping them
try
from
to
doing that.
anyway.
Let them stick to.
IT
No,
Rad IC3. Hold up the panel for me. I'll come back here.
well. If they do, preserve the culture, nobody is saying that they shouldn't. That's a great thing. But what we're saying is that they should get their hands out of politics, because interfering in politics is nothing to do with preserving the culture. You could do one without doing the other. And
Are you
that's
sure?
where the main. Yes, of course you could.
No.
The
Culture
tribal
and
elders I'm
politics.
talking about.
Go on.
The tribal elders I'm talking about are referred to as Oday Nagamed in the Somali language. And they have people who are referred to, for example, as Sultan, Ugas, Nabadon, and so forth and so on. And those guys quite often embolden and support corrupt politicians. And so I don't think they need to do that in order to preserve the culture. They could do one without doing the other.
So now you're sounding simple. that sounds like that's just too simple. What do you mean they just could do? If they could
Yes,
do
but
just like
sometimes
that,
the
they would
solution
do.
is simple. Yes, but they don't want to do it because the tribal elders themselves are benefiting from being involved in the politics. They gain more power than they should.
But what use are they without power? They need power. What use?
They don't need power.
What they
They need
can't do
respect.
their job. They cannot do their job without power. They need
Well, they
power.
don't need power. They need respect because it's culture. Culture needs respect. It doesn't need power.
But power comes with respect. If you have respect, you have power.
Not the kind of power that I'm talking about. The power that I'm talking about is one that's involved in corrupt politics, choosing
But there's
people.
social power, political power, and financial power.
Social power I have no problem with. It's the political power that I have an issue with.
And then there's a financial power. How much money have you got?
Financial power shouldn't be an interest for someone who's a cultural, who's interested in preserving culture. Because if they're interested in financial power, then I'm afraid they should look for another career. They shouldn't be, they shouldn't be involved in culture if they're looking for financial gain.
But by the end of the day, if you're from a third world country, it doesn't matter whether it is economic power, political power, religious power. You're gonna get your ways in those countries.
That's right. See?
Yes, but that's not right. That's not right. Just because you're from a third world country doesn't mean that you should use
because that's how things work, Ahmed. If you go to any country, whether it's Jamaica, Nigeria, Somalia, Brazil, Congo, India, or whatever, if you've got the money, you can get your way around it. If in Pakistan, if you've got the religious power, you can have some sort of authority. That's how it is in third world countries.
And that's the problem. That's exactly the problem.
Everywhere. It's not just third world. Power. Everywhere.
They have too much power, as far as I'm concerned. And that's my opinion, anyway.
Who has too much power?
The tribal elders, those people who you say are there to preserve culture. They have too much power. I have no problem with them having a certain level of power, but as far as I can see it, they have too much.
Wow. Yeah, so power is divided in three. Dance. It's a dance between three. Political power is dancing with financial power, because the political power is that, do you have the voice, the vote of the people? Financial power, do you actually have the money? And social power is culture. How you influence in the culture and the habits of the people. And that power manifests itself in that people say, well, that doesn't feel right. That's not us. That's not part of our identity. That's not the moral thing. That's not part of our culture. See, that's the social power. So the social power will say, look, we don't care who's voting. We don't care how much money you've got. We just don't do things that way. It's not us. It's not part of our identity. So that's the social power. The financial power is like, well, how much have you got in the bank, and whose bank is it? Is there a Somali bank, by the way?
Yes, there is. There's a main national bank, and then there's private owned banks.
Right. So there's a Somali National Bank then.
Yes, there is.
Right. What's its name?
I think it's called the Somali National Bank. I'm not too familiar with it, but I know it exists because in order to have
Somali,
in order to have a government, you need to have a national bank.
Somali Central Bank of Somalia promotes Central Bank of Somalia. Central Bank of Somalia, CBS. Arabic, is the monetary authority of Somalia. Somalia has struggled to re-establish a functioning state since the collapse of an authoritarian regime in 1991. Somalia has been called as a real-world example. Somalia has been cited as a real-world example of an anarchistic, stateless society and a country with no formal legal system. The traditional federal government formed in 2004 was recognized as the central government of Somalia. Among other duties, it is in charge of ensuring financial stability, maintaining the internal and external value of the local currency, and promoting credit and exchange conditions that facilitate the balanced growth of the national economy. Within the scope of its powers, it also contributes to the financial and economic policies of the state. Oh, so it was to transitional federal government formed in 2004. Well, I wonder what's going on here. First, they're saying Somalia state collapse. Then they're saying that it's a real world example. It's a mess here.
Basically, every country has a central bank, and I think that's what you were asking me about. There is a central bank.
Yeah.
And the transitional federal government they're talking about wasn't even chosen in mainland Somalia. It was chosen in Kenya, I think. And then that was the government that ended up inviting the Ethiopians to invade its own country. So, of course, it's been a mess, and that's what we're trying to resolve when we talk here. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like you've had lots of people coming from outside and putting banks in Somalia. It says on 15th of November 1920, the Banca d'Italia opened a branch in Mogadishu.
1920, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that would be pretty normal, wouldn't it? The country was under colonial rule.
Yeah. I wonder who set this bank up. I wonder if it was
like all central banks for African governments, it's a puppet of the IMF, and they jump when they're told to jump. When they're told to jump, they say how high. And based on how well they do, they're given cookies, they're given loans, and so on, and certain level of interest. And so,
right.
To be fair, it's that simple. But yeah, that's the least of Somali people's worries at the moment.
Yeah, what?
That's to do with economy. I think what they're trying to sort out right now is governance and system and so on and so forth. And then they can move on to.
But how can you sort out governance if you don't have control of the bank?
You can't have control of the bank without having governance, without having institutions, without having a proper parliament, without having people who are actually
listen, IC3, man, it feels like I'm doing a broker and it's starting to get proper repetitive and tiring right now, isn't it? Yeah. I'm cool. We're building ourselves.
It does feel a bit like we're kind of
honestly
answering questions on basic.
I don't know, it's boring right now. I'm not gonna lie to you, and yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like.
Okay, well, we had a good
honestly,
session.
It's just it's been a couple of hours. Even earlier, I had a good session, but I think I had a new panelist that was wanting to speak Somali. That I don't know, man. I don't know. It's kind of weird because I don't know. I feel like sometimes don't you get tired as well? Well, I don't know. Man. Remember that word I told you, ilamere, so it means like going around in circles. It's insanity.
Oh yes, yeah, but sometimes you have to keep going around until you find the way out. You see, because Somalia, as well as lots of other nations, with full of black people, they're tied up, they're locked, and so we've got to find the way out of the maze. So sometimes you have to go back over the ground you've been before, just to check that way is not a way out. Let's find the way out.
What Khalid is trying to say is only we can unlock ourselves. So
it's
probably best if everybody focuses on untying themselves, and then maybe we could try and come together as free people. But at the moment, none of us happen to be free. So you would probably be more informed in West Indies or Caribbean or African American
And I
issues.
don't mean to be
And I could come
disrespectful.
across and ask questions to you.
Yeah.
But
Yes,
Which
that's
I
good,
wouldn't.
good. Why not?
I
Why not? It'd be
wouldn't
good to have the
because I'm
Somalis come over and ask
too.
some questions.
We're too busy,
Definitely.
bro. This is the problem. We're too
Okay.
busy. We're at a stage
All
where
right
we're
then.
trying to focus on ourselves.
Okay, I'll come
And
back in a month's time and you let me know how you've
no.
progressed.
I mean, no, I don't. Do we have to
I'll be
come back
very
in a month's
interested to
time?
see
It's not even
how you
that.
progress.
ICP, you're always welcome on a panel. Don't say I'm going to come back in a month's
I
time.
want to
I
see.
don't want you to be. It's
Yeah,
not about
because we can
progressing.
learn. We can
It's
learn
not about.
if we see that you Somali people have started to sort yourselves out. We can come over here and ask, how did you do it? Because last month you all seemed in a mess.
Give me
but
more than a
now
month. Give us more than a month. Give us more than a month. Because
how long?
inshallah, only Allah knows.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Okay. We'll see. We'll see.
As a Muslim, I put my faith and trust in
Allah
Allah.
will decide. Allah will decide.
Inshallah. Inshallah.
All right. Then.
He's the greatest planner. He's the greatest planner.
Exactly. All right.
Inshallah.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Good night.
Peace
I
and
should say.
serenity. Yeah.
Take care.
Yes.
Bye.
Take care. Yes.
Nah, it's just up to حقير af Somali ku sheekaysan afkeena afkeena. Maanu waxay ku darnaa Ahmed in cusub oo af Soomaaliya garas doonto ku hadlay. Ahood baduuna dhageysanay waxaan doonto soo laabtay in kiinu soo laabtay.
Francisco aan Soomaa.
Francisco af Soomaali doonto ku hadlay garansaya.
Waan la socdaa.
Waxaan doonto afkeena ku hadlay.
Buu noqosanayo waxa weeye.
Nah, do you know why? This is
bahasha meel fiican bay socotay moogta. Xogaa waxaan dareemay bahasha wuu bedel ayadana wuxuu ka dhigaa.
Nah, the this is the when I go about channel Ken, I think it's the only channel sida noo kala meelahan dadkan ay tagaan ya. Anigu waxay ku leeyahay Khalid, the beautiful thing is afgooni baa haysataan ku sheekaysan karno. But the thing is we don't utilize it because dad anigu dhex jira ana af Soomaali ku hadli karin.
Maya, it's okay mararka qaarkood markay nagu dhex jiraan dadka xataa waxaa weeye dhalinyarada xogaa af Soomaaliga dhibayo. The thing I like about it is af Soomaaliga way fahmi karaan laakiin xogaa Ingiriis bay ku jawaabaan ma garatay wax yar oo Soomaaliga ku jawaabaan.
I don't mind that. That could be a fair balance.
Because ayaga xataa waxaa weeye they're progressing ma garatay xogaa bay barnayaan maalin walba.
Because the other day qaar yar baa garasa fikir raad ridli and a couple of them meeshan taagno waxaan leeyahay bulshada Soomaali way garan waayeen inay. And then the next stream, I see Rad asagoo isticmaalay kelmadda bulshada. But he doesn't understand it means population. So it works. Do you understand, Ahmed? It works. Marka afkeena ku sheekayso. Dad subliminally baranayaan. You get where I'm from?
I know because waxaan arkay
fucking no qasitaankaasan ka yaabay. Do you know why, Ahmed?
Dad iska stressed weeyo oo internet iskaga jiro oo waxa weeye.
Even Ahmed it's not even anigana sometimes you know what it is miskiin kan yeah. Obviously ninkan beert waxa ku dhacay ma taqaanteen ma garanaysaa
lama socdo wala
ma ku tusaa okay for show you
inuu arkaan kartee
na waxa uu arkoyna yeah but this is one of the in ku yiro Somali ba inta ku sakhraamay Ahmed ku yiro Somali inta ku sakhraamay ciil ba aniga iga hay as a fellow speaker qofka ninka dhalinyada meesha taqaata ashay what it is
ninkaana waxa weeye wiil Soomaaliya maxaa tiri ma fahmine
wiil Soomaali ba ku sakhraamay and it's on camera in it
ma yarka sakhraansan ama ninkan
yarka sakhraansan anduf buu ku tufay suxum madiyo Soomaalida cirkiisa mud mareyka yar is live on camera in it
fucking hell buu nacay
suxum and us like you know what is yeah big up Ali Umar. He's another guy he's a brother that comes to the Berta as well. Yeah, one of the broskies just assalamu alaikum. It's Odegani, yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna play it for us in it, yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, well, nah, in it. I'm not gonna lie to you, and it's mesh on talking, and there's a lot of us in it. And I didn't like it.
I don't get it.
And this is why I showed Uncle that even right now, Muku, you need Bill Kabad, I didn't even like that. One, I made me sound you know, on the other side, you know, yeah. But
to be fair, you were sending
because you know what, Ahmed, because of this
indirectly لكن هو فهم وايد.
Yeah, do you know why? مسكين كوحنا لو قسمه هنا. أميد بقولنا the worst thing is yeah Wallah, the title, you know the title Khawdaran. Can you not see the title? Drunk Somali Sunni.
Fucking hell, man. Ridiculous.
Wallah. Suhum. He doesn't represent us.
Shit. What? Fucking bullshit. What?
I don't want to show the rest, innit? It's a bit disgusting, innit? Yeah.
Maya, I've
That's why I
seen
got
enough,
love for
man.
Uncle
I've seen
Siri.
enough.
Yeah, man. That's why I
Seen
got
enough
love for
fucking
Uncle IC3,
ridiculous
man. That he does that pussy doesn't represent the Somali community, innit?
Maya, how are you? Out of order, man. Thank out of order.
Especially like brothers like me, I think Ali Umar, a couple of us, we go there, innit? Yeah, a couple of sisters.
Somebody should have given the guy a slap, man.
You know when we came there later on the next
Joke
day,
then, like, I think.
man choking, man choking.
And
And you know what it is? The first time I ever spoke
don't
in
know,
Speaker's Corner, you see, when the first time I ever spoke, my second time in it, yeah, I got invited to a meet. Oh, you know, we loved your video, Somali speaker. This is how I got the name in it. Miska dadka magacayga garan waay innit? Somali speaker innit?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then Miska, but and he's got a Misk. You know, when you come into Speaker's Corner, it's like he's got a big table, he's got a race card. You know them ones.
Sah.
Yeah, man. I know it's embarrassing. That's why I let IC3 and Nuri my door to show him Somali. No, he doesn't represent us.
You did the right thing. Like, this guy, these clowns, man. How are you? I've never understood it. هذا بها شعب بيسيت. And you know you've got no self-control, Magarata. Then Magarata, private, male idla.
Do you know what it is? I think because you know Speaker's Corner, it's like, you know what? It's at the top of Hyde Park, innit? Yeah, it's like a walkway. Do you know how many people when I'm there? They're like, "What's going on, Meshani?" You know when they see the cameras, Ahmed, they're like, "Mesh, like, baby, and then Sheikh Galan." You get where I'm coming from?
I get it, but it's not as if.
Yeah, so I don't know if he was there or was he a person that I want to or Miskinku, like he just like, you know, but he didn't to stay. Miskin come with over Mesh Sketch, and do.
He seems like a coward. He picked the easiest target because this.
And it's a pussy.
This IC3 guy seems. This IC3 guy seems like a very respectful. He's very respectful individual.
Beautiful guy.
So he's a coward. You know, if he was really up about it, Magarata. If he was really up to something, Magarata, he would have went to someone a little bit more, Magarata. Someone a little bit more aggressive, Magarata. But clearly, he wasn't too drunk. He knew what he was doing.
Nah, I think he was like, you know, it's one of them things, isn't it? Yeah, like, you know, so yeah.
ما وين فاهمه لكن
So and I want everyone in the channel I want everyone in the channel فهمنا ninkan waxaan aad baan u xishmeeyaa anu aad you know because qaraca maalintii wallahi waan naxay even the title ma arkisay. Why do you think I go crazy on my titles? You know channel K because qofka Soomaaliga markuu wax sameeyo magaca diinta everything baa lagu dejiyay. You get what I'm from? And it happens to us all the time.
I like what you did, Magarata. But sometimes okay, I get it. He's got a pass, Magarata. لكن مدة قارقود مركي مالها soo galaan Magarata. Dhowr jeer ma waxaan xabashimeed soo galayso. Oo sheekada oo dhan bedelayso. Abisimiya iyo Aksum iyo Makella iyo meel aan loo baahnayn. Bullshit
I basically, you know, I think no, I think what a boss sauce. Do you know is you know key habashika. I tell the man boss sauce no sa deriboha.
What's ninkan mudugan why ninkan how come nugu yahay always maqsankan qolkan u soo gala ninkan oo doonaya Soomaalida qoomiyada ifahmaysa ninkan.
No, okay, mate. Listen, did you video game that I was just playing?
Video game Carlisa.
Just right now, there was a video I played.
Of what?
Nin Somali or Sahram, so no, and Duf Kutafe, Unikam basically is live on camera, innit?
When was IC3? On YouTube.
This was about
10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's about 2019, 2 years ago.
Nika Anduf Kutafe IC3.
Yeah, look, it's right here, fam. Yeah, it was disgusting. Some Somali dickhead in it, yeah. And you come to Speaker's Corner as well, Rad. We don't do that. Somali do it like peacekeepers.
Even ask Ali Umar, like everyone like
لا
there, you know all of that.
waxaas waa ceeb. He shouldn't have done that. He was probably
waxaanu
sakhraan.
ninka ku sameeyay, I'll show you what he did, yeah. Okay, Andoof.
The worst thing is he's saying Allahu Akbar.
I know.
نقدر فيديوك ما تغني تواتن كون أحسن
Yeah, I
فيديوك
know.
نقدر.
It was embarrassing. And then the worst thing is, yeah, I know how ciilka iga qabteen. The Oslo is for some reason, I don't know, we weren't there. But the title, I go, okay, the title as well is fucked. And I've noticed that in speakers corner. Somali, the suhumba title ko local. Why do you find out that title ko makanaho? The other day, bare emails by Lisa, why'd you buy out, why'd you feel sudden? I was like, no, fuck it. You know the ones.
Hotter, yeah. But what do you think of Ninka IC?
That's the title,
man. Well,
now for me, that's why I told you, you brothers and sisters, sometimes it's like that pussy or that Nikki Husame, it doesn't represent none of us. We don't do shit like that. So when I mention, that's why I call Kena Grenz Wahasan Oglade as a brother, as a fellow speaker, Miski, so you know them ones. And do you get where I'm coming from? Like I said, my first ever second video, he's got a big table, like you could just see me nervous as fuck. One of the funniest videos, who's it? I think, yeah. Yeah, I think you got a haymaker, WM. Well, I'm looking number one. I think wala rihid. Nice, never decent. You know them ones there. I don't know, Dulku could die. Yeah. That doesn't represent it, especially a place where, you know, Masakin, we have to control the thing in it, not like targeting someone. I don't know.
To be fair. ما قرأتها.
The whole community, what do you think Shahba? You know, what do you think Shahba on Ibina? On all talking like the whole Somali community, even Odiyasha Mesha Imata after that incident. One Nahne. Not
أنا أسأل نينكاس نيو. He's ما قرأت. His face is all over. His face is all over YouTube ما قرأت. So when he's done with his hangover ما قرأت, and he has a cup of tea in the morning, he'll realize ما قرأت that. He fucked up.
He fucked up. But I wish one of the men was there to just to sleep him. I would have slept him. Pah. But then again, I think that would have been more ab. Somali Slaying in it.
But it wouldn't have been ab, like you don't want to assault somebody on camera, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Then you might.
Hot measures for Shaitan. Speaker's corner or just Shaitan, man. Well, Mel, it's not nice, man. Measures.
You come there twice. I've seen you 3 times there, man.
When? That's the last time I've ever gonna come. And this may be my last appearance. My last appearance on here.
Why? Don't tell me you got angry and pissed off today.
I'm not angry. No, I'm not angry and pissed off. I think my time has due.
Why would you say that? Rad, we love you. It's just up to sometimes it's that's why I can't well, your input is so valued, but sometimes I think greasy like. But we don't need that. As I know, me and Ahmed one live. You know, you're on a live something. I do what's it low in it. Yeah. Well, in tent off Greece, I don't call this. I'm going to ask you a question. You okay. I go live.
What colors I do,
man. Sometimes look, okay. The thing is, I think socially, there's a problem. I don't want to say it is. There's times there's times for kaftan. There's times for Harry, you know what I was. Even early Ahmed was like, yo, Khalid, no, it's not time for kaftan. You get that? Boom, he's breaking something down, innit? I'm not gonna take that personally, bro. Do you get where I'm coming from? Right. And the worst thing is, WM, Waity, Dusty, we're in down for us on this channel. What do you mean? I didn't tell you Kahanakasa. It's the thing. It's just I can't. So live on live. That offside get shit in it. Yeah, it's not like I could kick you. You're standing next to me. Yeah, so I'll tell you sometimes be worthful. Afghan and them down. I guess and especially that في Greece كل شيء كسرنا yeah. After that كلام نلاقي صنع يا أبتي وات كان وات كان نعب. Already you've created friction. And it's shitting. Do you get where I'm coming from? You're right. Hello.
And I do apologize for Khaled Khayki.
Yeah, man. Don't say I'm gonna leave. Come on, man. You're a big part of the show, bro. My Valentine. You're part of SS family, cuz how can you leave? But up to مرة كنا خالد إمك even me ولا أحمد تي هذا خالد أنا نقول يقبطها. Don't be shy. وأنا خالد نقاموس.
It's normal.
Ahmed
It's
says that all
normal.
the time. Come on.
ما يقفك عدوك على خلط. That's normal. وين تسحلي. لكن I think Rad got the message ما قالتها. That global audience para دعوانا ما قالت. مرة it's gonna sound a little bit immature.
من وين باتهاي لا راد the worst thing is in ما يرو عيال متيهد new وين باتهاي you know the ones it's like oh راد man come on like new وين وكله it's like I shouldn't be still أوها لشديو the way you conduct yourself in لقوش يا جماعة at this age you get me that's how I feel as well and رقتني up to there's sometimes وحال سكوش يا جماعة even how many times أحمد بنسكو حناقني well WM يسس بنسكو تورني Dusty forget Dusty سقال شربس ليني do you get where I'm coming from? It's not that.
It's not personal. It's not personal.
It's not personal. Everything's personal.
I made a mistake. I should have acted on thought. Yeah, I've got nothing against our brother IC3, but we all have our views on that. Next time I'll think.
It's Imaka, look, if you're gonna say friction, you see the way you edit this. See the second time round when you it. Oh, no one had a problem with that. But it's Maka, that كان وصنعبنا عدوبان هي you create this barrier and ولينا عيال يريرو دقيسانيا وضد دقيسانيا وضد سكور تحشرو half Somali half Sudanese خالد باسمسي
وين دعوة لكن أضيع
Somali supremacy وإيه ونقا قصي أبتي ونقا قصي but don't worry أنا أقول I'm gonna run it for another hour or so we can at least this guy asked me a question, you man, yeah? He asked me a powerful question. And he's gonna ask me again. He asked me, Khalid, would you play for the Somali national team? Somali speak early, and I tried, I did, siyasat question. I did a Hassan Khairi. I did a politician.
I know. I think I'll speak for you, Khalid. I think I know you well enough.
I did a politician. Wallahi, my brothers and sisters, if you see from early in the stream. حبس سؤال خطر بيويدي. He asked me, wallahi, from the beginning of the stream, إلا ممكن يويديني يا خالد.
Khalid goes wherever the money is, man. Khalid will play for anybody.
He's after the bag.
Khalid will play for anybody, and he's got one condition: they have to put him in strike.
He's after the bag, man. After that contract.
Oh, you see, after the bag.
After the bag, man. You play for,
come on, you know Hassan.
Sorry,
you know Hassan Bro already. He's already got his conspiracies at me. Man, into the 1st of July and some Mr. Lover and Ahmed. Have you not seen the beginning of that stream? Me sponsor.
Hassan Bro عنك ليه؟ هذا تلويره هذا إسرائيل بشغلته في تل أبيب. He'll be the first one to pack his bags. ما قرأتها. مركا. He's got nothing on you. It's all business.
It's all business.
It's all business.
So you're saying,
it's not a political ideology, man. It's not a political ideology.
Should I tell Somali supremacy? The only hashish is you gotta get me that number 9 shirt.
Number 9 shirt, Magarata. And
SS.
You've got to get your salary up front, not in installments. Yeah, and then you go back to Hargeisa and you ask Musabi for Afis.
Afisa. What do you mean? From there, it's nice. There's no Afis. We just set up shop in Hamara. قبل الدوبا كنت بدينا قبل قدر الدوبا ماشي حالته ويروح ماتي. I hear this shop in Mogadishu. Is that true? عبدي حاشنا بالله on my way there as well.
Duba's going back soon, man. Duba's going back. 10th of October, Duba's going back to Hargeisa on the 11th.
Okay. What do you think of the Azalanda? He is, what's it called? Ooh. Would you even know arrest him? I don't know.
I don't think they will arrest him because he comes from a big tribe. If he asks for forgiveness, he comes from a big tribe. People from other tribes have done the same thing. So they've got forgiveness. If Duba asks for forgiveness, for a pardon, I don't see why he won't be offered it.
But does that mean he'll still be working in Somalia then?
But who said the Farmaajo government is coming back? That's why I made the joke that he'll be back there on the 11th. Because the election's on the 10th. Ma garata. If
Do you
war
see?
continues,
But
of course, you
can
won't go back.
but do you see Somalia uniting and rebuilding since we're out the Gulf cut? The civil war's over practically. Like how optimistic you lot are in general.
With me, you know what? I'm very optimistic about. But it depends on one thing, man. My brothers and sisters in the south,
It's
get your
just Al
shit
Shabaab,
together.
man. It's
Yeah, get rid of them motherfuckers, man. That's the new
nothing.
anomaly.
It's
I keep
nothing.
calling them
It's nothing more than that.
anomaly.
I mean,
That
because
anomaly.
on an optimistic note, it really is as simple. It really is as simple as this. If I can put it to you guys, there's no Al Shabaab in Somaliland. There's no real Al Shabaab in Bari, where Bosasa is. There's no Al Shabaab in Nugal, where Garo is. There's no real Al Shabaab in Muduk. A few splinters, Magarata. Galgudud is pretty much clear of them. They have no foothold in Banadir, although they might get people to do attacks there. And then you've got Konfur Galbed and Jubaland left, and the main center of Al Shabaab in Jubaland is in Jubada Dhehe. And that's political. That's to do with the Kenyan military, which is using Jubaland as a buffer zone. It's not so complicated to get them out because they're pretty much irrelevant in the Gaza region, and it's not too difficult to get them out of. But you get what I'm saying. When you look at the whole landscape of the whole thing, these guys only have foot soldiers in a few little villages in certain regions. And most of it is being stopped by Somali politicians who see it in their interest not to clear these guys out, because once these guys are cleared out, it's more likely that they will lose their hold on power. So I don't think getting rid of Al-Shabaab in terms of the military wing is so complicated. I think it could be as easy as doing it in a year or two. I honestly believe that. But then politics is getting involved. Now, I'm not telling you after the military wing is gotten rid of, there won't be one or two suicide attacks and there won't need to be rehabilitation and things like that. But they won't be taxing people. They won't have roadblocks in rural areas, between major cities and so on and so forth. So, and since the country is federal, if Galmudug manages itself well, and Konfur Galbet can do the same, which are the two regions which are on the north and the south of Banadir, it just leaves Jubaland, which is much more to do with Kenya and the maritime boundary than to do with Al-Shabaab, because that's what's stopping Al-Shabaab from being removed from Jubaland. It's the Kenyan. Somalia Ocean
I want to ask this question. I'm going to ask this question to Dad from the heart in it, as a brother from as a patriotic brother from Somaliland, as a brother from the north. When I sit here and I speak about 45 different qarhis, when I speak about certain the politics, I'm not going to lie to you, looks like a shambles as well. Do you blame us for saying no? Fuck all of that, Ahmed?
No, I don't. It would be immature of me to say to somebody who says to me, I've tried something, it doesn't work, it's not the end of the world, let's try something different. Let me be sovereign, and then let's work together from there.
Ahmed,
I don't have
like
a problem with that.
Look, dadka Somali سمعنا about Ahmed وسمعنا عبنا. You get me? You're from all the way Kismayo, Gedo, you know the ones, my broski, innit? Yeah, I'm all the way from up north. Smana Kano, you get where I'm coming from? That's another aspect that we never anticipated on. You get where I'm coming from? So...
Yes, of course, and you have to remember Somalis don't only live in Gedo and Wogoy Galbed or Hargeisa or Kismayo and whatever. They live all the way to Dirdaba, Jigjiga, Magarata, Dagabur, Wajer, Magarata. And different people have different neighbors, Magarata. You as a guy from Hargeisa, Magarata, from that area, your neighbors are, as a Habarawal guy, your neighbors are Samaron and so on, and Habar Jala and Habar Yunus and
Not really.
Um,
That's more Dul Bahanta, man. I'm more, what's it called? Yeah, like you
I
said,
know.
Isaha,
Okay, Ida Gale.
Gedabusa,
I should say Ida
Samaroga,
Gale then.
Edaqale,
Anyway, I refer
and
to
what's
them
it
as
called?
Garhajis
And
because
Arab. Yeah.
I've been told by some of
Garhajis.
them to. I've been told by some of them to refer to them as Garhajis.
That's when they wonder, I know, like,
I made the mistake of calling them different names because I was
35%
taught
of my family are
different
them
names.
anyway, so yeah,
I was taught
35% of my
different names
family is, yeah.
anyway at the start.
Yeah.
And then they
I
said
get
to
you, I
me,
don't blame you, I don't
and
blame you.
Habar Yunus are the same. Anyway, but the point is, Magarata, your neighbors are Samaron and Idagala and so on. And then me as a Marihan guy from the south, not the Marihan in central Somalia, my neighbors are Rahanwain, Shekhal, Galjaal, Ogaden, and so on and so forth. I'm not even neighbors with half of the Darod Magarata, the Majartan, apart from the ones that live around the Kismay area, and the Bulbante and the Warsingili Magarata. I've got nothing to do with them. Now, yes, some of your tribe lives in Ethiopia and some of my tribe lives in Ethiopia, but even then we have different neighbors. Maybe some of your neighbors are Isa and Ogaden, and some of my neighbors are Ogaden and the Godi and some other tribes, Magarata. But the point is, Magarata, in order to have a country to be one, you don't have to be neighbors, because there's plenty of people in Italian Somalia which are not my neighbors, who might even be my relatives, including some Marihan people, funnily enough, who are neighbors with Habar Gidir and so on. But the point is this: if the northern part says when it's fahmi weyna dhibaato dhacday, and the issue was primarily and solely based on politics and governance, it's nothing personal. Let's try something different. As a matter of fact, I had my independence prior to uniting on the 1st of July. Then I see no problem with it. The only question is then, for me, somebody like me, okay, how do we go about it, Magarata? What will be the situation with regards to the border? I know it's the British Somaliland borders, but have you resolved your, if people were asking for my input, Magarata, have you resolved the border dispute between Puntland and Somaliland? And although Puntland is part of Somalia, there's tribes which live in Puntland, which live in Somaliland, Magarata, which are undecided in a sense. That would be the only topic that I would really bring up, Magarata, as a discussion. But I wouldn't, as a guy from Jubaland, say, hey, no, you have to stay. This is how it works. Because then you could simply say to me, well, Ahmed, before Italian, Somalia, British, and whatever came along, you were neighbors with NFD. Why don't you unite with NFD? You're more closer to them than you are to me. Or I could say I'm more closer to NFD than I am to Somaliland, or even Djibouti, Magarata, which is all the way at the northern tip, which is even past Somaliland, Magarata. But then I would simply say, well, the British ruled Jubaland at one point, and then the Italians took ownership of it, and that's how the borders were drawn. I'm fine with being part of Italian Somalia. I'm part of being part of Somalia, Magarata. And let's move on from here, Magarata. But Somalinimada kuma xirno location ka or the flag. That's all I've got to say. It's got nothing to do with location or flag. It doesn't even have to do with tribe, Magarata. There could be one tribe which lives in two different countries. You could have Samaron, which lives in Somaliland and Djibouti, right? And in Ethiopia. You could have an Ogaden, which lives in Ethiopia, Jubaland, which is Somalia, and Kenya. Does that make a big difference? You could have somebody from my tribe who lives in Ethiopia and who lives in Jubaland in Somalia, Magarata, or a few who live maybe even in NFD. But that doesn't mean that they have to be the same country. That's just how it works, Magarata. Politics is how we politics. You just have to figure out a way whereby you're two different nations, but let's work together culturally, through trade, through education, Magarata, through different things, Magarata. That's maybe the way forward, Magarata. That's the way I see it. I've never been a staunch supporter of a certain ideology, whereby
and like you said, for me as a person that believes in you don't oppress people, I'll give people a vote in that regions, and for once and for all decide, do you want to join or do you want to go that way? I think certain tribes have to be kind of clear. Does that make sense? Of course,
a vote is talking
fairly
about solving the issue, but I was just saying that maybe there doesn't even need to be a vote. Maybe it would be as simple as just maybe dialogue. Maybe people feel that they're not, their voices are not being listened to. You know what I mean? Sometimes that's the problem. Sometimes people just throw a tantrum because they feel like they're not being listened to. It's not that they really want to split or stay or do something. They want people to acknowledge their point. And so maybe the situation would even be very simple. People would say, okay, now that we've spoken to each other, now that you acknowledge me, now that we can understand each other and we're communicating, let's keep it that way. And I'm happy to be a part of such and such. But I feel like sometimes that dialogue doesn't happen for some strange reason, or the wrong people have the dialogue.
This is what I think. I think, you know, do you think we have to just buy our time and wait for these people to just pass away?
I hope that's not the case. I hope that they come to their senses before that. Hope that they come to their senses before that, and people can resolve issues. And I think one more thing, regardless of how many Somali countries there are, people shouldn't take these borders seriously. Yes, they may be two different countries, but people should roam freely, to graze, to live, to trade whatever they want. Now, that's I think that's the problem with Somalis. They deem that maybe if Somaliland is a country or Somalia is a separate country or whatever, or if the federalism becomes too strong that they can't travel where they want, and things will become very restrictive, and lines will be drawn. But that's not the case. I think they're over complicating it. It's just simply that there will be different governments, different capitals, and then maybe different symbols, different flags, and whatever.
I know.
But it's not
I
that
really just see.
complicated.
I just
really
really just see it. Modern. I think the only thing that separates us is just like I said, it's symbols, flags, and dolet. Apart from that, Somali, that's how I see it.
Of course, they're the same. They're the same ethnic group. I mean, there's no need to explain, because I hear Somalis always say same language, same whatever. They're the same ethnic group. If that doesn't make them the same, I don't know what does. And if there's scientific evidence that they're not the same ethnic group, then so be it, But as far as we know right now, they're the same ethnic group, So let's not overcomplicate it, People overcomplicate things, man. I don't know what it is.
Do you think we're just do you think we're just complicated people?
Yes, we are complicated people. We're very complicated people. But it doesn't have to be that complicated, Sometimes the answer is really simple, Go with what the public feels is right. Give the public, acknowledgement. Listen to what they feel. And if they have a certain political viewpoint, then go with it. And I must say, Somalis are very, what's that word called? They're very emotional people. So even if they were 10 different countries, I don't see a situation whereby they wouldn't, where the Somali Nima would go, I think they just have petty differences. And especially when it comes to governance. But if the governance were sorted and people were under governances which they felt they've chosen, I think people would get along, and they would roam freely. I don't see a scenario whereby people would be told, hey, you can't go there, you can't do this, you can't do that. Sure, it happens in Hargeisa sometimes these days where people are told you can't wear that flag, or why did you go to work there? But then that's because they're seeking recognition, And I think if they got recognition, I don't think they would be butthurt or bothered about it, because they would be like, okay, I've got my recognition, you can wear whatever flag you like, because it's a free country, and you can go wherever you like. And people wouldn't obviously come to somewhere else to get a political job. They wouldn't be. They've got they apply for nationality or whatever. But Somalida iyo wadadu waxa weeye waska aqoontana way ku yartaa as far as I can see. Maybe they need to become a bit more educated.
I just feel like for me, I just feel like, let's not give up hope. I feel like there needs to be a lot needs to be spoken about. But again, Ahmed, man, I'm not trying to wait for these three, maybe this generation to wipe out. You know,
I will say one thing though. I will say one thing, and I've heard people on this panel say it before, and some people take it as a negative, especially these people who say Somali win, Somali win. Nobody's against Somali win. The thing which people say, and I agree with, and I hear a lot of Somalis say these days, everybody focus on where you're from. Fix it up. Deal with your issues. Magarata. And whatever
is that Eb though?
good
Do you
you're
feel
doing,
like? Do you know what I feel
it's
like?
not Eb. Waa wax aad u wanaagsan weeye.
Because I feel like a lot of people are scared of that. GG.
I don't think they're scared of it. I think a lot of people are doing it these days. Somaliland people have been doing it for a while. People from Puntland are doing it, Magarata. I think even Somali Galbed have just Magarata accepted that whether they're to get independence or whether they're to stay with Ethiopia or not, the main thing that they have to do is build themselves, and they're doing it in Jigjiga and Dirdaba and whatever, Magarata. And I think Galmudug is slowly waking up, Magarata. Benadir, which seems to be in the worst situation, which seems to be the target of Al-Shabaab, Magarata, every now and again, 44 bombings, like you said, over the last year and a half or whatever. Even the people are there are Magarata building themselves up. They're educating themselves, they're working, they're opening business. And this is what I should say. People think sometimes because everything is not right or things are not going right, that nothing that people are doing there is positive. But there's a lot of positive things that people are doing.
Now, but then again,
Magarata, keep
Ahmed, you know
improving
this.
your region, Magarata. Invest in your region.
Ahmed, doom and gloom sells. You know, and bad news sells. Bad news gets around. You know that. And we cannot. I know I love the optimism and the thing, but we have to be realistic as well. Like you said, we need to maybe sometimes take that emotion.
But a lot of it is
Is
not
it fabricated?
optimism, Khalido. A lot of it is not optimism. A lot of it is pure facts. People in Hargeisa, Bur'a, Berbera are developing themselves. A lot of people in Garo and Bosasa and so on are doing it. I think that in Rosamareb and Galkayed, they're waking up and doing it as well, Magarata. The people of Benadir have been very resilient. I'm not being optimistic. I'm just pointing out the pure facts which are on the other side, which people don't like to point out. People are investing millions in a city where there is explosions. That is a pure fact which nobody can deny. Magarata. And so you can't, Magarata, come and say, no, nothing is right. Nothing that people are doing are right, Magarata. I'm just saying that there's a lot of wrongs, there's a lot of negative things. But with this kind of thing, I'd like to reiterate it. People need to focus on their specific regions and build it up.
What do you think of this person? This person said we've been destroyed and divided by Ethiopia. Again, I feel like that's just, what's it called? Excuses.
That's just,
I'm tired.
Come in,
Mr. Lover. Come in, Mr. Lover.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know how you said everyone focuses on their region, but doesn't that defeat the purpose of a country? It's like you saying, let me give the example of the United States. If every state just focuses on that state, but yeah, again, of course, the answer to a president, which is in charge of all the 50 states, if you apply what you're saying to somebody, doesn't that mean possibly competition between this region, that region, and you see what I mean? Rather than the benefit of like the Somali people, each state is just concerned about their side, and it could be at the expense of the other side. Doesn't that create that, for example?
Good question. But what you have to remember is when I say that Somalis should focus on where they're from, I'm not talking about Somalia. I'm talking about all Somalis who live in the Horn. The people of Djibouti should build it up. They should focus. They should work harder. They should educate themselves. They should create more tourism, Magarata.
No, but I
they
get
should
that,
build
but,
out. Hold on. They should build
no, but
outside
that's
of Djibouti. Hold on. They should build outside of the city of Djibouti. They should create better relationships with the Afar. The Somali Galbed should improve themselves. They should get more political representation in Ethiopia while they're part of it, if they want to be part of it. And they should be more vocal. They should train themselves up, Magarata, and so on and so forth. Somaliland should do the same. It's nothing to do with me saying that they should have political differences or that they should have hardline borders where they fight over it or they should stop people from crossing over it, Magarata. And that doesn't take away from for example, the American example, people in the 50 states of America do focus on their states. And that's why they're so successful, because you know, we live in the West, right? And we see that the way we live is everybody focuses on themselves. Now, I'm not saying that's a good thing, capitalism and people being selfish, but what I'm saying is, in a sense, sometimes when you look at the West, you would think, well, how come these countries are so powerful? You know, the people are not even that much bothered about politics. Why are they so politically influential? Because they leave the politics to politicians. Everybody focuses on his 9 to 5 or his own his business and whatever, and they focus on their area and their environment. And the 50 states of America are doing that. The guy in Texas is doing his own shit. The guy in California is doing his own shit. The guy in in New York is doing his own shit, and so on and so forth. And so and that's how America was before the United States of America anyway. They were different regions. They had a civil war, but before their civil war and before they united as the 50 states, they all focused on their own things, their own agriculture, their own infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So
that's the point. But that's the point, because this is, you're talking in reverse now. Somali was together. I'm talking. Forget Djibouti. Forget NFT. I'm talking about 1960, 1st July. That board. Now,
yeah, but it's not about
now
forgetting. I'm trying to
all
say
these
as a Somali, Maya Firi, I'm saying as a Somali, because Somali panel baan ku jirnaa. Soomaalida haddii aan rabnay inaan noqono dad naf leh oo faa'iido leh, we have to all build ourselves up no matter what region we are, and we have to educate ourselves, and the region has to become successful. Hello?
Yeah, Ahmed. Yeah, hello. We can hear you.
Sorry, somebody cut me
Can
off
you hear
on the
us?
call. Basically, what
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
saying is, how we have to rise together, Magarata, so that when you go from Hargeisa and you travel to Djibouti, Magarata, and you travel to Jigjiga and whatever, and to Garissa, the whole ethnicity, the whole Magarata group of people are doing well as a whole, because that rubs off on each other the same way that different cities within one country rub off on each other. It creates positivity. It creates good competition, Magarata. It creates something to aspire to because your brother next door has done it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, to a certain extent, yes, but
that's what I'm trying
it's
to
just
tell you. It's not about. We were not just talking about Magarata, Mogadishu, or Italian Somalia or whatever, or Somalia as it's known right now. That's a more specific topic, Magarata.
Okay.
If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I sort of get it, but I just feel like if everyone, I see what you mean, everyone focuses, but then again, no one focuses on the bigger picture.
Yes, but just because everybody is focusing on themselves, Maya Firi.
No, but
just
listen
because
to me,
everybody.
If everyone focuses on themselves, then it's at the expense of what? That's what I'm trying to say. Because then everyone has a different perspective what their Somali is, or see what I mean. So someone might be like, I don't care, folks. What happens outside these borders is none of my business. Do you see what I mean? Doesn't that create doubt? That's the question I was proposing. I proposed in the beginning.
I don't think you. It depends how you take it. When I say everybody focus on themselves, it doesn't have to be a negative focus. It's a focus
No, I
of
see what you mean. If you mean in terms of
improving yourself.
If you mean in terms of bettering your immediate surroundings, yeah, I agree with you. What I mean is,
Yes, I'm talking about people
there'll be
improving their
people that
immediate
literally,
surrounding. That's where it starts.
yeah, no, I totally understand. But then again, okay, what is the big? But you have to have a bigger plan. Do you see what I mean?
The
Are
bigger
you
plan
forever
is
just
if
going to
everybody
improve
focus.
city, town, village you're from?
Maya, if the bigger plan is if everybody focuses on themselves, a lot of this hostility which people have towards each other, whereby they're fighting over power, will leave because there's no need to fight over power. You have your power, Magarata. You have the power to change your surroundings. That's what needs to happen. Now, that doesn't mean that the people who've been assigned to deal with, let's say, for example, in Somalia, the government shouldn't do their job. But that's not my job as Ahmed. I'm not a politician, Magarata. Why can't I invest in Kismayo or Juboink or Geda, whatever? Why can't I do that? Why can't I focus on improving the area? Why can't I build a school there? Why can't I open an MCH there? Magarata. I don't see, why can't I plant trees there? I don't see how that takes away from somebody in Hamar, for example, doing their job. But when everybody focuses on Hamar or politics or parliament, then it just creates that power struggle, unnecessary power struggle, where even the people in the coffee shops are talking about. They don't need to talk about it. They need to focus on their surroundings. They need to look outside their house, Magarata, and in their neighborhood.
That's a fact.
I don't see what the problem with that is.
Now, I think I was coming more from an angle where everyone, of course, looks at their surroundings, but then the bigger picture is once.
I think maybe you're conflating it with the situation with regards to Somaliland, which has declared itself an independent country, Magarata, which is seeking recognition. That's a different situation.
No, not
whereby.
at all. Not at all. No, not at
So
all.
are you
But
talking
what I'm
about
trying
the?
to say is
Are you talking
not
about
this
other
one.
regions in Somalia then? What exactly have you got a problem with? Why have you got a problem with
In general,
people from Puntland and Galmudug and Koonfur Galbeed focusing on themselves? Why have you got a problem with people from Bosaso investing there and Garowe and people from Bosamareb and Hobia and so on investing there and people from Baylawa and Barao investing there and Kismaya and so on and Buale?
No,
I don't see what the problem with
there's
that
nothing
is.
wrong with that. That's not my problem. That's not the problem I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say if everyone focuses on their region, let's say in 15 years, wouldn't it just be, are you worried about just creating where people are just focused on their region regardless of what happens in the other region? So where it potentially becomes
I
too
don't think
much
it would
for
take. I don't think it
countries
would
within
take
a country.
50 years for the country to fix up if people focused on their regions. I think people would become much more educated. Their health and their lifestyle would get better. They would be doing better economically, Magarata. And I think they would be much more understanding of each other.
Okay, for me, that's the bit I kind of question. I don't think it'll be as easy as you put it. I hope it will, but I don't think it'll be as straightforward as you just put that there. Of course, you can
Yeah, nothing
understand
is easy in
perspective
life,
if
but
you
I
can.
promise you, focusing on your region is very easy.
Oh no, that's for a fact. I mean, Somaliland's a prime example of what's happening in Puntland as well. Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Ahmed, are you trying to say work in micro units and everyone just does their own thing and then later on say, you know
I think
what can
Somalis
we
do
do as a
better in
collective?
micro units. I really do
Yeah.
think they do better. Even before the colonials came, we were micro little clans, and we had our own little things going on. You see, and so that's why we work very well in micro units.
So was most of Africa. So was most of Africa before these.
But we don't care about Africa. We're talking
had
about
their,
Somalis.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just so other countries. I mean, I'm not saying. I'm not asking you to care for other countries. My question is obviously, of course, if the country was made now based on that, then aren't we just defeating the purpose where it's just going to be like basically I'm just saying, wouldn't there be a big unification for Somali people going in this way? If you go this way, it would just be each in their own region.
I think you've
busy
misunderstood me,
with their own
brother,
region.
and I don't blame you because you don't know me, Magarata. But to put it quite simply, Magarata, I consider myself to be a civilized person, Magarata. As somebody who's been living in the West all his life, who's gone back to Africa a lot of times, I spent quite a lot of my time, in particular in Kenya, Magarata, because it's neighbors with Somalia, and I'm from the South. I am one of those people who opposed as Magarata. I would consider myself the opposite mindset of a nomadic tribalist Somali who is in Somalia, Magarata, who hasn't experienced different things in life. I would consider myself to be somebody who's very, very, I wouldn't even say tolerant of living with different people, somebody who enjoys it, who sees the civilization within it, who sees the benefit within it. I would much rather my city is inhabited by 50 different tribes and different ethnic groups, Magarata. Obviously, the main thing that I prefer is that they're all Muslim, Magarata, than to be in a place which is inhabited by one tribe. I see the Magarata, and I'm not talking as a person of kumbaya here. I'm talking as a person from a
No,
rational
no,
perspective. Because every time I've ever
to be
Magarata
fair,
been to Africa, I spent quite a lot of my time in Nairobi, and I loved it there. I enjoyed it, Magarata, and the amount of Somalis that live there, Magarata, couple of 100,000 at least, I would say, and different ethnic tribes, as far as you can imagine it, all the different Somali ethnic tribes you would find. And we're living together in peace and harmony, and people are trading, and you've got the different ethnic groups within the Kenyans there, and you've got Indians there and so forth. And if I can live like that in the UK and within Kenya and other countries like that with a good lifestyle, Magarata, why wouldn't I want that within my country? Politics aside, right? I'm not talking about politics. It's not about who governs or who's in charge. Why wouldn't I want to live within a society like that, as opposed to living within a little area which only my tribe lives, where I know everybody? Oh, he's Hebel, he's Hebel, she's Hebel. I don't see what the benefit in that is. And also to add to that, I don't see how Magarata I could compete with the world with that kind of mindset. I could only compete with the world when I live with different people, and I've got more people, and I've got different people and different mindset and ideologies.
no, from an economical sense, I agree with you because by having different people from different walks of life, you're introduced to different identities. So your city or that particular city becomes like a big cosmopolitan city. Like take London for example. Of course, you could say having a multicultural society has drawbacks and whatnot, but it has its benefits too. Not disregard. From that aspect, I can see where you're coming from. Somalis have that mindset that you do, especially back home. I highly doubt. But
No, most of them don't because they haven't experienced living in different places. But I have Magarata,
there you go.
and I've lived in a place
You lived
where
in Europe,
I'm not the majority, and I've been comfortable, and I've been able to access education, and I've been able to access entertainment, and I've been able to access healthcare, and I've been able to work and make money, and I've been able to pray and fulfill my religious duties, and it's wonderful. Why on earth I want to live in a little city where only my people live? Probably most of them who are nomads, who are not in agriculture, or maybe they're just in agriculture. They don't know how to be nomads, or maybe they're just fishermen. Doesn't make sense. مش حضارة بيبقى civilization بيبقى it needs life. And like you said, the most successful cities in the world, London, New York, and so on. They're different people. They attract people from all over the world. They attract the best from all over the world.
I mean, but eventually that will happen. Like, I mean, even if you look back in the day, before that was the case. I guess it might be the same case in America and other main cities. Maybe slowly that thing will change. You know what I mean?
Yes, it can change, and that's why I
So
said
it's just a
people need
matter
to
of time.
focus on where they're from, Magarata, because, and so that they could change it to that. They could make where they're from into that situation. So Khalid can make, for example, Hargeisa into a city like that, Magarata, where people from different places are attracted to it and they feel comfortable when they're with him and these people, Magarata, where they don't feel uncomfortable because they're a minority, Magarata, and they invest and they come and they study Magarata and they come for tourism. And that's what everybody should focus on. When they focus on their region, they shouldn't make it insular.
But how can you avoid the insular thing? How can you avoid that? How can you
By
avoid
making
that?
people from outside of your place comfortable. If you only get two people coming from a different place, then make sure to make those two people feel comfortable. They'll invite their family and their friends for employment, for a better lifestyle.
But I think like you guys have got a narrative view of Hargeisa. That's maybe sometimes you feel like that's true of you guys. Because Hargeisa is like that. If you come Ahmed,
I don't think it's not. I know that there's different people there. I know there's Orama there. I was saying that you can make it better. You can make it more inclusive. There's always room for improvement, right?
I think it's.
I know there's different people there.
Okay.
I know you've
Come
got
through.
some Darod there. I know you've got some Dir there. I know you've got some Hawiya there. I know you've got Oroma there. I know you've got some Rahamin there. You've got different people who come there to work. But you can make it even more inclusive, right? There's room for
Yeah.
improvement.
Of course, there's always room for improvement.
Like I said, eventually it'll be like that. More investment, because if it becomes a big city and there's more investment in the city, that means more jobs. People will be coming there for jobs. Same way people migrate from one region to another region for a better future, families and whatnot. And it's just like any other country. I believe it's just more economic investment. Like for example, if we take the city of Berbera, for example, they're building a port. Let's say 5 years time, if that port becomes one of the best ports in the region, then you're gonna see even more Somalis coming.
Yeah.
You see what I'm trying to say? So it's policies like that that encourage what Ahmed is saying.
But yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not one of those people who says focus on your region and then that means that your region should belong to a certain tribe. I'm against that. If I go to Jubbala now and I go to Kismayo, I want every single tribe to feel comfortable there, Magarata. I want every single person to be able to invest there. If I have a business there, I want my customers to be of all different Magarata background, shades, and Magarata. So I don't see why focusing on a specific area means being insular or being or it creates a negative situation. I don't know. Maybe I'm just delusional. Who knows?
I think we misunderstood each other. What I was trying to say is, for example, let's say Khalid focuses on my point was not to focus just on Hargeisa, focus on Berbera and like these other cities too that make up the nation. See what I'm trying to say? Rather than just focusing on one city, trying to make it the super cosmopolitan city, electing from
Oh no, Somalis don't
neighboring
usually
cities.
focus on one city anyway. They don't usually focus on one city. They don't. They because of the way that we live, we're nomadic. Even the most tribalistic of Somalis, 9 times out of 10, their tribe will live in more than one place, Magarata. So, I don't think that would be an
Guys,
issue.
how do we defeat the tribist mentality then? I always say through take away poverty.
Take away
Educate
poverty
people.
and take away the fear. Take away the
Yeah, I
fear
think there
of.
is a fear. I'm not
Take
gonna
away the
lie to
fear
you,
of
yeah.
living together.
Yeah, 'cause I'm not gonna lie
Sharing.
to you. Slightly, I'm shit scared of going Hammer. I would love to go to Hammer.
Maya, you're
You know
scared
what
of
was?
going to
I would
Hammer
love.
right now because of safety reasons, maybe, but you're not
Yeah,
scared
yeah,
of going
because
to
of,
Hammer
no, not because
because of
of no,
tribalism.
nowhere near. I would love to go to Hammer. I think it's one of the most beautiful cities in Somalia. Plus, my
There
dad
you
has
go.
houses there.
There
Used to
you
have
go.
houses. I don't know what happened to it, yeah.
Yes.
But I would love to go. Not because of never. No, I don't care. Because I grew up in Tottenham. I know how people are there.
Maya, you can go to any region in Somalia.
But it's the safety.
You're not a politician. If you went to any region in Somalia, I don't think anybody would have a problem because of tribe.
Yeah.
You
Someone
get what I'm
said
saying?
Hargeisa is not diverse. Hargeisa is, but not as much. Of course, Mogadishu way winter.
But that's unfair. See, that's unfair to say that the Hargeisa is not as diverse as Mogadishu.
Look at
Mogadishu
this
was
guy.
diverse from the beginning.
I know.
You know?
It's totally different cities, man. You're comparing
Yes.
totally different cities.
It was
Now this guy in
diverse
the
from the
chat.
beginning.
Mm-hmm.
You have the Banadiris there, you have the Jarer Wayne there, you
You
have
have
the
everyone
different
there.
Hawiya tribes there, not even one Hawiya tribe. And we know how much
Mm-hmm.
Hawiya there are in Somalia, Magarata. And
Yeah,
so
yeah.
when you say that Hargeisa is not as diverse as, and the population size is not the same as well, Magarata.
I like.
But
Thank you.
there's room for improvement everywhere. If Mogadishu was safer, it would be even more diverse than it is today.
I'd just like to big up someone on the chat, yeah. One of the brothers sent a PayPal. Well, thank you very, very much. Some people get pissed off if I say their name out right. But I'm gonna say it, brother Abdurrahman, thank you very much, whoever you are. Jazakallah. No, but Ahmed,
Magarata,
can you repeat that again, Ahmed? Sorry.
I was just saying that there's room for improvement. There's
Of
a lot of
course.
room for improvement.
But do you think it's like you said, you hit the nail on the head? Do you think that's good? Maka with Bakane and Abisho? I think that's my main reason. This
I
is why,
noticed the
for me,
Somalis.
going to Mogadishu, one of my main reasons would be safety. Admin car.
Hamay, that's a fair point. But I'm saying that I noticed with Somalis, the thing that makes them tribalistic is they have this old mindset which has been passed on through generations, whereby they feel that, and they always use it in politics as well. Not everybody is getting their fair share, and in a sense, it's not even politics. It's because they used to be nomads. They used to fight over grazing land and water rights and wells. They deem that in order to live a civilized lifestyle where people inhabit a city, it has to be the same situation. No, it doesn't. You live in a little house, 20 by 20. Magarata. You live in a little house, 20 by 20, or as they say in the South, Magarata, 20 by 20. And if you want to buy another plot of land, there's way more than enough Magarata. There's way more than enough land for everybody to go around.
This is what
There's way more
pisses
than
me
enough
off.
water for everybody to go around. There's
Ahmed,
Magarata.
this is what pisses me off here. I went from a journey. You know, if you go from Hargeisa to Berbera, it's a 3-hour journey, innit? It's like, well, it's just only one road, innit? That goes all the way to Mogadishu. But it goes to Hargeisa and Hargeisa to Berbera, yeah? And you're just on that drive, you think to yourself, how much empty lands upon cities, but this is kind of so you know them ones, cuz.
Yes, because they all like to compete for small land within the central area, which is silly, and it's they haven't got to that, and I don't blame them because the
Ahmed, you know, I was
infrastructure
thinking to
isn't there
myself
yet.
as well.
But I promise you,
I know-
Khalid, let me give you an
Mm.
example. If infrastructure was there within Somaliland, for example, and they had good roads, I promise you Hargeisa would be empty, and the only people who would be living there in those nice villas would be the poorest within society, and all the people with money would be living in the outskirts.
Are you
with
crazy?
places
There's
with
a
good
place here.
schools, with places
Are you
with good
crazy?
water.
There's a
with
school
places-
there's a
Magarata.
place that one of my future ambitions
You
is
get
to
my
build
point.
a little place. I hear you. One of my future ambitions is to build a little place in Al Sheikh, innit? It's on the other side of Nibber, but it's like 3 hours away from Hargeisa, but you go the other way. No one lives there. It's like Caribbean
I
Blue
think I know what
Seas.
you're talking about. It's like the.
It's one of Caribbean Blue Seas. Wallah,
Yes, I think I know what you're talking about.
You know how Berbera is polluted and spoiled. Over here,
Mm.
no one's touched it. It's not digna.
But that's what it is, Khalid. It's the same thing with Hamar. If there was good infrastructure, a lot of people who are fighting over little plots of land within Hamar would be living on the outskirts, like they do in America and the civilized countries. They would choose to live in the suburbs with better air quality, with greenery, with more space, with bigger drive-throughs, with better
Yeah,
schools,
we went
with
there.
more
Wallah,
land
we
for
went there on a
sport
camping.
facilities.
Brother, I went there on a camping. I went there on a camping thing, innit? Yeah, a group of us diaspora, innit? Yeah, we heard so much about this place, innit? Oh my god, it's one of the best. Like, it's number digna. No one lives, and you think to yourself, just build a house here, beach house, little barbecue, kalun khada, you know, badaskagal. Like, man can really like build a city. And I'm thinking, why can't diasporas come together, build cities that are away from these
Been in the
places? You
same
get where I come from?
situation when I've been in South Somalia, Magarata. For example, I would be in
When you're
Kismaayo,
traveling,
and then I would
yeah.
go off. I would go to the outskirts for a day out, Magarata,
Yeah.
and then I would think to myself, this place has nice supply of water. It's very green, and the coast, not Kismaayo, the city where the polluted coast is, the coast is maybe 20, 30 kilometers away.
Yeah.
If I lived here, I would have as large a land as I would want. I would have good air quality. I would have a cleaner water supply. I would have a nicer city, and I would have access to the beach and tourism if I want. And I could also access the city for my business needs. And in a sense, I have a much more I would have much more demand for people living here than to live in the city, Magarata, where it's crowded and dirty. But you see, the infrastructure isn't there, brother. It all comes back. Sometimes the answer is simple. And in this situation, it really is. The infrastructure isn't there, so people won't spend their money on buying land in what they consider the middle of nowhere, Magarata. But if the infrastructure is there, good roads, and people can access the city for their business and whatever, then they will happily live there.
Like, if there was a good road to this place I'm talking about, Hargeisa is only 2-hour drive. Like, literally. So you could just commute to Hargeisa or come there, live there, get real stock, and just fly back. So you can't come from. You know what
I get it. I get it. Plus,
you just
remember
build a
Somali,
school. Like, how can you sell it to Somali though? That's the thing. Like building, like
Soomaalida iyo
location.
dadka
Maybe diaspora. So if I sell it to
Soomaalida iyo
diaspora,
dadka third world countries or developing countries, a lot of these poor countries where they live, they're very what do you call it? They like to go from one end to the other end. Magarata. From one, it's like opposites. They like to go from me or Badia all the way to Magala Magarata, crowded, filthy Magarata, noisy, noise pollution, too much cars, too much noise Magarata. And because they consider in order to live in a Magala, that's what they have to live in. But then the people who are really there, Magal, are the people who this will entice because they want to get away from this noise pollution and this filth and too many traffic, Magarata. And the diaspora would bite your fingers. If you could create maybe one effective road and a good supply of water there, the electricity supply wouldn't be an issue. People would be building huge villas with greenery around their land because the land would be cheaper and it would be much more accessible. So unlike Hargeisa or the main cities where people just live in brick houses with no greenery, when you wake up in the morning, you would have greenery around you and you would have maybe Magarata, 100 meters worth of space for yourself, Magarata. And you would have a much more developed area, Magarata, better education, better healthcare, better
that's what I'm
facilities.
saying.
But
Yeah,
I think
that's
the
what I'm
Somali
saying.
business people are thinking about this, Khalid. But it's and I
You're selling
think
this
they're
idea
willing
to
to
them.
invest in it. I think they're willing to invest in it. I know this because the Somali business people, for example, in Kenya, do invest in estates, and Somalis do buy it up, and they don't usually build it Magarata within the center. But the issue is within Somalia, the infrastructure is quite poor. So when you want to make an investment as a businessman, you only care about the profits, right? It's not about having a fancy idea, if that makes sense to you. So
yeah, definitely.
Yes, so it's about profits and losses. So if you don't think that the infrastructure will be good enough, then you know that people won't really be willing to buy your property and all the property you spent all that money on.
Ahmed, wait there for me. Wait there for me. And on that note,